Good morning, Mayor.
Good morning, everyone.
Yes, sir. I do see a quorum. Good morning. This is a special meeting of the El Paso City Council for Tuesday, January 24th, 2023. It is 9:02 a.m. Mayor Leeser is present and presiding in council chambers, along with Representative Anello, Mayor Pro Tem Anello, Alternate Mayor Pro Tem Molinar, Representative Salcido, Representative Fierro, Representative Rivera. Representative Canales is joining virtual this morning. Mayor, we do have a quorum, and Representative Kennedy is also on the dais.
Good morning. Can we rise for the pledge, please? Christian, will you lead us, please? Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. And I know we did this last Wednesday, but I think it's very important that, our city and all those elected officials and everyone here lost a great friend and a great leader that, I've been on all over just listening to some of the comments and what people have to say about our chief and what a leader and how the men and women of the police department respected him. And I just think it's a huge loss to myself and the city of El Paso, and I know Mr. Gonzalez and the rest of the people in El Paso, but I'd like to remember him as a great leader and a person that really meant a lot to our community and didn't want to retire. Every time I talked to him, he kept telling me that he had more to offer. He had more to offer. And he would tell me that he would retire the day he felt he wasn't effective. And I can tell you, he probably would have, if he had lived to be 100, he probably wouldn't have retired because he was so effective and so well respected by the people that really walked along the side of him. So I'd like to have a moment of silence for Chief Greg Allen, who will be missed not only by his family, but his family at the police department and his family here at City Hall. Thank you. And he will be missed by his 2 dogs, I tell you that. He loved his dogs, and when I talked to Roseanne, she said they missed him every day. So with that, may God bless you, Chief, and may God be with you. Thank you. Ms. Prime?
Thank you, Mayor. The first item on the agenda is discussion and action on the charter election and amendments.
Well, that sounds official.
I'm not exactly the tallest person in the room. So the fun thing about this document, this podium is that it moves. IT, can you bring forward item number 1, please? So council will remember this presentation the other. There you go. Thank you. Council will remember this presentation from last week, and so I'll go over it as quickly as possible. And what I'd like to ask, legal, do you want to go through each item, Ms. Carla?
I think it would be important we do that.
Okay. So a quick summary overview. Once again, you'll remember January of 2022, we brought these discussion regarding the charter amendments. The council at that point in time approved 17 amendments to bring forward to an ad hoc advisory committee. That committee met from February to June on a bi-weekly basis, and the community, they hosted several community meetings related to that time frame.
For the record, Representative Hernandez is also present in council chambers.
In July of 2022, the Ad Hoc Advisory Committee came back and recommended 11 items. At that point in time, the council approved the 11 items that are listed in this presentation. Then in July 25th of 2022, the clerk's office received a petition for a climate petition, and that one was brought forward. In August of 2022, the council postponed the ordinance ordering for the election of the charter amendments in November. And then in October, the council deleted the ordinance ordering the special election with the direction that we would have it in May. In November of 2022, the clerk's office had certified the petition for climate, and staff began reviewing the policy at that point in time. So the 11 items that the council had brought forward and approved in July of 2022 are as follows. Article 2, Section 2.2C specifically is a 10-year limit to stating the cap it not being impacted when the council members are filling an unexpired term that may be able to serve so that they may be able to serve full terms. The proposed language is listed there. If y'all wanted to see the charter language, and I have it listed at the end of this presentation, and with that 4-year term, you'd have 2 full 4-year terms. 3.1. On that one specifically, the call is for the charter relating to the creation and composition of the powers and duties of the council be amended to allow the council representatives to appoint and remove district office staff. That was pretty straightforward in terms of your staffing capabilities. 3.5A. On that one, we have 2 items on the ballot. This one would be for 3.5A on amending the language to allow the council to reschedule meetings by resolution to allow for city holidays, but also to still require 2 regular meetings per month. And we see that primarily during the December timeframe. 3.5A of the charter be amended to allow the mayor be able to cancel a meeting if necessary due to federal, state, or local declared emergencies. On that one, we saw that primarily during the COVID pandemic and a little bit during the migrant crisis. 3.11. And I'm going to ask Kristen Hamilton from legal to help me out with these following slides. On this one, 3.11 related to the initiative petition of the council is to be amended to remove the requirement for a second petition and institute a process for the public to initiate the city ordinance. And I'll ask Ms. Kristen to take the following slides.
Thank you, Ms. Cruz Acosta. The ad hoc charter review committee that was appointed by City Council last year spent a lot of time working through the language on the initiative petition. We benchmarked a lot of different cities' processes and policies that they had in their charter, and the language that they recommended was what is posted on slides 7 and 8. There was a correction that was made when we transferred the slides over. There was a line at the bottom of this slide that was missing, so I wanted to point that out to you all, that the number of individual signatures that are required for an initiative petition is remaining the same. You can see that that language is not bold or underlined because that's the same standard that was already existing as far as numbers needed. And then additionally, here's the rest of the language that would be incorporated into the charter should this proposed amendment pass. And then this is the process for council to place it on the ballot. It was requested that we look at the different initiative petition limitations. There is a listing of items that are not included in the initiative process. That is appropriating or allocating city funds. Corpus Christi, Austin, and San Antonio have those limitations in their charter. This protects budgets, this protects contracts, and this also protects city council's work that is done when you develop the budget each year. Each year, there's detailed analyses that go into those numbers that city council develops, and so an ordinance initiating, appropriating, or allocating city funds was recommended as a limitation by the committee. Zoning and rezoning, again, is withdrawn from the field. San Antonio has that in theirs. Levying taxes, San Antonio, Corpus Christi, and Austin have that limitation in their charters. Setting utility rates, San Antonio has that in their charter, and that also is withdrawn from the field. Granting franchises, that's a power that's directly delegated to the city council through the charter, and San Antonio has that. And purchase and sale of real property is something that would be withdrawn from the field because that requires procedural steps. As you know, when the city sells property, we have to put it out to bid. These were recommended to put place in the charter so that folks who are seeking to initiate ordinances are aware of which types of items wouldn't be able to appropriate for an initiative process. We are seeking council feedback on these 3 items on whether or not you would like us to include this in the ordinance regarding the charter amendment for initiative petitions. Number 1 is regarding who is authorized to place items on the ballot. Currently, the language in the charter states that the city clerk shall place an item for the election. Under state law, only the governing body has authority to place an item on a ballot. So it does require council action, which council can take action on an initiative petition ordinance by a resolution to place that onto a ballot. So we wanted to clarify for the petitioners that council action is required. We'd recommend that change. Number 2, we were discussing in the mayor weighed in last week about the number of days that the city clerk is required to review the signatures. We'd recommend that 90 working days or 90 days be allowed for the city clerk at the maximum, but that it be required in the charter language that it be done without delay. So the language would read something like, if council approves it, that the city clerk shall review the initiative petition signatures without delay, but shall provide the response no later than 90 days to certify the petition. And then the third item that we were considering or asking council to consider is to allow council to amend ordinance adopted after 1 year. So this would be the language for the governing body. This would be the language regarding the number of days that the city clerk's office has to review the petition signatures. without delay, but no more than 90 city clerk working days. And this is the language regarding the amendments. Provided, however, that no ordinance adopted at the polls under the initiative shall be amended or repealed by City Council within 1 year of adoption. Thank you.
Thank you.
So the remaining items, section 3.9B, 3.10B, 6.1-12. Oh, thank you. This one specifically is a lot of cleanup related to some of the language in the charter. Specific to that is submission to qualified voters of the city to eliminate the provisions that have been inoperative because they have been superseded by state law, replace obsolete references, and update terminology to current legal usage. Section 6.13-11D, specific to the El Paso Police and Fire Pension Fund. And that one is related to establishing no less than 18% of the total amount expended for wages of the participants, and any increase to the contribution rate shall be allowed by the state. Section 3.18, leases, franchises, and conveyances. This one is specifically related to the leases, franchises, and conveyances to be amended to authorize the council to lease city-owned properties for 40 years or less by council resolution or ordinance, and it's an efficiency for the council members. On section 4.1B, powers of the mayor, this one specifically calls to authorize the mayor to vote on all city agenda items and remove the mayor's tie-breaking and veto capacity, beginning with the first meeting in 2025. On this one, it's 6.1-4, specific to allow for the appointment of civil service commissioners that reflect the diversity of the community and the city workforce. This one specifically allows for the council members have seen in some cases for the Civil Service Commission that y'all struggle to appoint folks to this position, leaving the commission without quorum. So this one would allow for some flexibility for the council members to appoint folks to that commission. 6.2 on this one, it's related to the unclassified services, and 6.23 related to the appointment and removal of unclassified personnel be amended to align the person carrying out the role of Civil Service Commission recorder with all other unclassified city employees who may be removed by the city manager or designee in accordance with the city charter. 6.71-1 and 6.8-1 specific to the policies and procedures for promotion of city employees. And this one will allow for staff to be able to more efficiently bring forward staff and promote those folks that we qualified for promotion, which would improve the ability for us to hire and keep quality staff. So as I mentioned before, the steps for this, on January the 31st, the council members are asked to introduce the ordinance ordering the special election, and the ballot language must be finalized at that point in time. On February 14th is the last day, the absolute last day that the council must adopt an ordinance ordering for the special election. And I understand that we have an item on the agenda to do that meeting on the 7th of February. February through April, we would have community meetings and information sessions about the proposed amendments. I'd like to again remind the council, the city staff can only educate and inform the community. We will not be in favor or against any of the proposed amendments that the council approves today. And April the 24th through May the 2nd is when early voting takes place, and the 6th of May is election day. And that's pretty much it.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Mayor. So I have a lot of comments about some of these, but I want to start with one that's really important to me, and that is the citizen petition process. And so, Kristen, I know you presented on that. I don't know if you can answer some questions for me. And I have quite a few of them. So looking at slide 7, it says any 5 registered voters referred to in this section as a committee. Is that currently in our language?
No, ma'am. All the language that is bold and underlined is new.
Okay, so I would like to remove that. I'd like to make sure to remove that. It currently states right now, any registered voter may commence initiative proceedings, or something like that. I don't know if that's the exact language, but it says any registered voter versus any 5 registered voters. Okay, so I would like to make a motion to change that. I have quite a few things though, so I'll go through them. And
So you want to change it to what? Make sure
to
we,
just any registered voter, which
Okay,
is how
I
it
just wanna make
currently
sure.
reads, or it reads
Okay.
something like that, I guess. Well, I guess maybe instead of, because these, we would have to vote to approve your changes, correct? And since what does it currently read right now?
Currently, it reads, whenever a number of registered voters equal to at least 5% of the voters who voted in the last general city election sign a petition setting forth the precise content of the ordinance desired by the signers. So all of the not bold language is the original language that's currently on the charter. As the committee was discussing this, there was, multiple processes that we reviewed that recommended that it be a group. So that was why that was there.
Wait, I'm so confused. So it currently says any 5.
Currently, it says, if you look at the bottom of the slide that's on the screen right now, that begins with the word whenever, that's what is currently in there. Whenever a number of registered voters equal to at least 5%. So it doesn't have a person delegated as the person bringing forth the petition.
it just needs to be 5%.
No, well,
It just
that's the
begins
number
with
of
the
voters,
5%.
yeah. Yeah, I mean, I don't think that we should be putting a number on it. Do any other cities do that?
There were a couple of cities that did similar things to that. I believe that the city of Dallas has a similar process.
And what is their
That's-
language?
That's where the charter committee, we can pull the presentation up from what the charter committee reviewed.
Well, I mean, I think it should say any registered voter. I don't think it should say 5, and so I don't know what the correct process to go about this is, because I know these are your recommendations for change, and so I don't know if I need to amend your recommended language, or if I just need to make a recommendation not to accept that language.
You can make a recommendation to amend that language. This is the recommendation of the committee. You can certainly make a recommendation, as you had last summer, to amend that language to say that any registered voter.
Okay, so that would be one. And then my next thing, you and I spoke yesterday in depth about my concerns, where it says may be initiated through the process regarding allocation or appropriation of city funds. I understand in the conversation, that really goes in, where you were coming from, is that goes into expertise on the exact number of funds that can be allocated, which I understand, but I did have some concern that the way it reads is that you cannot do an initiative petition to allocate any funds, right? So what you're saying is you cannot have a petition that says, I want to allocate X amount of dollars to X department, but you can have a petition that says, I would like the city to invest in X. And I just wanted some language that was clarifying on that. I don't know if you were able to work on that at all.
If council so moves, we can certainly adapt or create language for next week's posting. And that, as again, this is going to come back to you all as an ordinance. And so city council can amend the ordinance. It's not going to, be limiting council's authority to amend that language. So we'll come back with proposed language if council moves to do so.
Okay.
And you all can review that.
Okay, so that would be added to my amendment to direct y'all to come up with that language. Okay, so now I want to talk about the amount of signatures. I'm sorry, I have so many notes already. And the 90 days. So you looked at benchmarks when it came to things like appropriating or allocating funds and zoning and rezoning from cities of Austin, Corpus Christi, and San Antonio. Can you tell me what those cities also required for signatures?
We have a slide on that. The city of El Paso has the lowest number percentage-wise of signatures required. The other cities that we looked at typically were 5 to 10% of the registered voters. The city of El Paso is 5% of those who voted in the last general city election. The general city election is the mayoral election, so it would be every 4 years, the citywide election when the mayor is elected. So the city of El Paso currently has the the lowest percentage of voters required to sign a petition.
You said you had a slide on that?
We had a slide on that on the committee, for the committee. I don't have that readily available right now.
Because my
can
understanding
pull
is
that
that
up.
those, some of those cities and the state of Texas also has a cap, right? So it could be 5% of the voters, or 5,000 voters, whichever was less or more. And so, do we know, Ms. Prime, maybe you could answer this, currently as it stands, what 5% of the voters are from the last general election? I don't know if you have that
It
readily
was
available.
approximately 11,000.
11,000?
About
Yes,
11,000.
it was 11,319 in 2020.
Okay.
I believe the cities that have a cap are Austin, and their cap is 20,000, which it matches up to the state standard for initiative petitions for charter amendments.
Okay, so I think that we should also place a cap. I think, I know what some constituents were asking for when they came here last summer was 5,000. I again would maybe just direct you to come up what you think is a reasonable cap. Like if 11,000 was 5%, maybe 10,000 is that cap. But I would just ask you all to come up what you would think is reasonable for the ordinance posting.
We don't have a committee to ask that question to at this point.
Okay, then
I would ask, maybe council would want to make that policy
recommendation.
decision.
Then I would just say 10,000. Thank you so much. Okay. Were there other cities? I'm sorry. Well, yeah, I guess my recommendation for that would be 10,000. And then so, again, looking at these three cities and looking at the proposed amendment of 90 days, how do these three cities, what is their time frame? Are they still on 30 days? Do any of them have over 30 days?
The number of days for the city clerk's
Yes,
office to
ma'am.
review the signatures, the cities that we benchmarked varied from 5 days, which is, I'm not sure how they would do that in Plano, to Austin has matched up to the state standard, and the state standard does not have a required number of days. It's without delay. So it was a very broad range of days that were required.
Okay, I mean, I do feel that 90 is a little long. I also, one of the things I asked at the meeting last week was to define whether those are working or calendar days. Did we come up on what we felt was appropriate for that?
Laura has some recommendations related to that work.
Yeah, I mean, if this is appropriate time,
Ms.
I'd love
Prime.
to hear them.
Yes, Representative Anela, we had recommended 90 working days. 90 working days for my office, the city clerk's office,
Okay, were those working days or business days?
This one.
working
Laura.
days
And defined by the city of El Paso or the department?
by the department, city
Okay.
clerk working days.
So that's actually how many business days? I'm sorry. I kept wanting to say calendar days. So how many business days is that? Because your department is closed on Fridays, so it actually is more than 90 business days and more than 90 calendar days. I could do that math if my brain was working correctly. I guess you would subtract 12 days. Yeah, so to me, that is too long. If we are going to go off of working days determined by the department, I would say 45 to 60, which then becomes, I think, 60 to 75. I am fully estimating here. That math could be very wrong. But it is still over the 60 days if you look at 60 working days determined by the department. So that would be my last recommendation, I believe. Look at this really close. So yeah, those would be my 4 multiple amendments for this, and I don't know if I have a second. Do you want to read those out again, Ms. Pride?
What I noted is to remove the number 5 from the first paragraph, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And to direct staff to return with language on the types of ordinances? Is that correct?
On the language regarding allocation or appropriation of city funds, just being specific on what the limitations are. I don't know, that maybe made that too wordy. Yours might have been great.
So to direct staff to return with wording on the allocation or appropriation of city funds.
Yes, ma'am.
And then the third is to recommend a cap of 10,000
Yes, ma'am.
for the required number of signatures.
Yes, ma'am.
And the fourth is to require the city clerk to verify the petition between 45 to 60 working days.
I think you can say 60 working
60,
days.
thank you, ma'am. 60 working days.
And then I had one more, and it slipped my mind again.
While you're thinking of that, we did find the
Oh, I-
benchmarks.
Yes.
So El Paso is 5% of the voters who voted in the last general city election. Austin is 5% of the qualified voters, which is registered voters, so that's going to be slightly more because not all
Yeah.
voters turn out. Corpus Christi is 5% of registered voters again. Dallas is 10% of the qualified voters. Fort Worth is 20% of the total number of registered voters. Houston is 15% of the total votes cast as circulated in accordance with the Houston Charter. Laredo is 10% of the electors qualified. Plano is 20% of the number of votes cast at the last regular municipal election, or 150, whichever is greater. But I think that was changed because that one was very low. Or that might be why they have such a low number of days required. And then San Antonio is 10% of the electors qualified to vote at the time of the last regular municipal election.
And do any of them have caps? You said Austin,
Austin is 20,000, yes, ma'am.
20,000. Okay. And so my last question is, currently, what is the language read right now for an ordinance once it's adopted, right? So I know that you're recommending that an ordinance cannot be changed within a year. I don't know if we even have language currently at the time that addresses that.
It is not addressed. It states that that council is not obligated to consider the same ordinance initiated by petition or one that is substantially the same more often than once in 2 years. But it's not addressed the process to amend. So this would require that council cannot amend an ordinance less than a year after it's adopted by an initiative.
So as it stands right now, council could amend an adopted ordinance within a month of its adoption.
It's silent, our charter is silent on that issue, so we would have to revert to what state law would require, and
What does state
yeah,
law
I don't think that
require?
we're prohibited.
But now I'm interested just in what state law requires.
We're not, the state law doesn't prohibit us from amending our own ordinances.
But how does it work in a state law,
If
a
there
state
was,
amendment?
if there was an amendment, it wouldn't apply to us because it's not written for cities.
No, I know, I'm just interested though,
Well,
no.
it would happen the way you amend legislation. It would go back to the legislature for proposed amendments.
And there's no time.
Right.
Okay, so this is, in a way, protects this ordinance for a year, so I'm fine with that. Yeah, so those are my amendments. I don't know if there's a second, or if council would like to do them individually. If anyone-
Second.
Thank you.
We need to take them separately, I think. Yeah. Yeah, I think it's important.
So Representative Molinar just seconds all of them.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Representative Fierro.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have just three recommendations and three motions, actually. The first one is on Amendment Number 1, Article 2, Section 2.2. My recommendation is that we reword it so it says, align maximum years of service to match actual length of terms. So adding 2 years to that. That's my first one. My second one is Amendment Number 8, Article 4, 4.1B, and to remove that one. So to remove item 8, Amendment 8. And the last one,
Representative Fierro, what page is that on?
page 10.
It's petition number 3.11. Is that the one you want to remove?
No, he's asking for 4.1B.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's not page 10.
Mine says page 10. Oh.
It's on slide 17.
Thank you.
Thank you. Page 17.
Okay, and the final one is to remove it. To remove the item entirely. And my final recommendation is on Article 6, Section 6.2. During my briefing, it was explained to me how this staff person is already on the city payroll doing other assigned duties. And then I came to find out that this person is only assigned to the commission. And the example that was used was actually Ms. Costa's example of she was assigned to the ad hoc committee as a staff person. So with that, I'm going to move to remove Amendment 10 on, I'm not sure what, oh, well, mine says page 12.
Correct.
Okay, those are my three recommendations, please, and amendments, motions.
So if I can ask, just to clarify, because I'm not sure that the explanation that you just gave, I understood it. So this one in particular, the personnel that is being asked is we're asking for that personnel who has only one duty as a civil service recorder. That's all that person does.
Right, and if you remember, that wasn't what the explanation you gave to me during our Zoom.
No,
But-
sir. We
but-
did explain to you that it was
You
just
said-
that duty.
Okay. Well, in spite of that, I believe the perception is wrong for this, especially in this commission, that it should be, this person should be responsible to the committee and not to anyone else. So my motion is to remove Amendment 10 on page
I'm sorry, I
Page
didn't hear
19.
you.
19. I want to remove the item.
Okay.
My motion is to remove the item. Do I have a second? Those are my three motions.
So they'll need to be taken separately.
Can you just repeat the first one again, please?
First one.
The first one was to align the terms of maximum service to add 2 years, so it's 12 years maximum term, so it's 3 terms. The second one was to remove amendment number 8, section 4, 4.1B, and that one has to do with the mayor's veto.
That's page 17.
And the last one was to remove Article 6, 6.2. And
Page
will-
19.
I will second the last one.
I'll second the second one.
I'll second the first one. Thank you.
You second the first one?
No, I
Oh, you
made the
did? You
motion,
can-
yeah.
No,
I had
I'm
no
just
second,
kidding.
yeah.
So we have a motion on the second and the third item. No second on the first? Okay. We'll go to the next item, thank you, Representative Fierro. Representative Hernandez?
Good morning. Thank you for the presentation. Just wanted to share some background information and my position on some of these amendments. When we activated the City Charter Advisory Committee, it was the second time we've done that because unfortunately the pandemic happened and folks didn't feel comfortable expending money on an election. And so here we are, 2023. It's been over 4 years since we've reviewed and asked the voters to make changes to the city charter. What we have found as part of our due diligence in reviewing the city charter is that it is in very much in a mode of a strong mayor form of government. Having studied and committed a lot of my educational research on forms of government in Texas, I feel very comfortable, and so do many other cities feel very comfortable with council manager form of governments. And when you look at our city charter, there are a lot of remnants of a strong mayor form of government. One of those being the veto powers of the mayor. The previous council decided to make sure that there was no interruption with current representation, which is why there was a motion to push it forward to a new incoming candidate or mayor that would not have those provisions or privileges. And so I believe, and I still believe, that our city charter still has those remnants. And part of that, we asked the City Charter Advisory Committee to do a deep dive, get into the weeds, and try to determine, benchmark all of the cities in Texas and try to determine how do we make this city charter a true form of a council manager form of government. In 2015, some changes were made. For example, like the city council appointment of a city attorney. And under that new provision, City Attorney Neiman has been the first city attorney that was appointed by council. Again, a change from strong mayor form of government to a council manager form of government. Veto authority, or having a mayor vote on all items to make sure that the citizens of El Paso understand the positions of their presiding officer and mayor. You can't have a voting authority and have veto authority. And so that was something that our City Charter Advisory Committee recommended, that we remove those provisions with the new mayor to make sure that it is in the sense of a city charter with the council manager form of government in mind. So I certainly wouldn't support removing that. Also would prefer to have a mayor take a position on all items through their votes, because the city deserves to know their position of every elected official. The other issues related to the initiative petition, I personally believe it allows for democracy in action. It allows and it gives the opportunity for members of the public to share what ordinance they would like to bring forward. But with those ordinance changes comes with a lot of responsibility, and it comes with a lot of unintended consequences, which is why some of those limitations have been considered by the City Charter Advisory Committee. But not just haphazardly making decisions, but looking at best practices and looking at cities across Texas. And so I think that these items are fair, but I also believe that petitioners do have a form of recourse by working with their elected officials to compromise or to find language that will bring the intent of the desired outcome with the petition. So I think the limitations are fair. It protects taxpayers. It gives the authority of council to make decisions in the best interest of their budgets. Because we know with rising costs and economic drivers like our public safety departments, it will require careful looking at expenditures, utilizing our budget, really making sure that taxpayers are not unintentionally impacted by those changes. And so I do believe that the amendments proposed today would let the voters make it easier, if you will, to change ordinances that could be incredibly impacted by our budget. And so I wouldn't support the amendments proposed today. Most importantly, because our City Charter Advisory Commission has already made those recommendations. They've already gone out to the public. They've already gotten feedback, not once, but in 2 different rounds. And so to the respect of the commission and their time served and their volunteer time, as well as the input from the public, I certainly wouldn't like our city attorney's office to make those recommendations, because it came from the public, and these recommendations I think are fair, and they've been worked on in the past. So I would ask the city council to respect that process, because I do believe there has been some fairness and some middle ground here. Not everybody gets everything they want, but I think this is a fair response to some of the concerns we have seen with initiative petitions in the past. We have term limits, so I would ask that we not extend those term limits, but most importantly, I think the concern has been, well, what happens if you fill out an unexpired term? And we have seen that pretty much every other year, every few years. I think the language as written addresses that. I don't think there was ever an intent to extend terms, but rather to allow for any representatives to finish an unexpired term if it exceeds that 10-year. We're not looking at going over by 3 years or 2 years. We're looking at going over let's say, a couple months or 18 months. So I think that was the intent. If there's any effort to change the overall city charter governance structure, I really do believe it has to go back to the citizens of El Paso. Removing veto power from the ballot is one of those things that I think needs to go back to the public. Let the public decide. This is going to be their opportunity to vote. Put it on the ballot, and then let the citizens decide. To remove it from the ballot, I believe sends a bad message, especially because a lot of us have, over the years, over the past at least 24 months, a lot of us have already shared these proposals with the public. We've done deep dives, and we discussed ad nauseum with our constituents. And I really do believe that the public deserves to have an opportunity to vote and look at these items carefully and to vote their conscience. But certainly this council should not remove them because we disagree with them, but rather let the public decide. So my concern, I've shared today. So my vote will reflect preserving this language so that we can ask the voters what they decide. Again, I do want to give thanks to all of the city staff time, city attorneys. You have spent like literally 2-3 years on these changes. Very proud of the work and the engagement we've done with the public. And so would I fear that because there's not a true understanding of the work you've done, may result in changes, substantial changes to the language today. And so I would ask that we respect the City Charter Commission process and the public engagement process and leave and preserve the language as is. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Nello.
Thank you, Mayor. And so I first, before I get into some of my other questions about other items, I want to address the amendments and the comments about the amendments to number 4, because I felt like they were a little misinformed and a little disingenuous. So I'm not asking staff at all to change the language and what is not, or what is not allowed in the citizen petition process. I'm just asking them to clarify, because I feel that as the language currently reads, we look at citizen petitions that have been successful, like the Lost Dog, which did, while the petition did not ask to use city funds, did require city funds. And so I just feel like the language is a little open-ended, and it could be abused by future councils and say, well, you can't do a citizen petition that requires any funds, even if it's not written down in language, which I know is not the intent of our staff today. Kristen clarified that with me yesterday. I just want that clarified in the language. I think also this language, if any of the council had watched the committee meetings, this language was proposed by legal and brought to the commission. And so to say that having legal draft this language or change this language, is not what the commission wanted, that's exactly what happened. That's all we're asking to continue. I'm just asking to clarify what the commission approved that was proposed by legal. I also want to say the 90 working days was never brought to the commission. So in that regard, we would either leave that or not address it at all or change it. And there was one more point I wanted to bring up about this. The thing about the cap on signatures, that was brought to us and to the Charter Committee by a constituent that we hear from regularly, ignored by the Charter Committee, ignored by staff at that point, and ignored by the council when they came to this. So I am just adding in the community's presence in this process and asking to adopt that language. Council cannot do it, but I do think that if we're speaking for the voice of the constituents, that should be brought to a vote as well. So that's all I have to say about that. But I do want to go back to amendment number 1, because I do still feel a little uncomfortable about this. And I'm not going to ask to amend it, Ms. Prine or Cruz. Can you clarify, we are going to, once we go through the amendments, we are going to then vote on all of these items again. Is that correct?
You will vote on the amendments, and then you will vote on the final.
Okay, then I'm not going to make any amendments to it. I just want to, on the record again, say I am a little uncomfortable, because I do think that it does open up the ability for someone to serve 3 terms. Again, if I had been sworn in and then, not made it through my car accident, there would have been an election to fill my term immediately, and someone then would have been able to serve 3 terms where everyone else only serves 2. And so I just don't think this language is appropriate, and so I'm not going to be supporting that one. My other question is for the very last amendment, I believe. Yeah, amendment number 11. So I have some questions about this, and I'm pulling up the backup language for it. So it talks about, oh yeah, okay, so I'm going to read this out,
Are you reading out the charter language?
the proposed amended language from slide 32. And just, I'm going to read it out because I feel like I'm going to have a hard time articulating what my questions are, right? So I'm going to read
And I
out
have it
what
on the screen right now.
Thank you. So you're removing including examination.
That's not to say that examinations won't be used.
Correct. And that's not, my question is this last part. So promotion in any position in civil service shall be by examination weighed by seniority and performance record, except as otherwise provided in the charter rules. So that's where, what is otherwise provided in the charter rules? Is there anything currently right now provided there? Or are we just taking that up because it's a cleanup? That's where I'm like a little confused.
Representative Anello, anytime you see language that it's struck out, like on this proposed slide that's on the screen,
It's removing that language.
that's what is currently in the charter, and it would be struck.
No, I mean, I understand this language is being taken out. I'm asking, it says, except otherwise provided in the charter and rules. My question is there other language provided in the charter that this is specifically referring to?
So I'm going to ask Mary Michelle Wiggins
Perfect. Yeah,
to
that's great.
speak to that from HR.
Good morning, Mary Wiggins, Assistant Director of HR. So in the, well, I can't even say this. What we're proposing is that the seniority points and the military points would still count. I'm not sure if we found that there's other word in the charter. I mean, I guess that's your question, but that would still be in effect. Those will still be whenever someone, if they have an exam, the seniority points and their military does count towards their place in the position, that will still be in effect. The only thing that we're asking to be removed is the requirement. And again, that does not mean that we're not going to test. There are some positions where tests are applicable. It benefits to be able to rank based upon an exam. All this we're asking is the requirement that every single position has to be tested.
Okay, so I'm just going to get into where my heartburn is on a little about this. So I've heard from some staff members that they've taken the test, they've passed the test, they have seniority, and they've still been turned down for positions. And they've come to me, while I have no authority on this, and asked, we don't understand why we've been overlooked for a seniority position that's now still open and has not been filled. And so I'm trying to understand, how these things correlate, right? I have no authority to say, well, this is why you weren't given the position or you should be, and that's not what I'm asking. What I'm just trying to understand, does this help or hurt an individual, right? Because from what I'm understanding is that people are taking the test that is required, they're doing well, and they're still not being given the position.
So the exam that is being administered is a tool. It's one of many tools that supervisors use to be able to select positions. Whenever someone takes a test, they're going to be ranked based upon their scores. It's going to be their testing score, then their seniority, and their military points will be added to that. Whenever it comes time for a supervisor to interview, what's going to happen is they're going to look at the resumes. They're going to go through all of the resumes. Of course, they're going to take into account their position on there, but that does not require any longer that, for example, if you're number, 3, that you're definitely going to be one that is chosen. They're going to take your number on the eligible list, couple that looking at your resume, and looking to see the qualifications that you have, the experience. Are you going to fit with that position? Because sometimes just because somebody may have some qualification, it may not be a good fit. And then they're going to take the interview. So all of those three items added together is how a supervisor would make a selection, for the position.
Yeah, I don't know. I still feel a little strange about this. But I'm going to move on because I think there are some members of the public here to talk on it, and I would like to hear from them first. So eligibility criteria and rating factors for promotions shall be established by the rules and shall be included as a credit for seniority. So you were saying that individuals are still going to look at your resume. It can open up to anybody, in the city, outside of the city. But that credit for seniority is supposed to give you a point over other candidates who may not work in that department or work for the city. And so where my concern is that there no longer is that credit for that seniority. So meaning you could very well level up with someone who hasn't put 20 to 30 years of time into that department. And that's where, I think that's why we have it. I don't know if you all have another process in which you already look at that doesn't mean that the test really does help. But I just wanted you to know where my concern for that was, because I do think if you've put, a lifetime of work into a department, that should count towards a promotion. And again, I don't know if there's another mechanism in which you do that other than the exam, but from what the charter says it is the exam.
Well, and so that will be, so for the employees who have the military or who have service, they will be given points, so they will rise higher up on the list because they have those points. So most definitely, those will still continue to be credited. The other reason that we look at removing the exam is not everybody is test takers. Some people just get in there and they freeze. We found that, there are people who can do the job, but they just can't take tests. And so we're just trying to afford better opportunities for all of our employees to be able to move up in the organization.
And I can understand that. Is there, you keep referring to just general points for seniority or military. Are those outlined in the charter somewhere?
Are they in the charter or are they in the ordinance? They're in the ordinance.
Well, and so I guess I would be a little bit more comfortable if there was some, because we're taking language from the charter. If we were to put in other language in the
Saying
charter,
those
right,
would
that
still
says
be-
we're using just based on seniority and military, you're receiving X amount of points. Again, so the exam is not my issue.
Right.
My issue is just the language and
Giving them credit.
Exactly. And I don't know what the best way to go about that is. But again, I would like to hear from public comment before addressing it. So thank you so much for those
Thank you.
answers. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Representative Canales? Good morning, sir.
Good morning. Can everybody hear me okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I have a few proposed amendments also. They are very small. They're more cleanup than substantial. I'll begin with number 4. You can scroll to number 4, that is slide 8. So this is proposed amendment to the proposed amended language. And it is simply to read in the sentence about 2/3 of the way down, mid-sentence, it starts, thereafter must place the proposed ordinance on the ballot at the next citywide general election specified in state law. I would like I move for that to read no later than the next citywide general election specified in state law, comma, meeting all deadlines.
I'll second that.
And that's simply to give council the flexibility to place this at a sooner election than the next citywide general election if such an election date is available to us.
I will second that.
Okay, and then I will move to number 9. And number 9 on slide 18 is just a small cleanup to the ballot language itself, the proposed ballot language. I think in general we should err on the side of being a little bit more specific in terms of what amendments are being proposed in the backup language. Those should be also proposed or be reflected in the ballot language. And so this one, I would like it to read, should 6.1-4 be amended to change the qualification requirements to allow for the appointment of civil service commissioners that reflect the diversity of the community and city workforce.
I'll second that.
And again, it's just a small change, but that is just to bring clarity to the voters who see this on the ballot so they understand what the change being proposed actually is and not just the goal of the change. And then I have a similar amendment for number 11. Again, this is to the ballot language itself. So slide 20. And I would like for this one to read, should sections 6.7-1 and 6.8-1 be amended, excuse me, one second, to remove the requirement for examination. So, sorry, be amended to establish policies and procedures for the promotion of city employees. I think this language changed since I wrote this down, this proposed ballot language, but I'd like to include a reference to removing the requirement for examination. Be amended to establish policies and procedures for the promotion of city employees. And I guess it would read then, by removing the requirement for examination. I would defer to legal here to draft this in the way that makes the most sense in order to reflect the removal of the requirement for examination in the ballot language, because that is the change that's being proposed.
I will second that.
And those are the only three that I have. Again, they're largely cleanup of the language, but I do think that it behooves everybody to have clear ballot language that describes what the change being proposed actually is.
Thank you, sir. And with that, we have no other city council members to speak. I do want to talk about item 8, that I think it's important that we do remove this item to continue to have checks and balance for the city. And city council still has the opportunity to override a mayor's veto, but I think it's important for the mayor to have the opportunity and the ability to have checks and balance within the community, as the mayor is elected citywide, and that makes a big difference when you're talking about the ability to preside over city council. And with that, Ms. Prine, I know we have some call to the public, and then we'll take action on the amendments.
Yes, Mayor, we have 23 members of the public that signed up to speak on item number 1. The first person is Richard Dayu, followed by Miguel Escoto, Michael Saigo, Jesus Reyes, Diego Martinez, Adan Sainz. Good morning, Mr. Dayu. You'll have 3 minutes, sir.
Good morning, Laura. Before you start the clock, if I could just add something to your comments earlier. Greg Gallen was a really close friend of mine. He was my lunch buddy. I miss him like all of you do. I had the blessing of doing a radio interview with him several years ago, and luckily for me, they archived it at KTEP, so we're going to air it this weekend in some sort of tribute to him. So I just wanted to mention that to you all. Thank you. Mayor and Council, for the record, Richard Dayub. I'm glad to be here this morning. I am a registered lobbyist, and I would like to just offer a few comments. Before I do, though, I want to welcome our 3 new members of council, including Chris, who's somewhere out there in virtual land. I'm looking forward to working with all of you. I just have a few comments I'd like to make to you all this morning, and to the city manager and city attorney as well. First of all, have you chosen, or are you considering choosing an election date for this particular charter? And if so, may I ask when that will be?
It's May
6th this year?
May 6th.
Okay, thank you. This is not a question, but an opportunity to express my views and the views of my clients as it relates to a few of the recommended charter amendments. I attended nearly all the commission's meetings and expressed similar concerns to them at each of those meetings. So some of this is not new to you. I will add to Representative Anello's comments and to Representative Hernandez. The attendance, frankly, was sadly very, very low at all these meetings. There were 2 or 3 of us at best at most of them. Rick Bonnert was there sitting next to me for seemingly all of them. To the point, we strongly encourage council not to consider any amendments that would dilute the powers of the mayor. Specifically, the mayor should retain his or her authority and discretion to exercise veto powers. Additionally, and related, the mayor should not be required to cast his or her vote on each agenda item requiring action by council. Unlike single-member districts, the mayor is elected by the entire community. A system of checks and balances is currently available to council in the form of overriding the mayor's veto. By the way, Representative Vanella, part of the challenge, in my view, with lowering the number of signatures required for a petition is that it makes it, candidly, perhaps a little too easy to force a ballot initiative for sometimes possibly capricious reasons. Finally, these measures are too important to the electorate to place it on the May ballot, in my view, when very few El Pasoans are expected to vote. Instead, we recommend waiting until the November 24 election, when voter turnout should be much higher because of the presidential election. We strongly urge council to consider these changes before placing the charter amendments on the city ballot. Thank you.
The next speaker
Thank
is Miguel Escoto. Miguel Escoto, followed by Michael Siegel, Jesus Reyes. Good morning, sir. You have 3 minutes.
Hello, my name is Miguel. I'm a co-founder of Sunrise Movement El Paso. I'm here to speak on the charter amendments at large, in general. So we are very concerned with some aspects of the charter amendments that were done through committees. In the major concern that I have is what Representative Anello mentioned earlier in the discussion in section 3.11, where the language of the charter amendment suggests that you can only participate in this democratic process of a ballot initiative if your ballot initiative doesn't require city funds. To me, that sounds like you are encouraging, you are giving a message to the public: don't try these. Don't try these publicly run ballot initiatives in the future. That's the message that you're sending us. So we ask that you strike that part of the language. Allow for the public to run their ballot initiatives. Secondly, we're concerned that the language that you write is not reflected on the proposed ballot language, right? So the proposed ballot language doesn't say anything about city funds at all. So that is a blatant misrepresentation of the charter amendment. It's very bad. I don't understand why it wasn't even included in the proposed ballot initiative. So that's concerning. But I understand that you all wrote this as part of your charter amendment committee. And I understand that there were some public meetings about this, but the public doesn't have enough time to do that. You need to create a program where you go out into the public to let the people know that these are happening. The vast majority of people don't understand what you are trying to do with the charter. And I do want to make a distinction between what you all are trying to do with the charter amendments and the process that we had to go through. We had to get almost 40,000 people to get something changed in the amendment. You all did not have to do that. So please be cognizant of that. Please be much more protective for the charter amendments that had to require literally hundreds of thousands of conversations in the streets. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Michael Siegel. Mr. Siegel, *6, please, to unmute your telephone. Michael Siegel, good morning. You have 3 minutes. Go ahead, sir. You have 3 minutes. Michael Siegel? We can't hear you, sir.
Oh, I'm sorry. Madam Clerk, I'd like to defer my comments until item 2 on the agenda.
Thank you. The next speaker is Jesus Reyes, followed by Diego Martinez, Adan Sainz.
Coming up.
Jesus Reyes.
Yes, right here.
Good morning. You have 3 minutes.
All right. Good morning,
Good
City
morning.
Council, Mayor. It's an honor to meet you all this morning. But I want to address the first item, and particularly Section 3.11, in which it will bar the use of city funds for future ordinance ballot initiatives like the climate charter, for example. This is a very austerity kind of measure to hamper city participation in city matters, in my opinion. And it is a veiled threat to direct democracy and people's right to bring ordinance ballot initiatives forward to city council. This item is also disingenuous in the proposed ballot language, as the current language does not reflect the actual impacts of Section 3.11 and Item 1. I ask City Council to please be honest with your constituents and change the ballot language to reflect the actual impacts this item will have on future ordinance ballot initiatives going forward. That way, the citizens of this great city will make the right decision going to the May polls. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Diego Martinez. Diego Martinez, followed by Adan Sainz, Brandon Sharples, Angel Ulloa, A.B. Perea, Charlene Hill,
No one's coming up.
Diego Martinez, Adan Sainz. If you're in the queue, *6 to unmute your telephone. Adan Sainz, Brandon Sharples, Angel Ulloa, Angel Ulloa.
Coming up.
You have 3 minutes.
Thank you.
Good
Good morning,
morning.
Council. I am Angel Ulloa, here to speak on Item 1, particularly Section 3.11. The amendments made to current Section 3.11 are stifling to our city's democracy. Increasing requirements from 30 to 90 working days is way too long for verification, being as it was just stated that the city clerk's office only works 4 days out of the week. And I know there was just a discussion from Representative Anello to change this to 60 working days, which seems a little bit more reasonable. There's also no language in the amendment that says petitioners have that extra time as well, which makes it a little more harder for us and puts us at a disadvantage. Sorry. The language is also incredibly misleading. As proposed for the ballot, it states the second round of petitions will be removed, which seems as though this will be an easier process. But the rest of the language that is omitted actually does the opposite. There is no mention of the citywide general election only mandate. There is no mention of required percentage of registered voters to sign. And there's no mention that this will make it more difficult for us to petition our city government, essentially. Creating a petition and gathering signatures is very hard work and is very expensive work. So please change the language before finalizing for the ballot. Make the language more transparent for your voters, and don't make amendments that will make ballot initiatives proposed by the people more impossible. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next speaker is A.B. Perea. A.B. Perea. Charlene Hill. Nick Hansopoulos.
Coming up.
Good morning. Please state your name for the record.
My name is Charlene Hill.
Thank you.
Hello. The confusing language being used in Section 3.1 is a threat to ballot initiatives like the Climate Charter. The Climate Charter, which was supposed to go on the ballot in November, but that wasn't doable for you, so it'll go on the ballot in May 2023. But now, rather than going on the ballot as one proposition, the climate charter is going on the ballot as 8 different propositions. This isn't what 40,000 El Pasoans who signed that
Ms.
petition.
Hill, this is
That's,
item 2
that'll
on
be
the
item
agenda.
number 2.
We're on item number 1 on the general charter amendments.
Okay, then I'll
Yeah,
just,
this will be on item number 2.
okay, then I'll just come back for item
Yes,
number
ma'am.
2.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for
The next speaker is Nick Hanzopoulos, followed by Sapphire Ortega, Jose Miguel Reyes, Veronica Carvajal. Good morning, sir. You have 3 minutes.
Good morning, Council.
Good morning.
My name is Nick Hanzopoulos. I'm a District 8 constituent represented by City Rep Chris Canales. Quick comment. I'm with Sunrise El Paso, and I insist that City Council do not carry out the prevention of further ballot initiatives. This item is purely anti-democratic and inequitable. Item 1, Section 3.11 is an obvious contradiction to our rights as Americans to propose, simply put, change. Without ballot initiatives, voters will only be able to exercise their right restrictively. Without this initiative, there can be no change and ultimately no hope for the future for future generations. Thank you.
The next speaker is Sapphire Ortega. Sapphire Ortega, followed by Jose Miguel Reyes, Veronica Carvajal, Vanessa Medrano, Ana Fuentes. Good morning. You have 3 minutes.
Good morning. I'm Sapphire Ortega, and I live in District 8. For item 1, the language amendment 4, section 3.1, I feel like it has to be more clear to the reader and to those who struggle to understand or even pay attention. It looks as though it is trying to confuse the reader, and I personally don't understand what it is and is saying. I also do not see it summarizing Amendment 4 as its original state. I think it needs to be made clear that the government does not want any ballots that require funding, which makes no sense because you are here to help the people. A democracy, and as shown in history, many have been silenced, but it is now 2023, and I think we should stop silencing people. It's time to stick to the values. Oh gosh, I lost myself. It's time to, it's time to stick to the values of helping the people and funding projects that help our El Pasoans and our city. I personally do get distracted. So in terms of accommodating others who struggle to pay attention, this also is not friendly to those who are disabled. That's another thing to keep in mind. It looks as though you are taking advantage of their deficits. But truly, I think my most concern is for those who struggle to understand what is being said. If many of us can't understand or see the summary as reflecting what is in the Amendment 4, then I'm sure many of other El Pasoans won't understand it when reading. Though I do understand it has taken years to make the amendment, I think we need to be willing to keep an open mind and change things. In terms of clarification for the people of El Paso, remember the goal is to help the people and make the language easier for them to understand what they are reading. That way they know if they truly do or do not wish to vote for the amendment. Thank you.
The next speaker is Jose Miguel Reyes. Jose Miguel Reyes, followed by Veronica Carvajal, Vanessa Medrano, Ana Fuentes. Good morning. You have 3 minutes.
Good morning. Greetings. I'm a constituent from District 7. I'm here to denounce the proposed language for the amendment to the city's charter, section 3.11. The proposed ballot language is at best vague and at worst utterly disingenuous. Let it be known by the city council and mayor that we can see through their plot at stripping away democratic-led initiatives from materializing in the future, like Justicia Fronteriza's ordinance petition for election reform. One is left to imagine the envy that El Paso City's government has over their constituents' power to make meaningful change in their city, that they want to keep it all for themselves. Also know that we talk to hundreds and hundreds of individuals, and we'll make sure that every person we come across knows the true intentions of this amendment, enough that it gets voted down by the people in May. Thank you.
The next
Thank you.
speaker is Veronica Carvajal. Ms. Carvajal, *6, please, to unmute your telephone. Good morning. You have 3 minutes.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Veronica Carvajal. Dear Mayor and Council, yesterday evening I sent you each a very long, detailed email with my concerns regarding the proposed changes to Section 3.11 ballot initiatives. I really wish I could support these changes because they do get rid of the second round of signatures, but at a really high cost. The remaining terms and proposals are extremely undemocratic, and they make ballot initiatives nearly impossible. Petitioners currently work backwards from the state's deadline to get the language on the ballot, and that's about 8 weeks before the election in either May or November. Getting thousands of signatures from people who are actually registered to vote is very time-consuming and expensive. We're talking about 7,000 to 11,000 ballot signatures right now. Under your proposal, we would have 180 calendar days to get 11,000 good signatures. For us, that's 180 days, but yet your proposal is giving the city clerk 90 working days, which we've heard before, really turns into almost 6 months because of the 4-day work week. As a lawyer, I'm not sure how that is allowed under the law, but it is, according to the city attorney. I'm asking that you please use calendar days for both. If you're going to use it for petitioners, that you also use it for the city. Now, signatures already expire within 180 days per state law. That is already enough of a burden for petitioners without the city now dictating when that 180-day clock begins. Right now, under your proposal, it begins with the new initial notice of intent and the city's 30 days to consider it. I'm assuming that's working days. It was not in the presentation. Thirdly, we need a cap of 5,000 if we are going to have a 180-day calendar day deadline for the public and a 5-month deadline for the clerk to validate those signatures. I also don't agree with limiting petition elections to citywide general elections. Currently, we're limited, the ballots go on the next general election specified by state law. Right now, we have 8 opportunities to put ballot initiatives on the ballot during the span of 4 years. What you're proposing would put ballot initiatives on the ballot only once in 4 years because you're considering citywide general elections to be only when the mayor is on the ballot. This is extremely undemocratic, you know that Section 41.001 of the State Election Code mandates 2 elections each year, one in May and one in November. There is no reason to limit that to only to having us only on the ballot once every 4 years. Now, as for the limitations, I also don't trust that the city will interpret these in a way that will allow us to actually get anything done in the future. I'm thinking about the climate charter.
Thank you, Ms.
I'm thinking
Carvajal.
about
You've
lost
reached the
jobs.
3 minutes, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next statement was submitted by Vanessa Medrano, and it reads, "My name is Vanessa Medrano, and I'm a constituent of District 7. When I first read the proposed ballot language for the proposed amendments to 3.11 ballot initiatives, amendment number 4, I was so thrilled. Then I actually read the proposed amended language. The proposed amendment I read in Article 3, Section 3.11 does not simply remove the requirement for a second petition and institute a process for the public to initiate a city ordinance. It removes the ability for any community-led ordinances to go into effect if it requires any city funding, even if it is signed on and voted on by your taxpayers. Regardless of how ridiculous I find this amendment to be, I understand it has to go on the ballot. Please actually make sure El Pasoans are aware of what they're voting for when it appears on the ballot. I, like many El Paso voters, struggle to trust and believe that our city government holds our best interests in mind. This proposed language for this amendment does not help. This language is misleading, and it was not long ago that the City Council had to address initially vague ballot language to push an agenda the majority of El Pasoans would not support. If you all were to keep this language, it would only prove that we can't trust you. Please be as sincere as you all claim to be by ensuring that the ballot language for this amendment actually references the amendment language you have drafted." Vanessa Medrano. The next speaker is Ana Fuentes, followed by Atziri Reyes, Isabella Correa, Josh Simmons, Dr. Rick Bonart, Carmen Rodriguez, Lori Marshall, Yvonne Diaz. Good morning, Ms. Fuentes. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Ana Fuentes. I'm an organizer with Justicia Fronteriza, as well as Sunrise El Paso, as well as a constituent of District 8. I'm here to express my concerns over the ballot language proposed before Council, specifically Amendment 4. The proposed ballot language does not match what the initiative actually entails, since the language completely omits the austerity measure that prohibits the initiation of ordinance petitions that will require the allocation of city funds. As it reads, the proposed language insinuates that the amendment would lift barriers so that community-led petitions can successfully make it to the ballot, when in reality, the amendments to Article 3.11 close democratic venues for the electorate to express their will. By omitting the importance of the austerity measure as it is included in the amendment, the language is blatantly deceitful to the voters. I'm additionally concerned about removing the limit for the city clerk to verify the signatures. I understand and I am sympathetic to the workload that it places on the clerk's office. However, I think removing or extending that cap to 180 days or 90 days, is removing a check of accountability on the clerk's office rather than providing her with more staff. You're extending that deadline and making it so that petitioners have to wait longer to know whether or not their petition will be on the ballot. So again, I want to reinforce that the ballot language should be amended so it accurately reflects what is proposed in the initiative. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Atziri Reyes, followed by Isabella Correa, Josh Simmons. Good morning. You have 3 minutes.
Good morning. My name is Atsiri
Good morning.
Reyes, a District 1 constituent represented by Mr. Brian Kennedy. Today, I am here to advocate against Article 3, Section 3.11, where, in twisted words, it bans all future ordinance ballot initiatives from taking place when they require city funding. I am a huge advocate of the people and our rights for democracy, and this is anti-democratic and an abuse to our freedom of choice. A way, in my eyes, to control the people. Given that I am just as human as anyone else, I will state that I have a voice, and my family has a voice. My friends have a voice, and so I ask with that voice that you listen and put the voices of the people first, not just the privileged few. Let there be future ordinance initiatives, let us have choices, and let us have a voice. And make the language, of course, more understanding so that everyone can know what they're signing on to in the ballots. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Isabella Correa, followed by Josh Simmons, Rick Bonart, Carmen Rodriguez, Lori Marshall, Ivan Diaz. Good morning. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, good morning. My name
Good
is
morning.
Isabella Correa. I'm going to be speaking for item 2 instead of item 1. I just wanted to make it clear if that's okay with you all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Josh Simmons. Josh Simmons, *6 to unmute your telephone. Josh Simmons, *6, please. Josh Simmons, you're still on mute. *6, please. Josh Simmons. Good morning. You have 3 minutes.
Hello. Hi, good morning, distinguished city staff and city council. My name is Josh Simmons. I am a resident of District 5, and I want to voice
You're back on mute, Mr. Simmons. *6, please. *6. Go ahead, Mr. Simmons.
Hello?
Go ahead, sir.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I just wanted to voice my concerns about some of the amendments. Although I am a very strong advocate for direct petitioning for the people, some of the language in the proposed amendment presented today is concerning, whereas people should be allowed to petition the government in a timely manner, as well as having, once verified and acceptable, having those petitions move towards the ballot in a swift manner. And considering with this being a charter amendment and all the other proposed amendments, I just would like to remind the council that it was already delayed from November and now into May. So any further delay, although it would seem like in the interest of the public for education, also delays the First Amendment rights of the citizens that engage in that petition. So thank you very much, and I hope that council does adopt some of the amendments proposed today by Representative Anello and allows for fair governance by the people for the people. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Council. A friendly reminder, please no side conversations while the meeting is in session. The next speaker is Dr. Rick Bonart, followed by Carmen Rodriguez, Lori Marshall, Ivan Diaz. Good morning, sir. You have 3 minutes.
So,
Good morning, Dr. Bonart.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. I'm speaking to you as someone who has been involved in the initiative petition process. As you know, I led the campaign to Save Lost Dog. Just a little reality check for that campaign. We needed approximately 3,500 signatures in all, and that was 1,700 on the first petition and 1,700 on the second petition. I have given you some simplified language here, which I believe anyone can understand, and it has the following advantages. It establishes a responsible party. It allows for early council intervention. It sets reasonable time limits, all specified as calendar days. It avoids additional costs of special elections, and it eliminates the second petition and a reasonable number of signatures. So 5,000 signatures as a cap is very reasonable when you consider that over the last 20 years, there have only been 2 successful petitions that have made it onto the ballot. And then of those 2, only one was successfully permitted by the voters and went on, and that was Lost Dog. So this is not something that occurs every day, even with these lower limits of signatures. So a cap of 5,000 is very reasonable. Also, by changing everything to calendar days, you can tweak the little parameters a little bit, but everything becomes fair. The additional thing that I want to speak to is, you know, I wouldn't die on this hill, but the need to have 5 people participate in the initial process, it's very simple for me to walk across the street and get my neighbors to sign something, but it doesn't help you. It doesn't bring this process forward. One responsible person is what you want, maybe an alternate in case something happens to that person. You can see how life can change in the blink of an eye. So I think that what I'm proposing to you is very reasonable. And finally, I would like to say, it's a shame that the public can't see what I'm proposing. And I would encourage you in your rules, as I spoke to Mr. Fierro before, by not allowing us to give you things in electronic format, the rest of the city can't see what we're even talking about. So it's very difficult for the public to even get past these barriers that are common. So I can take a presentation to my board, I can send you an email. So the concern about whether there's virus or something in an electronic transmission is really not legit. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Carmen Rodriguez. Carmen Rodriguez, if you're in the queue, *6. I don't see Ms. Rodriguez's phone number. Lori Marshall, good morning. You have 3 minutes. Lori Marshall, you're back on mute. *6, please, to unmute your telephone. Good morning. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, I would like to speak to the next agenda item, I believe. I want to speak in regards to having the vote in May and not having it be broken down into 8 amendments. So with your permission, I'd like to speak in the next section.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ivan Diaz, star six. Ms. Diaz, you have 3 minutes. You're back on mute. Star six, please. Yvonne Diaz. Star six to unmute your telephone. Good morning. You have 3 minutes.
Good morning. My name is Yvonne Diaz. I am with Texas Rising in El Paso. I am a community organizer that focuses on civic engagement of young people on different civic duties, such as voting, such as, getting involved in grassroots organizing. And this morning I've been listening, and I just want to continue to express the concern that a lot of our partners in the community and a lot of our colleagues in the community have been expressing. It's concerning that a lot of this process is it's disappointing that it's not going to help continue engaging young people in the democratic processes. Difficult language and all this morning I also have been trying to wrap my head around everything that is happening, and it's so hard to keep up. And with normal people or young people, we want them to get involved, but doing this democratic process so difficult, having a charter, an amendment, all these things are not helping for people to get engaged or to get interested in politics. If we really want to be a democratic city, I think the language has to be less confusing and has to be this process has been taking so long. I remember last year when everything started, and then now extending it on 2023 to make it longer. It's just so disappointing, but definitely I just want to express my concern, and I wish things can be easier so we can continue making the work in the community and continue engaging young people on all this. Because ultimately, as we always hear saying, they're the future, and the young people is the future. So if we really want to take those words into consideration or into our hearts, really truly believing this doesn't have to be this difficult. Thank you.
That concludes public comment on item 1.
Thank you. Ms. Bryant, I don't think we have Ms. Marshall for item 2. If we could move her down to item 2, please.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. And I think
I would like to see if there's anyone else who would like to speak who has not signed up for our rules.
we'll have to suspend the rules. Is there a motion to suspend the rules?
So moved.
Second.
There's a motion and a second to suspend the rules of order to allow additional speakers on item number 1. All in favor? Anyone opposed? The motion passes. Sir, please state your name for the record.
Good morning. David Guzman with the American Federation of State, County, Municipal Employees Union.
Good morning.
Good morning to all, and I see new faces. Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Fierro, Mr. Canal is up there somewhere. He's now. I hear a lot, and I heard a lot of constituents come up about them not knowing what was going on when they bring up paperwork and information about it. And I'm pretty sure a lot of constituents in the city don't even know what civil service is. I come in to review these things about the civil service. Civil service is for the employees, rules, regulations, policies, procedures. And I hear that Mr. Fierro on one of them, he wanted to take it off. And the thing is that we all have to know before we vote on something, what is it about? Civil service is unique. Civil service is only for the employees and for the staff and representatives like me, that we look at those things. Have you all seen the documents and heard from staff that some of these items already are in place? 6.1-12 says that they want to have the hearing officer under the procurement process. It's already been done. September 19, the hearing officer became a city employee. It was brought to the attention of civil service. Why? Because civil service has their own bylaws, has their own rules. Anytime that any rule is changed by me, by the American Federation of State, County, Municipal Employees, or any other group, or the staff, it has to go to them before anything. Now, here I see a lot of information too that contradicts the rules in the civil service. Because if you change something in the charter and it's still in the civil service rule, we're gonna have a problem. Now, they brought up about the testing, exams. Same time, in the rules it says that if there's examinations, a lot of times you have the right to promote, and they're taking it away. They did stay with the seniority. That I did have a problem when we did the ad hoc committee, but at the same time, they're taking away the appeal. In the rules, it says that an employee can appeal a promotion whenever they
Thank you,
they
Mr.
do
Guzman. You've reached the
examinations.
3 minutes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Is there anyone else that would like to speak on item 1?
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor.
We have Representative Kennedy, followed by Representative Hernandez.
One of the things I was going to ask, because we hear it again and again, and some of that may be because it seems a little confusing, is the 3.11 in the ban on expenditure of city funds. If I could get, again, I know we have an explanation on the ramifications of having that. It doesn't automatically stop somebody from having a charter amendment that could have an expenditure. I want to make sure I understand this, but it does stop something that demands that we spend a certain amount on an item. Is that correct? Or did I misunderstand that?
Kristen Hamilton, Karen, for the record, and I believe that it is on the slide right now that's being presented. This would remove from the field of the initiative process ordinances regarding allocation of funds. So if somebody is proposing an ordinance attempting to allocate or appropriate city funds, that would not be appropriate for the initiative process, because there are budgetary requirements that you have to do in the background in order to determine where that money is coming from, what you're moving money out of in order to allocate this money, for a different cause. It would not eliminate an ordinance that would provide for a project that the city would then need to figure out how to fund.
So this would not, just so I understand completely, this would not have stopped a lost dog from being put on the ballot.
Correct. That initiative petition was to require that the city preserve in perpetuity a specified property that the city already owned. There was not an allocation of city funds with that ordinance.
I want to make sure I was clear, so when I get asked, I can at last give a clear answer. The only other thing I was going to say is the only other issue that I have with everything that was up is when we look at giving 60 days to go through the signatures in a ballot, when we work that out to a 4-day work week, that's a little over 15 weeks. So I know that I'm hesitant to put the extra work on Ms. Prine and her department that have done yeoman's work verifying signatures. My concern is even with 60 days, we're looking at 15 weeks, when we're stretching over almost 4 months to verify signatures. I'm concerned because it moves time limits around so dramatically for those people that are bringing petitions forward.
Yeah,
That's all I was
60
gonna
days
say.
should be, 60 days
60 days is
would
worst
make it
case
89
scenario.
days.
I would like to stress, Laura Cruzacoso for the record, I would like to stress that 60 days is a worst case scenario.
Mm-hmm.
In most cases, Laura and her team will make it to the 30-day time frame or close to. It's a worst case scenario should the situation be that we receive a large volume of petitions for any reason and or it becomes a time frame when, for example, this past fall, we had a large volume of folks that were coming in for the election period. And it's a team of about 8 folks that she has on her staff.
Yeah,
Ms.
Representative
Cruz is
Kennedy, if you
correct.
do 60 days, it should be 89 days. Because there's 3 days, there's a 4-day week. So you got 3 days you don't work times 12, times 4 is 12. You do it twice is 24. 60 plus 24 is 89. So roughly it'll be 90 days.
So what happened is, and Ms. Cruz is correct, what happened is this fall is we received 2 petitions within days of each other, along with the election period, and we received another 5 candidate petitions to verify. On the candidate petitions, I have 5 days to turn it around. We did get 2 large petitions to certify, and so the 30 working days was just not feasible for my office of 8. I have heard mention of 4-day work weeks. I will tell you that we did come in on weekends during those weeks, during that time period, to verify the petitions. We were here over the weekend. For example, on the fair elections petition, our deadline to complete was September 26th. We completed it by September 13th. So we do work as expeditiously as possible. However, we're just looking for a little bit of leeway to eliminate any hardship to my office should scenarios like that happen in the future.
And you did a great job, by the way, Ms. Prine.
Thank you, Mayor.
And I was going to say, I know that you guys were working nights and weekends to make this happen. My only concern is to address the concerns of the constituents, and I understand this, that right now it's 30 calendar days. Is that correct?
30 working days.
30 working days?
Yes, sir.
If we were to tack 50% on that and make it 45 working days, it might give Ms. Prine and that department the relief they wanted, but still be the happy medium where we don't end up making it where it can be 3 or 4 months to get them, certified. I was just.
And the only point that I would make there is that that's why we put in the language without delay.
Yeah, I understand, and I appreciate that, and she has always done it without delay. I mean, it's not like she sat around and waited for close to the deadline. I just think that if it's a deadline that we don't think we're ever gonna run into, then there's really no reason to push it out that far. That's all I was gonna say.
Thank you, Representative. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. So based on Representative Kennedy's concerns, I'm going to ask to amend. Oh, do you want? I'm just going to ask to amend my amendment to 45 working days, because I think we've determined that that would be about 60 days. I also finally remembered the last amendment I wanted to make to item number 4, and that is to remove citywide to general election, because I think that really limiting citizen petitions to once every 4 years is, I just think, really awful. I really believe in the citizen petition process. And when you say citywide general election, which means it's only during the mayoral election, I mean, look at the case with the charter amendment. We've asked them, they had their signatures prepared for November. We asked them if they would let us wait until November. They agreed. This also doesn't give us leeway. I can't even in my mind understand how we could justify saying you can only do a citizen petition once every 4 years. And if other cities do it, that's fine. That is not what our city does. That is not what our community is like. And so I'm going to make the motion to remove the word citywide from item number 4. And I don't know if I have a second.
Second on both items.
Rep Anello, if I may, Mayor.
We have
wanted
let me get Representative Hernandez, and I'll get you, sir.
Thank you, Mayor. Actually, my question was for Representative Canales. I had clarification on that language, and then Rep Anello just made a further changes. And so the question I have is related to the striking of language or addition of language. And so you had mentioned, let me go back to the slide here in a second. Thereafter must place the proposed ordinance on the ballot at the next citywide general election specified in state law. And then you had said to add no later than. And so is there any striking of language? And then where would the addition be, if you can please clarify?
Go ahead, Representative
You're
Canales.
asking me?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. on
Yeah,
your.
what I had proposed read, thereafter must place the proposed ordinance on the ballot no later than the next citywide general election specified in state law, and then an additional at the end, then a comma, and the words meeting all deadlines. So no striking. It is the addition of no later than before the words the next citywide general election.
So the ordinance on the ballot, comma, no later than, comma, at the next citywide general election? Is that what I'm understanding?
I guess I would be striking the word at.
Okay. All right.
So no late, yeah.
Okay, understood.
Thereafter must place the proposed ordinance on the ballot no later than. That can remain no later than at the next citywide general election specified in state law, meeting all deadlines.
Okay, so that helps answer my question, and I'm sure you have more feedback on that, but I do have a question related to that specific amendment for our city attorney's office. I recall in prior discussions about what the state election code says, and so I just want to make sure that there's no conflict with this proposed amendment as it relates to what the state election code says on ordinance amendments.
Shouldn't be any.
Correct. The state election code provision is related to charter amendments, but the current language in our charter, so to your question, Representative Hernandez, the state election code does not address this detail for initiative petitions for ordinances. It doesn't even require that cities, the home rule cities, have ordinance initiative petitions in their charter, and some cities do and some cities don't. Our current language on our charter states that the ordinance must be placed at the next general city election. That is the next mayoral election. A general city election is the mayoral election. The uniform elections are the state law defined May and November elections. So Representative Canales's amendment is workable. It requires that council do it no later than the next general city election, but may do it. It clarifies for the public that the council may choose to do so at the next, at the very next uniform election.
Okay, so does the word general election need to be changed to election and just striking general, or do we have to?
If you do that, then the city would be required to place it on the next uniform election date, which could cause significant cost if you're already in an election year, if you're already going to have your council representative elections, if it's already a year that you have a regular election. So there's regular elections. That's the elections that are set at 2-year intervals for members of council, 4-year intervals for the mayor. Those are regular elections. The general city election is the citywide election for the mayoral election. So if you were to change it to say the next election, the city would be bound, even if you were in a year where you're going to have a November election, the city would be bound to have another election in May if a petition came in the interim.
Okay,
so
I
that would
understand.
create cost, and that's why
yeah.
we recommended that it be the next general city election as it still is today.
So,
currently.
but Representative Canales' amendment, no later than, would address this concern with having multiple elections in 1 year, and just focusing on a next citywide election. So you're comfortable with that as it relates to having multiple elections per year?
Absolutely,
Okay.
and that's the way that this has been interpreted to apply in the past already. As you recall, the election related to the Lost Dog Trail happened at a non-general city election, and so council has already had that leeway. This just provides council the ability to choose to put it on an earlier election or to wait until it would be, an election that's already coming up as a regular election.
Okay, so that's helpful. Thank you for clarifying. I do have multiple other points, but I know Rep. Canales, we're on this subject, and so I would defer to Mayor Leeser if you wanted to add and chime in, as you were trying to earlier, or if you're comfortable if I can move on with the discussion. That was the question for you, Representative Canales, if you wanted to add anything.
Ms. Prine, I would like to remove my motion.
Yes, ma'am. The one about the removing citywide. Yes, thank you.
The one about general election. I think Representative Canales' motion covers that.
Okay.
Yeah, it does, and I think Ms. Hamilton covered that also for us.
Okay, so then I'd like to move on. There is a question from, I guess a question posed from staff that they needed additional clarification. And there's 3 items: the ordering of an election, the removal of the required number of days, and then the allow the council to amend ordinances. I only heard one motion, but in my understanding, you still need direction on the other 2 items. Yes? Okay. And so I would like to make a motion, and if council is following along on the slides, that's slide number 11. I move to add the addition of language as stated in the slide. That addition of the language would be the governing body, highlighted in yellow. So that would be my first motion, is to add that addition to clarify that it is this council that has the authority to add ballot language to a future or ordinance amended form onto a ballot for the future. So that's my first motion as proposed by
Second.
staff.
I'll second that.
Second.
Thank you, Representative Rivera. And then the issue about the petition, the number of days, I think has been clarified. Thank you, Mrs. Prine, for that additional information. I know even though you're working 4 days a week, you're still working 10-hour days. And so it's not like you're working less time, but we're just being more productive with the time that you spend here. And then the third item is relating to initiative ordinances approved by electors. And so the addition that staff has proposed is, and I move to approve the addition of language, and it starts on page number 13, and it's highlighted in yellow. Provided, however, that no ordinance adopted that the polls under the initiative shall be amended or repealed by the council within 1 year of adoption, further protecting initiative ordinances to ensure that no future councils can amend it within a year, because from what I understand from Mrs. Neiman, is that there's no clarification in our current charter that would provide future councils to just change it within a year. So this, I believe, would protect initiative processes, and so I move to approve the addition of that language as prescribed in slide 13. And those were my final amendments. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Rivera?
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
This is for Ms. Cruz and Ms. Prime. So what you're telling us is that you're okay with 45 days, Ms. Prime? Should a situation like that ever arise again?
Yeah, the problem with the 45 days is that the language states that I must place it on the city council agenda within 45 days if this passes. That means I lose a week because we post a week prior. So I'm losing days if we say 45 days, because I have to place it on the city council agenda. I would have to place it within 45 days, which means that takes away at least a week of verification time.
So if it was ever to happen again where you get those large volumes of petitions and canvassing of votes and everything else, you'd have to work 7 days a week for the next 45 days?
We would have to meet the deadline, sir. And this would be instituting a statistical sampling method, because we would not be able to check every single signature within that amount of time.
Okay. And I was comfortable with the 60 days. Were you comfortable with that one?
I was comfortable with 60 because, as I stated, I lose a week if I have to place it on the city council agenda within a certain time frame. I lose a week because we post the agenda a week prior to.
I was going to ask Representative Kennedy if we would reconsider the 45 days to 60 days like we had it.
He's not here right now.
I believe Rep. Pinello, Mayor Pro Tem, suggested 60 days, and that would be a lot better than the 45.
Who seconded that item?
It was Representative Anello, seconded by Representative Molinar, for 45 days.
So do you want to, will you consider 60 days and lift your second?
I'll go ahead and remove my second for that.
Okay.
Go ahead and make the motion, sir.
For the 60 days? Motion to return the 60 days for that ballot initiative, please.
Second.
60 working days.
60 working days, yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Rep. Salcido. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Representative Canales, did you have something else, sir?
Yes, we heard from several speakers that they had concerns about the proposed ballot language for amendment number 4. And so I think it would be prudent to at least create the option here to add some of the language from the proposed amended language into the proposed ballot language, having to do with the limitations on what can be considered through the initiative process. And so I'd like to propose some amended ballot language to read, should section 3.11 relating to the initiative petition of the city charter be amended to remove the requirement for a second petition, strike the word and replace with to. So to institute a process for the public to initiate a city ordinance, and then adding new language, comma, and to clarify that no ordinance may be initiated through this process regarding allocation or appropriation of city funds, zoning or rezoning, levy of taxes, setting utility rates, purchase or sale of an interest in real property, or granting a franchise.
Second.
Yeah, I do think that that is more complex language that goes on the ballot. It's something that we look to reduce the complexity of ballot language when possible, but I do think that in this case it can add some clarity as to that additional part of the proposed amended language that isn't captured in the ballot language right now.
Mayor, what slide
Can
was
you
that,
repeat
please?
that language, sir?
Mayor, what slide was
Sure.
that? What
It's
slide?
exactly the language
seven.
that's on slide 7. And so on slide 6 is the proposed ballot language that I'll be amending. And then the rest of the language is taken from slide 7. So it basically adds a comma with a third clause on the proposed ballot language, reading, and to clarify. And then we pick up, or I guess, and to clarify that. And we pick up in the middle of the first sentence on slide 7, which says, no ordinance may be initiated through this process regarding allocation or appropriation of city funds, zoning or rezoning, levy of taxes, setting utility rates, purchase or sale of an interest in real property, or granting a franchise.
Thank you for that. And we do have a second, Representative Anello. And with that,
Clarifying question, point of clarification. There is an amendment to clarify the language on the allocation or appropriation of city funds. If that amendment passes, will that be added into your ballot language, Representative Canales?
yes, that's what he asked for.
Yeah, I think that would definitely be the intent here, so that whatever clause ends up in the proposed amended language about these specific limitations, that clause essentially word for word would be included as the third part of that proposed ballot language.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Prine, will we take the amendments now, please? Yes, absolutely. One by one, please.
Yes, sir. So the first motion was made by Representative Anello, and it was seconded by Representative Molinar. And it was on the slide 7, and it's to remove the word 5 so that it reads any registered voter. Is that correct? Thank you. And this is on slide 7. So the language would be to strike out the word 5 so that it simply reads any registered voter. On that motion, call for the vote. Representative Canales?
Aye.
Thank you. In the voting session, the motion passes 7-1. Representative Hernandez voting nay. The remainder of council voting aye. The motion does pass. The next motion was made by Representative Anello, seconded by Representative Molinar. And this is to direct staff to return with recommended language to clarify the allocation or appropriation of city funds. And this is also on slide 7 to section 3.11. Is that correct, Representative Anello?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
It's to approve, or can you clarify
This is to
language?
direct staff to return with recommended language to section 3.11, the proposed amended language, to clarify the language for the allocation or appropriation of city funds.
Okay.
Yes,
Who's
sir.
that?
This is to direct staff to return with recommended language that would clarify the language regarding the allocation or appropriation of city funds.
And point of clarification, that can be done and presented in the first reading, correct? This will not delay the process. Okay, I just wanted to clarify that. Thank you.
On that motion, call for the vote. Representative Canales?
Aye.
Thank you. In the voting session, and the motion passes 7-1. Representative Hernandez voting nay. The remainder of council voting aye. The motion does pass. The next motion was made by Representative Anello, seconded by Representative Molinar. And this is to cap the number of required signatures for an initiative petition at 10,000. Is that correct, Representative Anello?
Correct.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. This is to cap the required number of signatures on an initiative petition to 10,000. On that motion, call for the vote. Representative Canales?
Aye.
Thank you. In the voting session, the motion passes 7-1. Representative Hernandez voting nay. The remainder of council voting aye. The motion does pass. The next motion was made by Representative Fierro, seconded by Representative Molinar. And this is on slide number 7. I'm sorry, this is to delete amendment number 8. And this is regarding section 4.1B. It's slide 17. And this is to delete the amendment on slide 17, amendment number 8, regarding the powers of the mayor, section 4.1B. And this is to delete. On that motion, call for the vote. Voting session is open. Representative Canales?
No.
Mayor, we have a tie. Thank you. In the voting session, the motion passes with the mayor breaking the tie. Representatives Kennedy, Anello, Molinar, Fierro, Mayor Lisa voting aye. Representatives Hernandez, Salcido, Rivera, Canales voting nay. The motion does pass. The next amendment, or the next motion is made by Representative Fierro, seconded by Representative Anello. And this is to delete amendment number 10 on slide number 19. And this is regarding section 6.2-2. And this is to delete it. It's on slide number 19 regarding section 6.2-2.
Can you read the item, please?
Yes, sir, and this says, should section 6.2-2 relating to unclassified services and 6.2-3 relating to appointment and removal of unclassified personnel be amended to align the person carrying out the role of Civil Service Commission Recorder with all other unclassified city employees who may be removed by the city manager or designee in accordance with the city charter. This is to delete that amendment. On that motion, call for the vote. Representative Canales?
No.
Mayor, we have a tie. Thank you. In the voting session, and the motion passes with the mayor breaking the tie. Representatives Kennedy, Anello, Molinar, Fierro, and the mayor voting aye. Representatives Hernandez, Salcido, Rivera, Canales voting nay. The motion does pass. The next motion was made by Representative Canales, seconded by Representative Anello. And this is on slide number 8, on section 3.11. And this is to amend the language. And this is where it reads on the second paragraph where it says, thereafter must place the proposed ordinance on the ballot at, and to insert the words, no later than the next citywide general election specified in state law, comma, meeting all deadlines. Is that correct, Representative Canales?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you. On that motion, call for the vote.
I'm sorry, Ms. Prine, can you read that one more time?
Yes, ma'am. And this is a motion made by Representative Canales, seconded by Representative Anello, and this is on slide number 8. And this is on the section 3.11 on the initiative, and on the second paragraph on the slide where it says, thereafter must place the proposed ordinance on the ballot at, and to insert the words, no later than the next citywide general election specified in state law, comma, meeting all deadlines.
I'm sorry, I wanted to clarify from Representative Canales. My understanding was that his language was to say at the next election, no later than the next citywide general election.
Correct.
But that's not what she read. She said no, she just said no later than the next citywide election.
No later than at the next.
No later than is what I proposed.
Right, no later than.
Representative Canales, can you restate that, please?
Correct. No later than is what I proposed, exactly as Ms. Prine read it. Thereafter must place the proposed ordinance on the ballot no later than at the next citywide general election specified in state law, meeting all deadlines.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, I have a little bit of concern that we're not specifying at the next election if possible, if you are not in a uniform election year.
Well, you are, because you're saying no later than. But you can do it before, is what he's trying to say.
And nothing's requiring you to.
No, what he's trying to say, you have to do it at the next one, but you don't have to wait for it, no later than. That's what he's specifying, no later than, but when the next one comes, you'd have to do it at. But you could do it prior to if you felt like doing it.
Well, and we should do it prior to is my concern.
Well, that gives you that option.
Excuse me. So Representative Canales, would you be willing to add in the language at the next election no later than the next citywide general election? At the next uniform election, I'm sorry. I mean,
No,
I know it's counterintuitive, but I have a lot of concern that this will just end up pushing every ballot initiative to the next citywide general election, which in some cases could be 4 years.
Mayor, if I may offer a potential solution, is that perhaps the language could say, may place it on the next election, however, no later than the next general city election. So then it gives you the option, and it discusses that it could be on the next election, but no later than.
I think it's basically the same thing.
It's not, though. It's not.
Yeah.
It's the devil's in the details, right?
Oh, it is.
Representative Canales, are you okay with that? With Kristen Hamilton's suggestion?
Can I hear it again? I don't see a particular difference. I think what I proposed gives the same flexibility that it can be done sooner, but it has a deadline of a hard deadline of the next citywide general election.
But the citywide general election is once every 4 years, and so there's really no language in there that is propelling the council at the time to pick an earlier date. With this language, it is essentially just saying you just have to do it, but it's the same language to me.
It does. It says no later than, which means you can do it any time before then.
You can, but you don't have to.
You're talking about, you don't have to, but you can.
But I would like there to be language that that says that you have to.
Yeah.
Unless it's an election year. So if you're not, I will pull my second and just make the motion to approve Ms. Hamilton's recommendation, but I just would like to know if you would accept that.
No, I think there would have to be a separate motion. I propose mine to give the flexibility needed for the council to make a decision of when to post or when to put this on the ballot.
So is there a second? for
I'll second that.
Canales?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a
And then
second.
I
Can
would
we-
make the motion to accept Kristen Hamilton's recommendation, which does still give the flexibility, but also allows if it is a non-uniform election year to call it on that year.
Thank you. Thank you. That was going to be my question.
Pardon me?
That was going to be my question on flexibility.
Same thing.
It does the same thing, but what this would state on the charter would say that thereafter must place the proposed ordinance, or may place the proposed ordinance. It would change that must to may. May place the proposed ordinance on the ballot at the next election, comma, but no later than the next citywide general election.
I'll
I
second
think-
that.
If I may, I think I might have a kind of down the middle compromise here. Something reading, may place the proposed ordinance on the ballot at a uniform election no later than the next citywide general election.
Yeah, fine with that.
Well, we need to get Representative Salcido to pull her second.
Oh, it was Representative Salcido. Do you withdraw your second?
Yes.
Okay, so now do we have a second on that motion?
I'll
I'll
second.
second it.
Thank you.
Okay, so
We got a
this-
long way to say the same thing, but we got it.
This motion is made by Representative Canales, seconded by Representative Kennedy. And this is on section 3.11, slide 8, that it reads, thereafter may place the proposed ordinance on the ballot at a uniform election no later than at the next citywide general election specified in state law, meeting all deadlines. Is that correct?
Representative Vanilla, is that correct?
Can you read it again for Representative
says-
Rivera?
Thereafter may place the proposed ordinance on the ballot at a uniform election no later than at the next citywide general election specified in state law, meeting all deadlines.
Yes, and I just hope this council remembers the intent in this language.
Ms. Hamilton saying that's correct, so with that.
Thank you.
If I may, I
Yes, sir, go
think
ahead.
that may actually needs to be a must again.
I agree.
Yeah, it must be at a uniform election no later than the next general election. I think May leaves a forever deadline.
Is that what you had originally?
Yes.
I had said May, but I think must is
Okay.
correct now.
Representative
So
Kennedy?
reaffirm a second for the must.
Well, I had a second. Representative Kennedy, you
Oh.
removed your second, right?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So then Representative Anello, you're seconding
The must.
the must. So then it reads, let me read it once again. Thereafter must place the proposed ordinance on the ballot at a uniform election no later than at the next citywide general election specified in state law, meeting all deadlines. Correct?
Correct.
Okay.
That sounds good to me.
Okay, thank you. On that motion, call for the vote. Representative Canales?
Aye.
Thank you. In the voting session, the motion passes 7-1. Representative Molinar voting nay. The remaining council members voting aye. The motion does carry. The next amendment was made by Representative.
Mayor, I've got a question. Does that include the 60 days that we made an amendment to?
We're not there yet.
Okay.
It's coming. Thank you. The next motion was made by Representative Canales, seconded by Representative Kennedy. And this is on slide number 18. And this is to amend the proposed ballot language to section 6.1-4. And this is to read, should 6.1-4 be amended by the city to allow for the appointment of civil service commissioners to change the qualification requirements that reflect the diversity of the community and city workforce. Representative Canales, is that correct?
I believe so. I'm sorry. Can you read it one more time, please?
I have, should section 6.1-4 be amended by the city to allow for the appointment of civil service commissioners to change the qualification requirements that reflect the diversity of the community and city workforce?
I think that near the end needs to be replaced by a 2.
To reflect the diversity or the community and city workforce?
I believe so. Let me see. Should 6.1-4 be amended by the city to allow for the appointment of civil service commissioners? Can you pick up from there, Ms. Prine?
Yes,
What
I
was
have
next?
to change the qualification requirements to reflect the diversity of the community and city workforce.
Yeah, this was the one when I made the motion that I asked for some help from the legal department. I think there's a better way to draft this to integrate the actual change that's proposed in the proposed language, namely the change to the exams. I mean, not the exams. I'm sorry. The change to the qualifications. But I don't know what the best way to draft this is to integrate that. Can we maybe just instead direct staff to integrate that language into this proposed ballot language and present that to us at the introduction?
Do you second that, Mr. Kennedy? Representative Kennedy?
Yes, I do.
And this is to direct staff to return with recommended language to incorporate the words to change the qualification requirements on the proposed ballot language for section 6.1-4. Is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you. On that motion, call for the vote. Representative Canales?
Aye.
Thank you. In the voting session, the motion passes 5-3. Representatives Kennedy, Anello, Salcido, Fierro, Canales voting aye. Representatives Hernandez, Molinar, Rivera voting nay. The motion does carry. The next motion was made by Representative Canales, seconded by Representative Anello, and this is on slide number 20. And this is to amend the recommended ballot language on sections 6.7-1 and 6.8-1 to read should sections 6.7-1 and 6.8-1 be amended to establish policy and procedures for the promotion of city employees by removing the requirement for examinations. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then point of clarification, we are just approving the amendments. This is not approving the item, correct?
This is approving the amendment.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
And this is the amendment to the proposed ballot language on 6.7-1 and 6.8-1 to amend the proposed ballot language to read should sections 6.7-1 and 6.8-1 be amended to establish policies and procedures for the promotion of city employees by removing the requirement for examinations. On that motion,
Actually, I think that by is because there are, I guess there are no other additional policies and procedures, but establish policies and procedures for the promotion of city employees.
To remove.
Yeah.
to remove, did you?
I think to remove makes more sense in the drafting.
And that was his original motion. I had written it down.
Okay, so this is the proposed ballot language to section 6.7-1 and 6.8-1 to read should sections 6.7-1 and 6.8-1 be amended to establish policies and procedures for the promotion of city employees to remove the requirement for examinations.
Correct.
On that motion, call for the vote. Representative Canales?
Aye.
Thank you. In the voting session, the motion passes 5-3. Representatives Kennedy, Anello, Salcido, Fierro, Canales voting aye. Representatives Hernandez, Molinar, Rivera voting nay. The motion does pass. The next amendment was made by Representative Hernandez, seconded by Representative Rivera. And this is to slide 11. And this is on to add this language to the charter amendments that reads, if council, and this is to add the words the governing body. So it will read, if council does not adopt or adopts a proposed ordinance in an amended form, the governing body will order an election and submit the ordinance to a vote at a regular or special election to be held on the next allowable election date authorized by state law after the certification to the council. If the proposal receives a favorable vote of a majority of those voting in that election, it shall thereupon become a city ordinance. And this is to insert the words, the governing body. On that motion, call for the vote. Representative Canales?
Aye.
Thank you. In the voting session, the motion passes unanimously. The next motion was made by Representative Hernandez, seconded by Representative Kennedy. And this is on slide number 13, also for section 3.11, so that it reads, initiative ordinances adopted or approved by the elector shall be published and may be amended or repealed by the city council as in case of any of other ordinances, and to insert the words, provided however that no ordinance adopted at the polls under the initiative shall be amended or repealed by the council within 1 year of adoption. On that motion, call for the vote. Representative Canales?
Aye.
Thank you. In the voting session, the motion passes 7-1 with Representative Molinar voting nay, the remainder of council voting aye. The motion does pass. The next motion was made by Representative Rivera, seconded by Representative Salcido. And this is to section 3.11 to change the number of requirement that says without delay, the city clerk shall review the petition signatures without delay, but no more than 60 city clerk working days. Is that correct, Representative Rivera? Thank you. This is on slide 12, and this is to say without delay, but no more than 60 city clerk working days. On that motion, call for the vote. Representative Canales?
Aye.
Thank you. In the voting session, the motion passes 6-2. Representatives Hernandez, Molinar, Salcido, Fierro, Rivera, Canales voting aye. Representatives Kennedy, Anello voting nay. The motion does carry. The next motion was made by Representative Canales, seconded by Representative Anello, and this is also to section 3.11. And Representative Canales, you'll have to help me on this one because you wanted to add language to the ballot language.
Correct. I sent it to you by email as well, but I'm happy to read it.
Let me grab it. And it should should section 3.11 relating to the initiative petition of the city charter be amended to remove the requirement for a second petition, to institute a process for the public to initiate a city ordinance, and to clarify that no ordinance may be initiated through this process regarding allocation or appropriation of city funds, zoning or rezoning, levy of taxes, setting utility rates, purchase or sale of an interest in real property, or granting a franchise. And this is with the ultimate language to be adjusted after staff makes recommendations to clarify the proposed amended language regarding allocation or appropriation of city funds. On that motion,
Where was that gonna be inserted, Ms. Frank?
That was
Yeah,
part
yeah,
of the
no,
ballot
but
language,
we're on
is
the
what
ballot.
he's proposing.
Oh,
he's
additional.
proposing
An
new
addition to the
ballot
ballot?
language.
He's proposing ballot language. So on the screen right now, you see the current ballot language, and what he's
slide
proposing
6.
is clarifying the ballot language to
I was looking at
include
the wrong one. Thank you, ma'am.
portions of slide 7. Yes, sir.
Yeah, and so
Thank you.
the words that will be inserted after the proposed ballot language on slide 6 is to add, and to clarify that no ordinance may be initiated through this process regarding allocation or appropriation of city funds, zoning or rezoning, levy of taxes, setting utility rates, purchase or sale of an interest in real property, or granting a franchise. The ballot language will include this added language. On that motion, call for the vote. Representative Canales?
Aye.
Thank you. In the voting session, the motion passes 6-2. Representatives Kennedy, Anello, Molinar, Salcido, Fierro, Canales voting aye. Representatives Hernandez and Rivera voting nay. The motion does carry. Council, I don't have any other motions noted.
I move to approve all city charter amendments as amended.
Second.
First, Mayor Pro Tem.
I would like to take these separately, or I would like to propose one more amendment, whichever you prefer. I would move to delete amendment number 1.
The entire.
Which is?
Which would be giving potentially one city council representative up to 3 terms if they are filling an unexpired term. My motion would delete this, leaving the language as is with a 10-year limit.
Second.
Second.
The motion made by Representative Anello, seconded by Representative Rivera. And this is to delete
Item 1.
Amendment 1, which reads, should Section 2.2C of the City Charter relating to term limits be amended to provide that a person who serves an unexpired term due to a council member vacancy be allowed to serve 2 full 4-year terms regardless of whether it results in more than 10 years. And this is to delete this amendment. Motion made by Representative Anello, seconded by Representative Rivera. And this is to delete that amendment, amendment number 1 on
And
Section 2.2C.
And leave it as is.
Yes, sir.
So if you come in and you fill an unexpired term and you're a month into it, you
Yeah,
won't be able to
Rivera,
run again.
yes. It's the amendment.
You
Yes,
give
sir.
up your next term, basically.
On that motion to delete amendment number 1, call for the vote. Representative Canales?
Aye.
Thank you. In the voting session, the motion passes 6-2. Representatives Anello, Molinar, Salcido, Fierro, Rivera, Canales voting aye. Representatives Kennedy, Hernandez voting nay. The motion does carry. And the final motion was made by Representative Hernandez, seconded by Representative Rivera. And this is to approve all the charter amendments as revised. On that motion, call for the vote. Voting session is open. Representative Canales?
Aye.
Thank you. In the voting session, the motion passes unanimously. Is there a motion to
What you
recess?
want? I'm sorry, what?
Motion to recess till, do we have anyone signed up for public comment? No. Well, those are for the items. Can we take a 10-minute recess? Till 11:45? Oh, till noon? Okay.
Take a recess to noon.
There's a motion to recess until noon. Is there a second? Second. There's a motion and a second to recess the special city council meeting until noon. All in favor? Anyone opposed? And the meeting is in recess at 11:34 and will reconvene at noon. Yes, Mayor. Is there a motion to reconvene? There's a motion and a second to reconvene the city council meeting, the special city council meeting. All in favor? Anyone opposed? The meeting is back in session at 12:03 p.m. That brings us to item number 2 on the agenda, and this is discussion and action on the petition received for amendments to the city charter entitled Climate Charter for the City of El Paso.
Good afternoon, Mayor.
Good
members of
afternoon,
City
ma'am.
Council. Kristen Hamilton Karam again for the record. We're here to discuss the petition to amend the city charter related to climate. We have several presenters today. Ms. Laura Prine will be assisting to present, as well as Mr. Sam Rodriguez and Ms. Laura Cruz Acosta. If you could go to, actually I have the clicker. We'll go to the first slide. And Ms. Prine, if you could present to this.
Good afternoon, Council. Laura Prine, City Clerk, for the record. And so the City of El Paso received the Climate Charter petition on July 25th, 2022. It was submitted by Ground Game Texas to amend the city charter to adopt a climate policy. The required number of signatures was 20,000. Out of the 20,000, we identified 36,360 signatures on the petition. Using the statistical sampling method, we obtained the assistance from a statistician from the University of Texas at Austin to obtain a random sample of 9,091 signatures in order to verify. Upon the results, we submitted our findings to the statistician, who then provided us with a report, and I was able to certify the petition on November 4th, 2022, that said that the city did verify that it is the number of signatures required were contained on the petition based on our statistical sampling. I'll now turn it over to Ms. Kristen Hamilton Karam to proceed.
Thank you. And the key dates for a May election are that the ordinance would need to be introduced on January 31st and adopted after a public hearing on February 7th. The petition that was received, and again, that petition is included in the backup in its full text. Under the law, the city is not allowed to change any words of that petition. The city has to place the text of that petition cannot be adjusted or changed after it has been certified by the city clerk. The petition seeks to create a 9th article of the city charter that has 14 or 15 sections, and it does several different things. There is a section regarding governance that includes the creation of a climate director, a climate department, a climate commission through the charter. And then it also has environmental areas of interest, which include rooftop solar power generation, water conservation that bans using city energy for fossil fuel industry, cancellation and ban of fossil fuel related contracts, climate disaster mitigation and preparedness plan, and to make El Paso a municipal entity. The City Council, under the law, is required and responsible for determining what the ballot language is. The council is to determine what constitutes a subject for the purposes of the ballot language, and to that subject and that topic must substantially submit the measure to the voters in such definiteness and certainty that voters will not be misled. And under the law, an amendment may not contain more than one subject, and the ballot shall be prepared so that a voter may approve or disapprove any one or more amendments without having to approve or disapprove all of the amendments. And so we're going to go through our recommended propositions. Proposition A would adopt Measure A. Measure A is direct quote from the petition submitted by Ground Game Texas. Proposition A is, shall the city charter be amended as proposed by a petition to require the city council to employ a climate director who shall be appointed and removed by city council and report directly to city council, to create a climate policy requiring city council to use all available resources and authority to accomplish and reduce the city's contribution to climate change, invest in an environmentally sustainable future, and advance the cause of climate justice, and to require the creation of a climate department to be directly overseen by the climate director. And Proposition A, if this was approved by the voters, would adopt Measure A, which is direct quote of the petition received, and that would include Section 9.1, 9.2, which is the definitions. 9.1 is the policy that I just read into the record. 9.2, the definitions. Definitions continued. The climate director, appointment and qualifications. This is included in the section related to the climate director, the disclosure of investments, accountability and removal, representative of the city of El Paso in certain aspects, along with the city manager. This is 9.4 is the climate department, and 9.5 is the climate impact of city decisions, which is a role that the climate director would engage in with the city manager. Tracking climate emissions. And that is all of the sections that would be connected or that would be adopted if Proposition A passes at the ballot. Proposition B, again, Proposition B is tied to Measure B. So if Proposition B passes at the ballot by a majority of the voters, Measure B would be adopted in its full text, which is direct quote from the petition received. Proposition B, shall the city charter be amended as proposed by a petition to require the creation of a 9-member climate commission with recommending and investigative powers for the purposes of overseeing the implementation and fulfillment of a city climate policy. The climate commission shall be appointed by a city council with removal of individuals only for incompetence or nonfeasance, misfeasance, or malfeasance in office. And that would be, if that's approved at the ballot box, it would adopt the Climate Commission Section 9.14, which includes these general provisions, the functions and duties of the commission, the appointment, the qualifications, compensation, that they serve without salary. And this is very similar to some of the language from the Civil Service Commission sections of the charter. The staffing, the organization, and the removal provision related to removal of commissioners. Proposition C, again, would adopt Measure C, which is directly quoted from the petition received. Shall the city charter be amended as proposed by a petition to require the creation of an annual goal for climate jobs and the adoption and implementation of a policy that will provide a preference for contractors who are able to advance the city's climate policy. That would adopt Section 9.7, climate jobs, which is your annual goal for creation of climate jobs, which tasks the city manager to coordinate with the climate director to create these goals. And the preference for climate jobs when new funding becomes available, which this one, whenever the city becomes eligible for new funding, including new funding due to tax increases, grants from the Texas government, grants from the United States government, grants from private entities, contracts or other funding opportunities, the city manager shall ensure that such funds are used to create climate jobs and associated training programs whenever such jobs are consistent with funding requirements, city needs, and available resources. Transitioning current city employees to climate work. And this is a provision to change city employee jobs to climate jobs. Provision for contractors who advance the city's climate policy. Measure D would be adopted by Proposition D, which reads, shall the city charter be amended as proposed by a petition to require the creation of an annual solar power generation plan for the city of El Paso and to require the city manager to establish and maintain policies that encourage the development of rooftop solar power generation capacity within the city of El Paso using city facilities, and require both new buildings and retrofitted buildings to include solar power generation capacity. And that role is that is section 9.8, solar energy. It includes the solar generation plan and the rooftop solar power generation. Proposition E, shall the city charter be amended as proposed by a petition to require the employment of all available methods that all energy used within the city is generated by clean, renewable energy, with the goals of requiring 80% clean, renewable energy by 2030 and 100% clean, renewable energy by 2045. And that would adopt section 9.9 from the petition as drafted by the petitioners. The city council shall employ all available methods to require that the city convert to clean, renewable energy within these goals. Proposition F, shall the city charter be amended as proposed by a petition to require the city of El Paso to employ all available efforts to convert El Paso Electric to municipal ownership. And this would adopt section 9.10, which is the municipalization of El Paso Electric. And Proposition G, shall the city charter be amended to require, as proposed by a petition, to require the city of El Paso to undertake all necessary efforts to prepare the city infrastructure to withstand extreme weather conditions and ensure uninterrupted provision of basic services and utilities to city residents. And this is section 9.11, climate disaster mitigation, preparedness, and response. And Proposition H would adopt Measure H, the full text as submitted by the petitioners. And this would require the city of El Paso to ban the use of city water for fossil fuel industry activities defined to include El Paso Electric Company outside of the city limits, and prohibit the city of El Paso from selling or transferring any water for purposes of fossil fuel industry activities outside of the city limits, or otherwise allow any city water to be used for such purposes. And that would adopt section 9.12, water conservation, banning city water for fossil fuel industry activities and canceling city contracts subject to the ban. The next steps are that council on January 31st introduce an ordinance ordering the election. If this election is to take place on May 6th of 2023, that ordinance would be introduced at next council meeting and open for a public hearing on February 7th, and would need to be adopted that day in order to order the election for May 6th. So today we can discuss the ballot proposition language that council deems to be the subject areas proposed by the petitioners. Ms. Cruz Acosta is prepared to speak to the next items.
Ms. Hamilton, are we calling for the election also today on May 6th, or that'll happen on February 7th?
That would happen on February 7th, sir,
Okay.
pursuant to an ordinance that we'd introduce on the 31st.
Thank you.
For the record, Laura Cruz Acosta, Communications Director for the city. So as Ms. Hamilton mentioned, this would follow along the same lines as the city charters, the previous item agenda, in terms of the timelines, the introduction on the 31st, and then on the 7th, the public hearing for the final ordinance calling for the ballot item. We would then, in February, begin the process simultaneously with the charter amendments that the council had previously discussed. Also bring forward these items as an educational campaign for the community in that respect. And so there would be a website, social media posts, Your City in 5, city TV programming in all aspects, as well as press releases and any kind of media interviews. We would conduct them on this item as well. And of course, we would be in all of our efforts with the community meetings. We would be reaching out to each of you in order to coordinate individual constituency meetings with you all, as well as general community meetings for the general community along the lines with our stakeholders such as the business community, the neighborhood associations, and any kind of civic organizations. And with that, I'm going to hand it over to Sam Rodriguez. I think he had. Did you have one? No? Okay.
Sam Rodriguez, Chief Operations Officer. So congruent to this, we are currently working on cost estimates for each one of the measures that will be presented to City Council in the future, as well to the public as part of the public information campaign, in addition to the operational impacts associated with the charter if it passes. So again, we're currently working on that as well, and we'll be presented in the future. Thank you, Council.
You ready for questions? Representative Fierro, followed by Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. This is for legal counsel, please.
Ms. Hamilton?
So, Mr. Mayor, and thank you all for all the work that you've done on this and your recommended ballot language. My question is, what happens if council decides, or can council decide to put the charter amendment as is on the ballot?
The charter amendment will be placed as it is on the ballot. The charter amendments cannot be adjusted or changed. So the language that was submitted by the petitioners has to stay what it is. The ballot language is what the council must decide. The petitioners did not bring forward ballot language. That's not the role of the petitioners, that's the role of the council.
Okay. Thank you. And that's just last question. Has there been any interaction with the group that brought this to go over the amendments as recommended, or to the background on why you're proposing this?
Ms. Prine has provided regular updates to the petitioners. We have not conferred with them related to ballot language. That's the role of the city council again.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Representative Nello?
Thank you. Ms. Hamilton, in regards to what Representative Fierro is asking, I know we have about 2 hours of public comment, and from the statements I've been asked to read and have been submitted by email, I'm going to make an assumption that they are in regards to the request of the petitioners to put this in as one item. And so Representative Fierro, I think that's what he was getting at. What is the possibility? Council can do that, correct?
Yes, ma'am. Council is obligated to determine what a subject is for the voters. I will remind you, though, of that language that I read into the record a moment ago. Council's obligation and under the law is that no petition item have more than one subject, no proposition have more than one subject, and that the voters have the opportunity to not be required to adopt all amendments, but may choose which ones they want to support.
Read the last part again, I'm sorry. I heard that they cannot have more than one subject.
An amendment may not contain more than one subject, and the ballot shall be prepared so that a voter may approve or disapprove any one or more amendments without having to approve or disapprove all of the amendments, and that council is obligated to determine what a subject is for purposes of ballot language, and council must substantially submit the measure with such definiteness and certainty that voters would not be misled.
Okay.
So those are the obligations as you determine.
There's a lot of maze in there, though. So are we legally able to present this as one proposition?
Yes.
Okay. I just wanted to clarify that, again, because I know we're going to have a lot of speakers. My next question is for Ms. Cruz Acosta. I see in this presentation somewhere where you just presented about the outreach that we're going to do. And I am concerned with putting you in a position that's, I don't know, somewhat controversial. I know that we are not allowed to advocate for or against this proposition, correct?
Correct. We're not allowed to advocate or for or against any of the charter amendments or proposals.
Is it our responsibility to, I don't know why I can't see it in this presentation. I know you just presented it, but you did talk about public meetings and mailings and information on the website. Are you required to do that?
We're not required to do that. However, it is advisable that you help educate the community in order to ensure that you are able to get voters out to, educated voters out to the ballot.
Sure. I guess I just don't want to put you or other staff in a position where someone may feel that the information you have provided is biased either for or against. So I just want to, that's my concern. So I'm just
all of
voicing
the
that.
information is provided as fact. We do not comment. We've done this before with a number of different recent ballot items. For example, most recently, the public safety bond language that just went out. And so we were not allowed to state for or against that ballot language either. And so anything that goes forward to the elected, we do not
No, I understand.
say for or against.
I completely understand, and I just, I think it is a little different. Like when we are having, whether it's a public safety bond or something that's initiated by council versus initiated by petition, and what those petitioners consider fact, right? And again, my concern, I'm not arguing with you whether you should or shouldn't be doing. I'm just voicing my concern that I do worry that it could put staff in a position in which what we consider facts are being challenged.
The only information that we would provide in this scenario would be simply what the council votes on.
Okay, but people will ask questions right at public meetings.
Right.
And so, again, just voicing my concern. There's no answer to that. I just wanted that to be on the record. Then I'll hold the rest of my questions till after public comment. Thank you.
Representative Molinar?
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, sir.
This is for legal. So I just want to make sure I am understanding this correctly. You just read a statement there that the ballot has to have a separate subject, correct?
The ballot does not have to have a separate subject. Council is required to determine what a subject is. So under the law, and this is from the state code.
Is that the Texas Elections Code?
The Texas Local Government Code states in section 9.004 that an amendment may not contain more than one subject. In the cases that discuss that, give council the authority to determine what a subject is.
Okay, so the amendment cannot contain more than one subject. So we have Proposition A through H, so that's a total of 8. And that's what we determined to be. It's 8 different amendments, but we're calling them propositions.
We would analyze that each of those A through H is a subject that is distinguishable from the other subjects.
Okay.
And that could work on its own.
Okay. And this is for Mr. Rodriguez. Thank you very much for your earlier input, Mr. Rodriguez, but are you able to disclose, let's say, a ballpark figure of what this would entail, let's say, for the city moving forward, not only to establish it, but also to continue should all propositions pass?
Yes, so in discussions with legal, we would determine what the cost impacts would be for each one of the propositions and present those to council and to the community as well. Whether it be to purchase El Paso Electric, make them a public entity, the different aspects of the different bond propositions would be evaluated or being evaluated for cost impact as well as operational impact as well.
Mr. Molinar, I've already also had some discussions with the finance department about that, and I'm also looking at hiring some additional folks in order to do that analysis so that we can share that information with the public.
Okay, and thank you for that, sir. Do you have a timeline when that might be accomplished?
No, so we're going to try to acquire the services in the next couple of weeks, and then we'll determine what the time frame looks like after that.
So we're waiting for the actual analysis, and that could take some time. It might, we need to make sure that we do this well the first time.
Yes, sir. I said 2 weeks. Hopefully want to beat that time frame and get it much sooner than that, and then start the process as quickly as possible. And then look back at the direction the council gave, and then work with the city attorney in order to get someone on board as quickly as possible.
Okay. Mr. Cortines, you have anything to add, sir?
No, I think the city manager covered it pretty well, but staff is working on providing the estimates or calculating the estimates based on the information that we currently do have. But again, we're going to have to utilize some of the outside resources that City Manager did reference to help us
Would,
compile some of those estimates.
Mr. Gonzalez or Mr. Cortines, would you say this is like the first time you in your careers have you had this challenge or this opportunity to put this in the forefront, and so you're like treading new waters?
Yes, I know that when I was in Lubbock and we were looking at buying Excel Energy, because we own Lubbock Power and Light, that was a city department. It took about a 12 to 15 month feasibility analysis process in order to determine and gauge the cost of the utility.
And after that time period?
Well, you do the feasibility, then you have a due diligence process that you engage after that.
So after that, you would still need to go out to the public to engage them to like
It's about a 2-year process if you do it the way I just described.
Okay.
But so to answer your question, yes, this is a challenge, but we'll do our level best to attack it.
I just want to make sure that everyone here completely understands that this is a process, that it needs to be properly vetted, that it needs to be examined, it needs to be double checked, it needs to be make sure that I cannot support something that is rushed. You know, I cannot, because all of you are very young. You're going to be paying for this. Your children are going to be paying for this. And it's going to have a ripple effect. And I'm not saying I don't support it, but we as city representatives need to make sure that we're doing our due diligence, that we're making sure that what's best for the community, for the city of El Paso, and how that's going to be. You know, water is a commodity here in El Paso. We're in a desert. To me, I've said it before on city council, water is gold. Okay? Water is gold. Look at other cities that are happening in Arizona. Right now, they've shut down, from Scottsdale, has shut down water to other communities. Guess what? A liter of water, you know how much they're paying for that? A lot. Okay, and that's a liter, not even a gallon, a liter of water. That's life and death. So before we make decisions up here on this dais, we need to make sure that everything is vetted properly, double-checked, and make sure that we come out with a great answer, the right answer. And I applaud everybody that came up here, or will come up here, I should say, earlier today and will later on. But at the same time, we need to make sure that we do things the right way. Just that's all I can say on that part. So thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Representative Nello. Kennedy, followed by Representative Nello.
A couple of quick questions. The first one is when you say that we can't advocate, right? We, meaning the city as an entity or representing the city, if we are asked in a public meeting what our stance is, are we allowed to give that stance? Or have we violated the...
City dollars may not be used to campaign. That means city dollars cannot be used to promote or to oppose a ballot proposition, anything that is being voted upon by the voters. So if you're at a public meeting that is at a city facility as a city representative funded by the city of El Paso, then you would not be able to advocate or oppose.
But if I'm at a breakfast at a private facility for my constituents and there's no city money coming, am I allowed to express my support for it?
As a member of council, as an elected official, you will be asked to take positions on subject matters, and you can provide your position on a matter.
As long as city funds are not involved in it.
Right. So you should not be using like your city email or like your city newsletters for your constituents to promote or oppose the measures.
But we're allowed to...
You don't lose your First Amendment right.
Well, I just wanted to make sure I stayed inside the guidelines. A couple other quick ones, and I was going to say that I'm sure your guys are going to be able to come up with a number pretty quickly, but I was also going to say that my concern is, given the time frame, okay, you've got to come up with a number in 2 weeks. The confidence level, let's be honest, begins to grow the longer you're able to vet out what that number is. I mean, I have no doubt that professionals can come up with a best guess on what they think it's going to be. But I guarantee you, when the city manager talks about a 2-year or year and a half process to really get a solid number, I'm going to put out the caveat that any numbers from something as large as purchasing the electric company done in a couple of weeks, I give them kudos for even being able to come up with a number, but I will say that if we confidently want a number, somebody comes back and says, well, that's not the number I heard, I'm going to say in 2 weeks they did an amazing job to come up with a number. And I just want to let everybody know when we're talking about specific numbers, it's not going to be no, this is what it's going to be, we know for sure.
Yes, sir. A good example of that, and just give one quick example. The utility, the electric utility here in El Paso was purchased for close to $5 billion this last go-around, or about that number. And then you start looking at the investments that they've made since they purchased it, and then you look at the market, and you look at what COVID's done and the impact it's had on our real estate. You can imagine what kind of impact it's had on the commercial properties and or something like a utility. So you have an idea of what it cost then, and then you start prognosticating and then start talking to experts as to what you think that the cost should be without doing a full appraisal.
Yeah, it's scary territory.
Yes, sir, it is. But I mean, we do have a baseline. And so to your point, there'll be some baselines that are irrefutable, but in terms of the prognosticating of the numbers, yes, they will be refutable in terms of people could say there'd be more. I would have a hard time, people challenging us that it would be less, because we're going to be conservative, and the costs are what they are and what they were before, and they're certainly not going to go down.
The only other question I had is if while we're the ones that get to decide what a subject is, that's pretty wide ranging, and I'm concerned about the ramifications if we do a wide-ranging subject that are virtually mutually exclusive at times and go to bond. What are the post-election ramifications of us going too wide on what we decide a subject is?
The voters need to be able to not be misled. They need to have clarity. There needs to be enough direction and definition on the ballot language.
Right.
As I stated earlier, it has to be definite and have certainty so that the voter knows what they're voting on. So if we put these items as they're proposed today, there's significant definition. If we put it as one item, it would be a very long item. It would have a lot of detail.
Is there any ramifications if we put it out and it's challenged that it was more than one subject?
The courts give broad latitude to the body, the governing body, to determine what a subject is.
Okay.
If it's clear to the voters and the voters are not misled and there's substantial definition and certainty, the courts give broad discretion to the body.
Okay. I was just wondering what the case law on it was. Sorry. Thank you. That's all I have.
Representative Nello. Thank you, Representative Kennedy.
Thanks. I just wanted a point of clarification. My understanding is that the ballot language does ask for the study on purchasing the electric company, not the actual purchase of the electric company.
I will pull that slide up. I lost the clicker. Oh, sorry. So on Measure F, as submitted by the petitioners, is to enact Section 9.1, to enact a new Section 9.1 into the city charter. And this is the language. The city of El Paso shall employ all available efforts to convert El Paso Electric to municipal ownership. In consultation with the climate director, the city manager shall provide the city council with an annual report to describe the feasibility of converting El Paso Electric into a municipal electric company, including any actions required to advance this directive.
And my reading of that is a feasibility study, and I think back to what Representative Fierro said, had there been any conversation or clarifying questions to the petitioners, we would know the answer to that. And I do think that this is where I go back to what we consider fact, and how that is going to be challenged, because at no point did we fact check, for lack of a better term, with the actual people who wrote the petition. So we are making assumptions based on what we're reading and then we're going to go to the public and call that fact. Again, I am concerned about the liability on that, and what we are determining fact is. So that was my only point of clarification,
If you
Mayor. Thank
notice,
you.
the ballot proposition language tracks exactly the first sentence, the language proposed by the petitioners, which is to require El Paso to employ all available efforts to convert El Paso Electric to municipal
And I
ownership.
would
think
make-
you're referring to the cost analysis that's required by law. And so that's something that will happen
That's
over
not
the
what I'm
next several
referring to.
months.
I'm referring to it's a private company, and so our only available effort to even purchase the company would be to do a feasibility study. That's my perception of that, because it's a private company. We can't just walk in one day and say we're going to buy this. So again, I am concerned on what we are determining fact and how we are doing that when we have not even determined to have a conversation with the petitioners and the authors of this.
Representative Vanilla.
So I'll yield my time. Thank you, Mayor.
If I can answer also, the language that we're proposing is the language that the petitioners proposed. So we have no flexibility in terms of changing the language or adding additional language to clarify what your position is. That may be the position of the petitioners, but under state law, it's very clear that once the petition is approved and presented and council places it on a ballot, that is the language that we have to put on the ballot. So I think that it does allow, however, the petitioners who are supporting the measure to also educate the public on what their language is intended to mean.
I understand that.
And the difficulty that the council is placed in is using the language that was proposed and written by the petitioners.
I understand
think that. You
that.
have valid arguments, but I think that the difficulty for us is reading into it or interpreting what is on the face of the proposition and placed on the proposed ballot language.
And I guess my interpretation, that is where my concern is. Because, again, even as a member of this council, I think there's been conversation that I don't believe to be true about what that item says. And again, if you're going out to do public comment, I do worry that you are going to submit or say something that the actual authors of this bill do not consider fact, and then we are in a precarious position because we're not allowed to either advocate for or against. And I just, again, as a council member, I think I've been told things that I don't believe are fact on this. Again, I'm going to yield my time and allow for public comment or other council members as well. Thank you, Mayor.
And to that, we have no other comments. We do have public comment.
Yes, Mayor, we have 49 members of the public that signed up to speak on this item. The first person is Richard Dayu, followed by Elizabeth O'Hara, Miguel Escoto, Michael Siegel, Jesus Reyes. Good afternoon, Mr. Dayu. You have 3 minutes, sir.
Good afternoon, Laura. Again, for the record, Richard Dayu, a registered lobbyist. I want to thank you for this opportunity to speak to you. I'm here representing several El Paso-owned businesses, both large and small, and I'm also speaking on my own behalf as a registered voter and taxpayer. We support the ongoing efforts in our community to reduce pollution, both by such organizations as Sunrise, El Paso, and the individual efforts of many companies who are voluntarily making significant investments to reduce their carbon footprint, their carbon emissions. This afternoon, you will be considering a number of factors related to the ballot initiative supported by nearly 40,000 El Pasoans. You will hear from many who will insist that the charter amendment be presented on the May 6th ballot. You will also be asked to keep the proposed language as one proposition. Ultimately, you have to make these decisions. Please consider the following in your deliberations. It is true that the ballot language has already been determined by the signatories. Unfortunately, no analysis has been done yet to assign the estimated costs to implement the many recommendations, nor has there been any analysis done to demonstrate the economic impact of these proposed charter amendments. How will they impact the local businesses, which are the lifeblood of our economy? Indeed, there has been no engagement with the business community to consider any of these recommendations. We submit that the voters cannot make an informed decision on the future of our economy without knowing all the financial implications and how they will impact future economic growth of our community. One glaring example of this is the recommendation to municipalize El Paso Electric. The current market valuation of El Paso Electric is estimated to be between $8 and $9 billion. Do the voters know this? And will they support another utility being owned by the city? How many tens of millions of dollars will the city have to spend in legal fees to accomplish this monumental undertaking? As an aside, El Paso Water Utilities is mandated by state law to have backup power generation in the event of the electric company's power grid failing. The massive backup generators are currently powered by diesel fuel. We are many years away from a scenario in which solar and/or wind power can fill that void in an emergency. These are all factors that must be considered. We urge council to delay this ballot initiative until we have answers to all these questions and have given the voters the opportunity to make informed choices. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Elizabeth O'Hara, followed by Miguel Escoto, Michael Siegel, Jesus Reyes. Good afternoon, Ms. O'Hara. You have 3 minutes.
Thank
Good
you.
afternoon.
Good afternoon, City Manager Gonzalez, Mayor Leeser, and members of council. My name is Elizabeth O'Hara, and I am the Regional Community Relations Manager for Texas Gas Service. And I'm here to talk about the importance of natural gas for El Paso and the overall energy infrastructure. Our company shares climate change concerns and continuously works to find affordable solutions for our customers and our communities. The Climate Charter Amendment, while well-intentioned, fails to consider the unintended consequences for our community, including the financial impact. These discussions are important for El Paso, and Texas Gas is pleased to be at the table for them. As you know, there is a great passion on this topic, which is why it is important for all stakeholders to work together so we can develop an inclusive approach to safe, reliable, and clean energy for the future. Natural gas plays an important role in achieving decarbonization objectives in an affordable way. Governments and companies must ensure that people continue to have access to reliable and affordable energy sources. The proposed amendment may increase costs for El Pasoans. There are other solutions that can help avoid that. The energy demand required for our modern way of life cannot be met with just one energy source. Natural gas is an important component to a balanced energy future. It has kept homes and food warm during challenging weather conditions, like what we're seeing today, and it can be a critical backup power source. It helps to reduce the load on the electric grid and is also a complement to renewable energy sources. Natural gas backs up wind when it doesn't blow, and it backs up the sun when it doesn't shine. Natural gas provides backup generation to every hospital in El Paso, and it sterilizes equipment there. It enables our local dairies to homogenize the milk that is served to thousands of El Paso children in a dozen school districts. It is also used, as you know, by Sun Metro, cutting the bus services emissions. Natural gas is used by Fort Bliss, UTEP, and Texas Tech. And natural gas is used by just about every restaurant in El Paso. On the renewable energy front, we're engaged in efforts like renewable natural gas projects and utilizing hydrogen in our system. Now, I want to reiterate that our company believes in climate action, but not via a climate amendment. We look forward to continuing this discussion on how we can all play a role in safe, reliable, and clean energy for the people of El Paso. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Miguel Escoto, followed by Michael Siegel. Good afternoon, sir. You have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon.
Hello, Mayor and Council. Miguel with Sunrise. So our 2 messages for you all. Keep to your word and put this on the May ballot, first and foremost. It's really important that you all maintain that promise that you had with us. Secondly, is to play your role as a neutral arbiter. Basically, you have a responsibility to disregard the 2 previous commenters because it's not your job to be pro or against this climate charter. It's your job to place this on the ballot for voters to decide. If you sever this climate charter, we see this as you taking a stand against this. It's a form of confusing voters. I'm going to point out how very simple each of the articles of this single climate charter relate back to a single subject. Very easy. Climate policy. everything turns back to climate policy. We didn't include immigration. We didn't include any other subjects. It's all about climate policy. So the section 2.9 definitions on what is climate policy for renewable energy. Section 9.3 climate director refers back to the single subject of climate policy. 9.4 climate department refers to climate policy. 9.5 climate impact, climate policy again. Tracking of climate emissions, climate policy. Climate jobs, climate policy. Solar energy, climate policy. Renewable energy goals, climate policy. Municipalization of El Paso Electric, the feasibility of getting there is also related back to the single subject of climate policy. It's very easy to make these connections. So last thing I want to make sure you all have, we drafted a letter to each one of you. It should be in your inbox. It's very important for you all to read the case studies for how this is a very clear example of different articles relating back to a single subject, right? Clear as day. We also have a legal memo by Ground Game Texas Counsel Mike Siegel. And I'll go ahead and pass out physical copies to everyone if the clerk could allow. But I will end with this important distinction. It's your job to be neutral arbiters, right? Keep to the side your personal opinions about this policy. It's your responsibility to put it up for voters. And again, just to clarify, the section on the municipalization refers to very clearly the feasibility study to get there. So if the council puts a price tag of $8 billion, that is deceiving voters. You are deceiving voters.
Thank you,
You're
Mr.
taking
Escoto. You've
an
reached the
active
3-minute
role.
limit. Thank you, sir. I will ask the audience to please maintain decorum and refrain from outbursts that interrupt the meeting. The next speaker is Michael Siegel. Mr. Siegel, star 6, please. Good afternoon. You have 3 minutes.
Hello, this is Mike Siegel. I'm the General Counsel for Ground Game Texas, and I'm a civil rights lawyer representing the Climate Charter Coalition. And we're here today to celebrate that the Climate Charter qualified for the ballot and to oppose the proposal by city staff to split the charter amendment into 8 different propositions. And I emphasize staff proposal because it's the council, not staff, that has the authority. And it's the council that will be violating state law if the Climate Charter is not put on the ballot in the way it was submitted. And so there's 2 legal issues. They're in the memo that will be shared with you in person as well as by email. But the first issue, the council does not have the authority to change the Climate Charter. The petition was submitted as a single proposed amendment to the charter. The Texas Local Government Code cited 9.004 is that section. It says when a petition to amend the charter is certified by the clerk, that petition must be placed on the ballot. So the council has what's called a ministerial duty, no discretion. You can't change the proposed amendment. You can't weaken it. You can't chop it up into pieces. The second legal issue is that the council cannot cause voter confusion with a ballot description. This is from the Texas Supreme Court. You can't misrepresent the policy. You cannot omit essential information. But that's what you'd be doing if you break the Climate Charter into 8 pieces. Almost 22,000 voters signed this petition one time. They only signed it once. So when you break it into 8 parts, you're confusing those tens of thousands of people, those voters who took one action, one signature to put this on the ballot. And then the ballot descriptions are also confusing because they pretend that these elements of the Climate Charter can stand alone when they are all linked and dependent upon each other. This was presented to the city clerk as one amendment. It was certified as one amendment, one policy. It was signed by the voters as a climate policy. It is your duty to place it on the ballot as a climate policy. We ask you to follow law and please respect the will of El Paso voters. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Jesus Reyes, followed by Kenneth Bell and Matthew Rodriguez. Good afternoon. You have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon, Council.
Good afternoon.
Nice to see you all again. My name is Jesus Reyes with Sunrise. I just want to say that I'm speaking in front of you all today with a mix of surprise, disappointment, and a hint of frustration with regards to this item. Like the rest of my comrades, I was taken aback by the sudden news that the City Council will make some major decisions that will affect the election and structure of the climate charter, not even reaching out to us for input. These two decisions are whether to push the climate charter to be on the November 2023 ballot instead of the May election, and whether to break up the language and policies of the climate charter into 8 separate propositions. I want to voice my concerns that the negative outcomes of these decisions go against the promises made to Sunrise El Paso and the thousands of El Pasoans that wanted the climate charter to be on the May ballot in its entirety. I urge you all to keep the climate charter on its current plans to be held during the May 2023 election, and have all of its contents contained in one proposition to avoid voter confusion. I also want to read that City Council and the Mayor, you just heard the city's attorneys tell you that you can keep this as one proposition. In 2012, the Texas Supreme Court decision Dacus versus Parker determined that the single subject rule allows for an amendment to include multiple subjects that address one main subject specific to city charters and ballot measures. In this case, we are discussing the sole subject of climate action. And also, before my time is up, I also want to speak from personal experience about, at least from the first 2 commenters, how we rely on gas and oil infrastructure for everyday use, everyday societal activities. What happened to that infrastructure out east? I was there in Beaumont when during the Texas freeze of 2021. Oil and gas was not there, and we had to rely on our own means to get through that terrible winter storm. And if this is clearly the current infrastructure in Texas is not suitable for the upcoming events of the future, of the immediate future with climate change. So I suggest we upgrade to better means of energy production and storage. Thank you.
The next speaker is Kenneth Bell. Mr. Bell submitted a statement.
Good morning, Council. My name is Kenneth Bell. I am writing to urge City Council to take 2 actions. First, maintain your commitment to having the Climate Charter Amendment on the May 2023 election. There is no justifiable reason to delay the vote on November 2023. It was supposed to be voted on this past November election. However, the City and Sunrise El Paso agreed to move it to May 2023. Second, do not sever the Climate Charter into separate propositions. I, along with almost 40,000 people, signed the ballot to vote on this charter amendment as one proposition. Splitting up the amendment is nothing more than a dirty tactic to weaken the climate charter and confuse voters. People who disagree with the charter amendment will have their opportunity to voice their opinion with their vote. They should not be allowed to influence how the proposition appears on the ballot. Council has an obligation to respect the will of the people, not bow down to special interest shadow groups. Respect democracy. Keep the charter amendment as one proposition to be voted on May 2023.
The next speaker is Matthew Rodriguez. Matthew Rodriguez, *6, please, to unmute your telephone. Matthew Rodriguez, good afternoon. You have 3 minutes.
Good morning, y'all. Hey, everybody. My name is Matthew Rodriguez. I'm a constituent of District 3. I'm from here in El Paso. All my family lives here in El Paso. And personally, I love El Paso more than any other place in the world. I say this in spite of the fact that over the last 5 years, half of my immediate family has been diagnosed with cancer. There's a health crisis here in El Paso, and it's time that council act like it. Every single one of you talks about public health on your website, and this charter amendment in its entirety addresses that. Every single one of you on your website talked about community engagement. The climate charter in its entirety was drafted by and for people in El Paso and then got 40,000 signatures. Every single one of you talked about wages and bringing up jobs, still on your website, every single one. And the climate charter in its entirety ensures that we're keeping jobs in El Paso instead of having so many people have to go off to the Permian to work. Every single one of you on your websites, in your campaign, talks about El Paso being a leader. As Representative right now just said, the entire Southwest is drying up, and the climate charter in its entirety would ensure that El Paso is a leader in a rapidly drying Southwest. To break up the climate charter or to delay it past May is a clear choice by all of you to stand against all of this. It is a choice that you all have to make today. We've already heard that it's feasible. The people are behind it. Now keep the charter together and have it on the May 6th ballot. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Angel Ulloa, followed by Alina Mania, Sandy Oglesby, Wesley Lawrence. Angel Ulloa.
She's coming up.
Good afternoon. You have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon.
Hello again. So I am Angel Ulloa, an organizer with Sunrise El Paso, not a stranger to this podium, a constituent of District 8. And I am one of the main organizers for the development of El Paso's first solar co-op program that did vigorous studies to show that the solar capacity that we have here in El Paso can power our city just as much or more than natural gas can without poisoning the almost millions of people that reside here. So our group understands that, did my mic go down?
Continue, ma'am.
Our group understands that this item was also discussed in last week's meeting without our knowledge, which was a requirement by council motion on August 2nd, 2022 by Representative Anello and seconded by Representative Rivera to, and I quote, Ms. Laura Prine, direct the city manager to designate an appropriate staff member to communicate with a representative from the Sunrise Group on a monthly basis to provide updates on the climate charter petition, which council, the city manager, and the so-called designated staff all failed to do. Regarding the change to proposition bundling, I want to say that we created a campaign and collected signatures for one proposition. The city clerk approved and signed off on the petition on July 25th, 2022 as one proposition. Before the signature gathering phase had started on our end, our group drafted and had the charter reviewed so that all items fit in conjunction with and are made sense to pass with each other. Splitting these up would then undermine the work that was done for the work that we did to do that, undermine the promises that we made to voters who supported this as one, and undermine the goals that we want this climate charter to achieve as a whole. I helped gather a portion of these signatures. I will say that municipalization and public ownership over El Paso Electric was popular amongst the people we spoke to. I can tell you we were transparent and thorough when canvassing for our climate charter. El Paso Electric is not a very well-liked entity in our city. I'm not gonna go into that. Whatever, City Council promised us on August 2nd that this will be placed on the May 2023 ballot, shook our hands and voted almost unanimously to push this back from November 2022. On that same day, Mayor Oscar Leeser let us know that council was looking out for us, and we appreciate that. However, this decision is not yours to make without consent. Without our consent, council, keep your promises to your constituents. Do not delay the charter. Keep it at May. Keep this at one proposition. And please do not make any more changes to the climate charter petition without consulting our group and twisting our language any further. Thank you.
The next statement was submitted by Alina Mania, and it says, hello, Representative Rivera. My name is Alina Mania, constituent of District 7. I am a cancer survivor, a young mother of a 4-year-old, and someone who is deeply concerned about the environment my daughter will grow up in. I'm writing to demand City Council to do the following. Ensure the climate charter gets on the May 2023 ballot as was promised in the August 2nd, 2022 meeting. Ensure the climate charter is not severed into multiple propositions, potentially altering the language the people drafted and signed on to. I expect you to do the right thing and listen to the voices of almost 40,000 El Pasoans. The next statement was submitted by Sandy Oglesby, and it reads, hello, Representative Hernandez. My name is Sandy Oglesby, constituent of District 3. I have lived in El Paso all my life, and I have felt the effects of endless growth for the sake of growth without care or concern about those who live here. The way that the
Mrs.
City
Prine,
Council—
can I finish reading it?
I'm sorry, yes,
She
ma'am.
had asked me to read it, and I unintentionally walked away. To continue, I have lived in El Paso all my life, and I have felt the effects of endless growth for the sake of growth, without care or concern about those who live here. The way that the council and the city manager are building the city is directly harming my family. The climate charter, exactly how it was written, is the first time in my life that I have seen a real solution to this problem. I am writing to demand City Council do the following. Bullet 1 is ensure the climate charter gets on the May 2023 ballot as was promised in the August 2nd, 2022 meeting. Bullet 2, ensure the climate charter is not severed into multiple propositions, potentially altering the language the people drafted and signed onto. I expect you to do the right thing and listen to the voices of almost 40,000 El Pasoans. And I request that myself read the following into public record on the January 24th City Council meeting. Thank you.
The next speaker is Wesley Lawrence, followed by Teresa Rodriguez, Jonathan Gomez, Christian Marquette. Good afternoon. You have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council.
Good afternoon again.
Can you hear me? Okay, good. Just testing that. My name is Wesley Lawrence. I'm your SG29 committee member here in El Paso, Texas. Democracy, as we see it today, is at an existential cross point. The climate charter is addressing a lot of the issues that we're facing here environmentally here in El Paso today. Council promised us back in August that we would have the ability to vote on this in May. It was a very exciting meeting to be at, because this is the first time that our community will have climate justice. Climate change needs to be addressed now, not tomorrow, and it's important that we realize one thing. The young people that are standing behind me, they're not naive. They're not out here to destroy this city, as I've heard from some people in the community. These are bright individuals that deserve the chance to lead. They deserve the chance to be listened to, and the solutions that they worked diligently to bring to the people of El Paso were co-sponsored by nearly 40,000 El Pasoans, registered voters. So we already know how the voters feel about climate change here in El Paso, and it's time that we give them the chance to do that. And it's mostly important to understand that at a time when energy rates are raising through the roof, not because of inflation, but because of corporate greed and malfeasance, that this will address that. El Paso is a sun city. Solar power can and will power this city one day, but we have to give it the chance to do that. With these investments, yes, it will be expensive. I agree with you, Representative Molinar, but this is an investment that we need to make now, not 20, 30, 40, 50, 60 years in the future, when our people are dying of cancer and asthma and diabetes now caused by the climate crisis here in El Paso. I would hope that Council keeps their word today and keeps the charter amendment the way the voters intended it to be passed when they co-opted onto this charter amendment. Leave it in its entirety. It is not confusing to voters, but if we want to speak about confusing and lying to voters, we can thank the city who lied to us about an arena project, and I thank members of council who voted to save Duranguito. This is a clear and concise proposition, is a clear and concise voice that has been co-opted by nearly 40,000 voters, and I want to keep reiterating that because we already know how people think. And lastly, thank you, Sunrise, and thank you, Ground Game. We need to remember one thing, and we all as a council and as El Pasoans need to understand: the youth is not our future, the youth is now, and it is time that we allow them to lead El Paso into greater days. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next statement was submitted by Teresa Rodriguez from District 5 constituent.
Hello, Representative Salcido. My name is Teresa M. Rodriguez, constituent of District 5. I am a grandmother who is deeply concerned about the environment my granddaughter will grow up in. I am writing to demand City Council to ensure the climate charter gets on the May 2023 ballot as was promised in August 2nd, 2022 meeting, ensuring that climate charter is not severed into multiple propositions, potentially altering the language the people drafted and signed onto. I expect you to do the right thing and listen to the voices of 40,000 El Pasoans. I request that my city representative, Elizabeth Salcido, read the following into the public record of January 24 City Council meeting.
Thank you. The next statement was submitted by Jonathan Gomez, District 2 constituent.
My name is Jonathan Gomez. I am a small business owner who lives in District 2. I love El Paso and I want my family to be here for the rest of our lives. We need to ensure that we have enough clean water, clean air, and we, the people, have control of our own utilities. The charter amendment that I signed onto exactly how it was written is the first step to ensure this. I am writing to demand that City Council do the following: Ensure the climate charter gets in the May 2023 ballot as promised in the August 2nd, 2022 meeting. Ensure the climate charter is not severed into multiple propositions, potentially altering the language the people drafted and signed onto. I expect you to do the right thing and listen to the voices of almost 40,000 El Pasoans. I request that my city representative, Alex Anello, read the following into public record on the January 24th City Council meeting for comments on item 2.
The next speaker is Christian Marquette. Christian Marquette, star 6, please, to unmute your telephone. Christian Marquette, star 6, please, to unmute your telephone. Christian Marquette, you're on mute. Star 6, please, to unmute your telephone. Christian Marquette, you're still on mute. Star 6, please, to unmute your telephone. We'll move on to Roman Marquez. Oh, go ahead. Christian Marquette, you have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council, and community members. My name is Christian Marquardt, and I'm a constituent of District 8. I'm speaking today in support of the El Paso Climate Charter Coalition. I have a Master of Social Work in Public Policy Practice with a minor in law from Columbia University, and as one of the policy drafters of the El Paso Climate Charter Amendment, I speak today in regard to several serious concerns, both ethical and legal, regarding the proposed presentation of the Climate Charter on the May ballot, the proposal to distort and sever the Climate Charter language. Firstly, exclusion and tampering of the Climate Charter language. Because the Climate Charter language is intrinsically linked, severing the language into multiple props would then tamper the overall significance and considerably mislead and impact constituents' understanding of the Climate Charter, which was presented as one sole amendment during the signature gathering process. To sever the language into multiple propositions would mean to tamper with the policy and confuse and mislead voters. The presentation itself excludes language from the policy as submitted to the city clerk and presented to constituents who signed onto the Climate Charter as a single amendment to the city charter. Additionally, the severability clause and legal protections for the measure in Section 9.16 of the Climate Charter language states, if any portion of this article shall be deemed unlawful by a court of law, that portion shall be severed from the charter and the rest shall continue in force, suggesting that the Climate Charter is one article. Additionally, this clause was included as a legal protection for each section of the single amendment as was submitted to the city clerk. It is uncertain where this clause will be included, as well as how frequently it can be used throughout the multiple propositions being suggested to council for the ballot. Other clauses from the Climate Charter have also been severed or seemingly displaced from the proposal and the presentation. We would like to ask city government, when will the full language be included and why is some of the language being left out? Additionally, why are the sections of the Climate Charter out of order throughout the propositions A through H? This is also, again, misleading and confusing for voters. Lastly, case law in the state of Texas. In the following Texas decisions, it was determined the single subject rule allows for an amendment to include multiple subjects that address one main subject specific to city charters and ballot measures. In this case, our subject is climate action and is designated as climate policy in the charter language for Article 9. There are multiple climate-related subjects present within the language, each of which address the main subject of climate action. City Council and Mayor, you just heard the City Attorney's Office tell you that you can keep this as one proposition, and the Texas court decisions determining this as law and are stated in the letter presented to you today on our coalition's behalf include Dacus v. Parker, Gibson v. City of Orange, Garrity v. Halbert, and FM Properties Operating Company versus the City of Austin. Each of these cases have come along across generations ranging from 1921, the last from the Texas Supreme Court, updated in 2012. We ask you to reconsider this anti-democratic
Thank
and
you,
illegal
Christian
proposal.
Marquette. You've reached the 3 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Roman Marquez, followed by Adan Sainz, Robert Heimer. Good afternoon, sir. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. I'd like to yield my time to Adam Pacheco with El Paso Association of Contractors.
Thank you, sir. The next speaker is Adan Sainz. Adan Sainz, star 6 to unmute your telephone. Adan Sainz, star 6. I don't see Adan Sainz's phone number in the queue. Robert Heimer, followed by Adam Pacheco. Graciela Blandon. Good afternoon. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Good afternoon,
Good
Mayor and
afternoon.
City Council. My name is Robert Heimer, the Director of Customer Care at El Paso Electric. I'm here today to speak on agenda item number 2. I'm here to express our support for the propositions as presented to be voted on separately. In addition, we're supporting keeping the climate charter on the May ballot. As part of the customer care team at El Paso Electric, I hear every day the stories of our customers in Texas and New Mexico who depend on us for affordable, reliable, and sustainable energy. Some may not know our clean energy story and the path that we are taking towards a cleaner, greener, and more affordable future. At El Paso Electric, we have set bold clean energy goals to provide our customers with 80% carbon-free energy by 2035 and the pursuit of 100% decarbonization by 2045. In just 2 more years, by 2025, our customers will benefit from over 700 megawatts of renewable energy. Some of the propositions align with our clean energy goals that have already been put in motion. This is why we feel strongly that each proposition be voted on separately. When voting on any proposal, it's important for our community to consider the economic impact and weigh the costs and the benefits. Each of the 8 proposals have different costs and benefits and customer impacts, and we believe that customers should be allowed to evaluate those costs and benefits for themselves. In fact, because some of the impacts could be significant, it's especially important to give them transparency and choice. Thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Adam Pacheco, followed by Graciela Blandon. Good afternoon. You have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mayor Leeser and council members. The climate charter for the city of El Paso is a very widely targeted policy and includes anyone from transportation, oil refineries, utility companies, oil and gas pipelines, warehousing, etc. Construction is an industry that will certainly be put into the mix. My name is Adam Pacheco, Director for the El Paso Association of Contractors. We represent 150 local members that include commercial general contractors, subcontractors, and suppliers. The construction industry of El Paso is supportive of the larger climate goal within the framework of sustainable industry that meets the needs of economic growth in our community. Construction has been and will continue to be the driver of local economic activity and greatly impacts the economic status of all members of this community. Whether heavy highways, bridge or roads, water treatment plants, school and community recreation centers, sports parks, warehouses for manufacturing, facilities for our national defense, buildings for public safety and quality of life, or entertainment facilities, we are responsible for building key components of this community that will form the vital lifeblood of our community. Most of our building efforts include environmentally sustainable initiatives such as recycling of construction waste, using recycled materials in buildings that we build, incorporating energy efficient components in our work through low VOC coatings, low E-glass, high SEER cooling units, and recycled concrete and asphalt. Many of our buildings use LEED, Green Globes, and site initiatives that promote energy efficiencies, sustainability, and conservation. Our jobs are constructed with sensitivity to the environment, as is evident in the erosion controls that are required on projects we build. The city continues to adopt higher standards for energy efficient on local building codes, as is evident in the IBC and ASHRAE standards currently in force. The proposed climate charter amendments hurt contractors in El Paso by limiting opportunities for securing contracts fairly, significantly increasing costs of construction and doing business in El Paso, and unjustly shames hardworking contractors. This amendment will inevitably limit jobs for contractors and dilute the Hire El Paso First programs, hurting small businesses and contractors' opportunity to earn an award for a bid fairly. This proposal will make it easier for large out-of-town contractors to win proposals, excluding capable, hardworking El Paso contractors. Rather than adopt these policies, we recommend the city create an environmental task force that comprises of representatives of all aspects of the industry to engage in a dialogue to develop a sustainable policy that will be in the best interest of our community. Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Graciela Blandon, followed by Kathleen Stout. Good afternoon. You have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon.
Hello, everybody. My name is Graciela, and I'm an organizer with Sunrise El Paso, but I'd like to speak in my capacity as a constituent of District 1 and a signatory of the El Paso Climate Charter. I'll have to stop myself from advocating for the charter up here and talking at length about how we will pay for this with our health before we pay for this with our taxes, about how a polluted, waterless, deathly hot city will do nothing to attract or protect businesses, but I'll keep it to the item at hand. Myself, my family, and many of my neighbors signed on to vote for a comprehensive policy package. We all knew what we were signing on for and were concerned that the proposal of this item implies that we didn't. The policy as proposed is an intertwined system of checks and balances. It's more than the sum of its parts, and splitting it up defangs the policy that nearly 40,000 El Pasoans approved. The difference between the clarity of the ballot language we advocate for and the ballot language on the last item, for example, is that we actually went out and spoke to people and made all of those clarifying points. But more than anything else, I fear the lack of communication regarding these decisions further damages the relationship between this council and the grassroots. We even received news that council would consider the unthinkable proposition on walking back on holding a May election, and people obviously prepared public comment based on this possibility. We were assured regular correspondence and transparency on all these decisions, so it feels disingenuous that we had to learn about such large decisions in such roundabout ways. Though we'd like to establish trust and assume good faith on the part of our officials, we fear that the frankly underhanded methods this city has used and we have become so used to have not changed as much as we hoped they would. And we've come today seeking answers. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next statement was submitted by Kathleen Stout for Representative Canales.
Ms. Pride, I'm appearing virtually today because I'm home ill. Dr. Stout, I mean absolutely no disrespect. I'm going to ask if the city clerk could read this today. I'm trying to preserve what I have left of my voice for later in the meeting.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Canales. And the statement reads, "Greetings. I write with both my hats on as a 40-year retired political science public administration professor and as co-moderator of the Community First Coalition of more than 25 organizations and individuals. Also, I testified last year at one of the City Charter Advisory Committee meetings about simplifying and streamlining the ballot initiative procedures. Among the 10 big cities in Texas, El Paso was the only city to require a second signature collection round. Other cities required just one. In 2022, El Pasoans for Fair Elections collected over 11,000 voter signatures for 3 ballot initiatives validated by the city clerk. The first initiative, $1,000 cap on individual campaign contributions, is one about which I have done research. I care so deeply about this that I collected many signatures myself among enthusiastic signers. And I also read and commented on drafts of the climate charter and signed the petition, as did approximately 40,000 El Paso voters. Now I learned from reading the staff presentation PowerPoint slides about staff efforts to delay, complicate, and require new rules to act on voters' voices and signatures. The staff slides are unclear in parts, leave out important details like the percentage of overall voters from whom signatures must be collected, and propose lengths of time for city clerk validation that exceed time in other Texas cities or even our county government. The climate charter was supposed to be voted upon in one piece in the upcoming May election, yet the city staff want to break that into 8 pieces, perhaps an effort to divide and confuse voters. Overall, staff seem bent on pursuing efforts to delay and undermine small democracy. My ask for council, hopefully accountable to the people and voters. Streamline ballot initiatives with signatures from 5% of voters in the previous election into a one-step process, not 2 steps. Whether those 2 steps are in council or another round of signatures. Enhance small d democracy with a structural change in the charter and show voters that you listen to and respect their voices. Allow voters to decide on the climate charter in one piece, not divided into 8 segments. The urgency of strong, comprehensive action on climate in our Sun City is obvious. Sincerely, Kathleen Stout. The next speaker is VJ Smith. VJ Smith, *6 to unmute your telephone. VJ Smith. I don't see that phone number in the queue. Next speaker is Brandon Sharples, followed by A.B. Perea, Charlene Hill, Nick Hantosopoulos, Brandon Sharples. Good afternoon. You have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon. I
Good
stand
afternoon.
before you today to speak about the proposed climate change charter amendments and to urge you to vote against delaying the vote and breaking up the charter. This charter will establish the need for oversight into our city's pollution and energy usage, which is crucial in addressing the pressing issue of climate change. This next part is directed at my newly elected representative, Art Fierro, but I think this applies to all of you. First, I would like to congratulate you on your newly appointed seat as District 6 rep, and I would like to remind you of the statement you made on El Paso, Texas website about your intentions as city rep. Thank you for electing me as your city representative for District 6. I look forward to working with my constituents to build a better future for our children, accomplish great things for our city, and ensure the needs of District 6 are met. Well, sir, I am one of those constituents, and I'm asking you now to prove well on your word to seek a better tomorrow for the families of your district, as well as yourself. As someone with a history in marketing and PR, you know well the power of incentives and how in the hands of those seeking profit over people, those same incentives can alter the very shape of those seeking people's lives for the worse. I implore you, sir, to consider this matter with the utmost care and respect it deserves, because climate change is inherently not a partisan subject. It has real and legitimate consequences on the quality of life for the people of this city that you and I both love dearly. There are families now in the very city being subjected to the brunt of the blow when it comes to the pollution, such as those in the Chamisal, where being asthmatic and having respiratory disease is far higher than most areas due to the particulates in the air. And it is not a coincidence. The median salary is lower than the rest of areas in El Paso, and it goes to show that the interests lie in the money, not the people. Fight for the little guy. Show us that District 6 did right in electing you as our representative. The moral of this story is that incentives matter. The proposed charter would establish incentives for individuals in the city to reduce their pollution and energy usage, providing a tangible benefit for both the environment and the economy. The charter would also encourage innovation and investment in clean energy, creating jobs and economic growth for our city. By delaying the vote and breaking up the charter, it will only prolong the inevitable and put our city and citizens at greater risk. I urge you to vote against delaying the vote on the climate change charter and take a step towards a sustainable and resilient future for our city. Nearly 40,000 people did not sign petitions so that you could obfuscate the intents of this charter and undermine our efforts. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next speaker is A.B. Perea, followed by Charlene Hill, Nick Hansopoulos. Good afternoon. You have 3 minutes.
Hello, thank you. Thank you so much. So you have just one task, to just keep your promise from last fall. I remember y'all praising each other for being so cooperative, for working together, and so I just asked to keep that ball rolling. We made it very clear there's a legal memo to refer to. I think a lot of this discussion might have been avoided if there was more direct collaboration with the organization. As one of my comrades mentioned earlier, this type of excluding us from the dialogue damages the relationship between y'all and grassroots. That's such an important statement because it makes it very, very, very clear. It's very telling how the relationships that are brought to the surface, right? We got a little crew going back there. Hey, El Paso Electric, hey. It's the most that we've had them here because it's very, very telling. Y'all didn't come to us. We could have given y'all the facts. We could have given y'all this legal memo before having to come here and spend hours and hours and taking up a lot of time. So I want to assume the best. I tried coming over here in the fair elections city council meeting, and I tried to assume the best and see the humanity, and it just seems very exhausting at times. And I know that this was actually brought by the city attorney, right? So this is now just y'all's as a council responsibility to decide. Put it all in one item, right? So I guess to not further harm that relationship, right? And especially y'all new candidates that are on this council, I ask that you just please Please, please, please respect that. Please be more inclusive to us, because we're not just young people. Please don't discredit us as just young. That feels a little bit ageist. We don't even just have young people in our coalition. We have all kinds of people. We have a lot of people your age. We have a lot of experts. So again, lots of valuable information that could have been accessed had we been reached out to. So I heard someone over here, a city staff member, saying that the climate charter language being proposed as just one item is too long for the voters. That's very discrediting, not just to the canvassers, but to also the people who signed on to. We made it very, very clear what they signed on to. We gave them all the resources. So to assume that it would be way too long, I think the folks have had plenty of time. And I think y'all have also had plenty of time to make your studies and your cases. So going forward, I would hope that y'all would give us a little bit more credit, and not just that, you don't owe us that, but I think a little bit more direct communication would be appreciated. So thank you, and put it all in one item, please. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Charlene Hill. Charlene Hill. Nick Hansopoulos. Charlene Hill or Nick Hansopoulos. The next statement was submitted by Sapphire Ortega, and it reads, "Good afternoon. I am Sapphire Ortega, and I live in District 8. My representative is Chris Canales. I will be speaking for item 2. I was supposed to speak in person, but it took a while to get to item 2. As I am a student, I had to leave. I asked the city clerk to read this. I want to add my voice to the nearly 40,000 El Pasoans who have signed on to support the Climate Charter. The signatures of the Climate Charter have now been counted and verified by the city. I expect you to do the right thing and listen to the voices of almost 40,000 El Pasoans. On behalf of my Sun City community, I have seen firsthand all the hard work Sunrise El Paso has done, and I do not think it is right and in respect of democracy for City Council to separate the Climate Charter to 8 sections. I think the wording needs to represent more of what the actual policy says. Please keep it as one policy and not 8 separate sections, because this is all very confusing. Also, when I'm voting, I get a bit overwhelmed when there are so many amendments, and separating it brings that much more confusion to the voters. This is also not friendly to those who are disabled or get distracted as well. There's another thing to keep in mind. It looks as though you're taking advantage of their deficits. I'd like to mention briefly I took ecology, and temperature is a cause for concern. When temperature changes, everything changes. Everything. The bugs, the plants, the food for us El Pasoans, the housing, the electricity, the illnesses that emerge from climate change. It is real, and if we don't prioritize it, consequences happen. Nature doesn't care if we do things last minute. Nature cares about serene. El Paso is so beautiful, I think we all can agree. The sunsets and sky here is breathtaking, and deserts are known to be adaptive in harsh conditions. But that does not mean the desert will stay the desert. It will adapt to the high temperatures, but will struggle the most to adapt is the people, because being human is so complex. We have bills, families, jobs, etc. Not prioritizing the climate is not prioritizing the El Paso citizens. Personally, I cannot believe this is even a matter of discussion, because our city government wants to silence change and growth. El Paso has so much culture and needs to be heard. The people need to be heard. The whole point of democracy is for the people. Please stick with the original date and give the people their power. We have worked hard and followed all the rules. We deserve respect, and the nearly 40,000 people deserve to be heard. El Paso is speaking. Listen. Keep the Climate Charter as one policy, and keep the promise to ensure the Climate Charter gets on the May 2023 ballot, as was promised in the August 2nd, 2022 meeting. The next speaker is Jose Miguel Reyes, followed by Jim Scheitel, Andrew Segura. Good afternoon. You have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon to all present.
Good afternoon.
My name is Jose Miguel Reyes, a constituent of District 7, an undergraduate at UTEP, and a canvassing volunteer with Sunrise El Paso. Out of all of my experiences canvassing, I always recall the day when I was door knocking in neighborhoods around District 2 to spread the word about the Climate Charter, and meeting a gentleman named Heriberto. When I talked to him about the charter, he was thrilled to know that someone was there seeking him out for his support for such an ambitious policy initiative. He invited me into his home wanting to know more about the policy, about the charter, about the people behind it that have made it come to fruition, about how he could do more to make this happen. Most of all, he thanked me for the work I was doing. From then on, Heriberto's gratitude has inspired me to continue fighting for him and countless other people that I've met all throughout my canvassing experience for the Climate Charter, and which is why I'm here today. I'm here as my first time, technically second, giving a public statement, undoubtedly the start of many, because me and my friends are here to hold you accountable. Mayor and City Council members, I am urging you to remain true to your word in keeping the election for the Climate Charter on May 6, 2023, that you promised to us during the meeting of August 2nd, 2022. Moreover, I ask that you cease your attempt at sabotaging the charter by splitting it into 8 different propositions that in doing so will undermine the integrity of the policy and simultaneously subvert the will of the people that signed for the they signed for the entirety of the charter amendment. It's frankly insulting to the people who signed the petition that their city government would consider having them pick and choose on policies they signed onto. It just goes on to show how little the city council thinks of its constituency. I hope you can come to your senses and vote against splitting up the charter and vote against postponing it. I also wanted to address some of Council Member Molinar's comments. Solar energy, and to address it to the council as well, solar energy is by far the cheapest source of energy readily available and will continue to grow as the cheapest source of energy available in the near future as research and development continues. Also, there's a clause in the Climate Charter that states for the protection of water resources by banning the sale of city water outside of city limits to address the concern of Mr. Molinar's over water scarcity. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Jim Scheichtel. Good afternoon, sir. You have 3 minutes.
Thanks. Can you delay me 1 second to? I want to just join the mayor and others about who talked about Chief Allen. I met Chief Allen when I was 15 when he was on the gang task force for the police department. I won't say how we met, but he had a tremendous influence over me when I was younger. I came to be friends with him. I trained in martial arts with him. He was just a terrific guy, and I should say one of the scariest people I've ever met. But that was a good thing at the time. That was what I needed, and so I agree with you. I think the city really lost something there with Chief Allen.
Thank you, sir.
So good afternoon. For those of you who don't know, I work for El Paso Electric, but I'm commenting as a resident of District 1. I look forward to an opportunity to meet you, Mr. Kennedy, Fierro, Representative Canales. But I do want to just comment as a resident of District 1. I declined to sign on to the charter when I had an opportunity because I felt that while there were things that I thought could be constructive in the charter, I also felt that it was, as a whole, it was angry and I thought divisive. And I recognize that's the nature of political and social discourse these days. But I do think we have to find a better way to do this. Fighting amongst ourselves is not going to solve these problems and how we adapt to climate change in this city and the world. I totally agree with the idea of structuring the Climate Charter on the ballot as a collection of separate propositions, because I think it gives voters an opportunity, a chance to judge for themselves which of those different propositions could help solve problems and which of them are just about dividing us. And I think you can trust voters to be able to do that. And I think supporters of the climate agenda as a whole have the opportunity to vote for all of them. So I think having the ability to pick and choose amongst those or vote for all of them is what this separating them out affords us. And I also think that having them separated out gives us an opportunity over the next however long it is. I think May is correct. It is an opportunity to debate the individual merits of each of those propositions. And I think that's a good thing. It gives us an opportunity as a city maybe to put together a climate charter that keeps the positive attributes and maybe dispenses with some of the more divisive ones. I care about the climate deeply. I have I now have a 14-month-old son who I'd really like to grow up in El Paso, and I think that we can solve these problems. And I think we all face a common threat, and I think we have to face that together. That adversity, can help us come together to learn to solve problems maybe a little bit, but cooperatively. So thank you.
Thank you.
The next statement was submitted by Alyssa Garza, constituent of District 7, and I'll read this on Representative Rivera's behalf. It says, "My name is Alyssa Garza, and I'm a member of District 7 who lives in the Lower Valley. My family and I fully support the climate charter and signed for all of it to be on the ballot. City Council must ensure the climate charter gets on the May 2023 ballot as promised in the August 2nd, 2022 meeting, and ensure it does not get severed into multiple propositions which could alter the language the people drafted and signed on to. We're in the midst of a climate crisis, and we have the opportunity to take immediate action now on a local level. 40,000 El Pasoans signed on to put the entire charter onto the ballot and supported all 8 propositions when they signed. I collected signatures in my community, and community members consistently complained about air pollution, lack of infrastructure, flooding, and the elites who take advantage and pollute our community. If the climate charter is not placed on the May 2023 ballot, and if it is severed, it will be an example of social injustice and influence of special interest. I'm asking the City Council to listen to their constituents. The climate charter will only benefit our community. Once again, I am asking for the City Council to place the climate charter on the May 2023 ballot as promised and not to sever it into multiple propositions. Thank you, Alyssa Garza. The next speaker is Andrew Segura. Good afternoon. You have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Yeah, first, I just want to address what Jim said. This isn't, the climate charter was born out of love. It's not divisive at all. Unless you believe that, believe in exploiting marginalized groups of people for profit is divisive, then yeah. My name is Andrew. I'm an organizer with Sunrise El Paso. This summer, Sunrise in Ground Game, Texas organized over 39,000 people in an effort to make El Paso a leader in the fight against climate change by signing on to the El Paso Climate Charter. The city of El Paso trusted us and you all to deliver the will of the people, which is one policy and a timely election. The unelected power brokers in this city are trying to convince you to ignore this duty. They want you to split up the climate charter, which would be against the will of the people, as they sign onto one single amendment. An amendment which more than 39,000 El Pasoans understand and want. They are trying to scare you by saying the city must buy El Paso Electric, which is untrue. The charter simply states that a feasibility study must be done. They want us to feel bad that El Paso Electric might lose some profits, while we refuse to continue to put profit over people. They say that all stakeholders should have a seat at the table, while they've been denying frontline communities that same luxury for decades. They want you to delay putting the charter on the ballot when we now know that it was valid and should have been voted on in November. I ask once again that you do your job and honor the will of the city. Thank you, solidarity with my comrades, and free Islam.
The next statement was submitted by Brandon Warner, and I will read this on behalf of Representative Canales as requested. It says, "My name is Brandon. I am a constituent of Chris Canales in District 8. I wish I could be there in person or virtually, but at this moment, I'm on a train probably in the middle of nowhere without internet connection. Even so, I have a strong desire to say a few things regarding this item. I have been excited about and supportive of the climate charter for the city of El Paso ever since I heard about it last year and have followed its progress as it makes its way to the ballot. I was disappointed to hear of the proposal to delay and split up the climate charter for the city of El Paso and would like to say these things. First, regarding the proposal to delay the vote, I believe that action for climate resilience and sustainable development is long overdue and should not be postponed. El Paso has already been negatively affected by climate change, and any more hesitation or delays could have serious outcomes. I am personally invested in this amendment to the city charter, having developed asthma as a child due to the poor quality in the air in this city, and now needing to pay an almost equal amount to my rent just to buy inhalers so that I can breathe properly for a month. I don't want our future generations to have to deal with this, and the change needs to start now, this May. I'm also of a firm belief that this amendment is most effective in its entirety as one proposition. The people of El Paso petitioned for this amendment in its entirety, not in bits and pieces. By splitting up the amendment, it would confuse voters, many of whom will have signed the petition for its full inclusion in the ballot. In addition, there are some parts of the amendment that would be rendered weak if voted in without the other parts. The Climate Charter for the City of El Paso is a cohesive, self-sustaining, and strong piece of legislation that is a right and proper reaction to the dangers that climate change and the fossil fuel industry present to the citizens of El Paso. Do not make the mistake of delaying or splitting up the Climate Charter. I hope that you will consider my words and that my representative, Chris Canales, will fight for the quick and complete passage of the Climate Charter for the City of El Paso. We need this amendment right now. Brandon Warner. The next speaker is Lorena Ramirez. Lorena Ramirez, followed by Crystal Moran, Veronica Carvajal. Good afternoon. You have 3 minutes.
Hi.
Good afternoon.
Hi, good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
My name is Lorena Ramirez. I'm a constituent of District 2 of the City of El Paso. I helped collect hundreds of signatures for this campaign as a community organizer with Sunrise El Paso. I am here during the petition process. The Climate Charter was presented to the voters as a single amendment for the city charter. So I am here to insist that the proposition does not get divided. The amendment was written with the intent to establish a climate director and a climate department to address climate policy. By dividing it and forcing voters to vote on it separately, it threatens the purpose of the amendment. The attempt to divide the proposition can only create confusion and devalue the voices of the voters. Remember, it's the voices of 40,000 people. Voters may perceive the attempt to divide the proposition as suspicious actions. It is important for voters to have confidence in the democratic process. People who signed the petition have been waiting long enough. Personally, I would like to see policies in place that protect the environment so that my 2-year-old granddaughter over there can have a world where there is a world where the air is free of pollution, of pollutants, and that she has drinking water for her family. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
The next statement was submitted by Crystal Moran, and I'm going to read it on behalf of Representative Canales as requested, and it says, Dear Councilmember Canales, I am a constituent of your district, and I'm requesting that you please read the following into public record of the January 24th City Council meeting on item 2. My name is Crystal Moran, a constituent of District 8. I am voicing my opposition to severing the Climate Charter into 8 propositions. This is not how the Climate Charter was written nor intended. It is meant to be only one policy and one amendment to the City Charter. Nearly 40,000 El Pasoans did not sign on to 8 different pieces of the Climate Charter. They signed onto it as one sole package supporting the entirety of the Climate Policy Charter. We expect an argument to be made that keeping the Climate Charter as one proposition would obfuscate the policy in the same way that led to disastrous events with Multipurpose Arena in Duranguito. But this is not all the same thing and should not be compared to that. Another deep concern about City Council wanting to sever the climate policy into 8 sections is tampering with the language in the policy as it was written and submitted and accepted. Severing it and tampering with the written language is dishonest and disingenuous to El Paso voters. I'm also voicing my strong opposition to postponing the May election of the Climate Charter to November. City Council gave us a word in August 2nd of 2022 for it to be on the May ballot, and it is in fact much more cost efficient to have it in May than in November. City Council, City Manager, and City Attorney had 6 months to prepare for the May election. It is highly suspicious that the reason for the suggested postponement of the election is so that time can be bought so that their friends at El Paso Electric and J.P. Morgan Chase can organize against the Climate Charter. Hands off the charter and keep the election in May. Thank you, Crystal Moran. The next speaker is Veronica Carvajal. Ms. Carvajal, *6, please, to unmute your telephone. Good afternoon. You have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon. My name is Veronica Carvajal, and I live in District 2. I have been an environmental activist for almost 30 years and an environmental lawyer in El Paso for almost 18 years, or for over 18 years. All of us, but especially our youth, people with disabilities, the elderly, and people who are poor, are paying the price already for climate change. We cannot wait. I echo Attorney Mike Siegel's legal arguments as to why this should be kept as one single proposition. And I want to remind you that just earlier, the City Attorney's Office told you that you can keep this as one single proposition. Separating this into 8 propositions will mislead voters, especially the over 20,000 registered voters that signed the petition as one proposition. The level of specificity in the climate charter is incredible. That is a contract with the voters, not the ballot language. And so the transparency that they have provided, the work that they have done, the clarification they've given you time and again about not being misled about what is actually there when it comes to purchasing El Paso Electric, but rather looking at the feasibility of doing so. They have put so much work into this, and they have also had legal counsel throughout this entire process, and they have looked at other cities, as have we at Justicia Fronteriza. I want to take this time to thank the youth at Sunrise, El Paso, Brown Gang, Texas, and Justicia Fronteriza, who I've had the honor to mentor and to learn from. They could be anywhere right now, and yet they have chosen to love their community so much that they are in front of you hour after hour at city council meeting after city council meeting, and it is, I believe, your duty to honor their hard work and to keep this as one proposition, and also to honor your promise to them to have this on the May ballot. Thank you.
The next statement was submitted by Vanessa Medrano, and I will read it for Representative Rivera as requested, and it says, "My name is Vanessa Medrano, and I'm a constituent of District 7. I am adding my voice to the nearly 40,000 El Pasoans and the over 1,800 District 7 voters who have signed to get the climate charter on the ballot. I signed this petition and eventually gathered signatures for it as a volunteer. I signed because I knew that the city needs sweeping changes to address community pollution and the effect climate change has on the region. Other community members who have signed also demanded a huge change in a single proposition the people of our community can vote on. This is a one-subject amendment that plans one thing: climate action facilitated by our government. Breaking it up into 8 propositions weakens it and brings unnecessary confusion to an already popular policy, but I'm sure you already knew that. Splitting this amendment into smaller parts is currently being advertised as an effort the City Council is making to hold more transparency around the propositions they put on the ballot. I find this messaging to be extremely misleading and a little hypocritical when the same government is preparing propositions with deceitful language that further their self-interest. I'm also concerned that our city government is delaying this democratic process when they already gave us their word that it would make it to the May 2023 ballot. If you are truly concerned with city spending, I recommend you review other overinflated budgets. Please provide your voters with consistency and clarity in your public-facing decisions by putting the climate charter on a single proposition on the May 2023 ballot. Thank you, Vanessa Medrano. The next speaker is Ana Fuentes, followed by Rachel Ortega, Atziri Reyes, Isabella Correa, Josh Simmons. Good afternoon, Ms. Fuentes. You have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Ana Fuentes, and again, I'm a constituent of District 8, an organizer with Sunrise El Paso, and the campaign manager for the Climate Charter. I'm here to request that you all reconsider the ballot language proposed for the Climate Charter petition. By breaking up the single petition into 8 different propositions, you're diminishing the will of the people who signed in agreement with the entire policy. As campaign manager, I've directly witnessed all the hard work canvassers and volunteers have put into having deep, meaningful conversations with the community. As a result of these conversations, we gathered 39,159 signatures of El Pasoans in support of the full policy. Again, I want to reinforce that El Pasoans signed a single petition that operates holistically, not 8 separate amendments, and as such should therefore be on the ballot as a single amendment. The single subject addressed in the petition is climate policy. All tenets of the Climate Charter are interconnected with the single goal of mitigating the climate crisis. I sincerely see no purpose behind breaking up the policy other than confusing voters and attempting to diminish the morale of supporters. In order to stay true to what community members sign onto, I ask the City Council instruct city staff to prepare a ballot language to a single amendment rather than breaking up the amendment into 8 different propositions. I was previously here to provide comment during the August 2nd meeting. On that day, city staff was instructed to maintain regular communication with me as a representative of the grassroots organization behind the petition. However, I'm alarmed that neither I nor anyone else from Sunrise El Paso was informed about the proposed language discussed today. I find it inappropriate to keep us in the dark, despite knowing that clarity and transparency throughout this process was something that we explicitly desired, as well as the community at large. I echo Representative Anello's concerns of us being omitted from this process, and ask that we be reconnected once again to city staff as we move on towards the possibility of holding community meetings regarding the amendment. I also want to clarify some of the fear-mongering that I feel I've heard here today regarding the municipalization of El Paso. I want to reinforce again that the climate charter does not ask that the utility be municipalized. We're simply asking for a feasibility study. So I think it's unfair and misleading to the voters to attach a price tag to this amendment when we're not actually requiring that we buy out the electric company. Again, to reinforce one last time, please keep the language under one single petition rather than breaking it up into 8 different parts, which would diminish the will of the people. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next statement was submitted by Rachel Ortega, District 5 constituent.
My name is Rachel Ortega, speaking of District 5. Nearly 4,000 of El Pasoans who have signed on to support the climate charter. We appreciate that you previously offered your staff that could get our goal being on the 2022 November election. As my representative and a signer of our climate charter, I am writing to demand City Council to following ensure climate charter getting on May 2023 ballot, as was promised in August 2nd, 2022 meeting, ensure the climate charter is not served in multiple positions, potentially altering the language to the drafted and signed onto. Here's why it is important to me to take this action. You and I, along the thousands of the registered voters of District 5, signed once, not 8 times of climate charter. We fought and have put before voters November 2022 election, but we're told that the city manager and attorney will have possible. We were told we're listening to will the people by giving us the May election. We compromised with you, and now we see how important it is to stick to our values. When you compromise with those who argue in bad faith, they will always move to the goalpost. Now we are being challenged with November 2023 election, and council members are putting the blame for the cost of the May election on us. When the temperatures continue to rise, natural disasters ruin the infrastructure of the city and put El Pasoans in danger because I failed to prepare with the climate departure. Whose fault will it be taken? I expect to listen to the El Pasoans who signed on to the charter climate, and it will all who answer the voters when didn't act now instead of try to delay and confuse them on behalf of the business interest. Thank you.
The next speaker is Atsiri Reyes, followed by Isabella Correa. Josh Simmons. Good afternoon. You have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name is Atsiri Reyes, a District 1 constituent and represented by City Rep Brian Kennedy. Now, before I get started, I want to voice that I found it extremely offensive how some people, the people who were talking about economy, are the same people who have not once spoken to the community about their needs and their desires. I was a canvasser for Phase 1 of the Climate Charter, and I am here to speak on behalf of the almost 40,000 people who signed the charter, specifically the thousands of District 1 constituents who signed. I ask today that their signatures and therefore their voices are respected. When I talked to people about the Climate Charter, I told them about every section as a whole, many times even handing them a physical copy of the charter, for them to read in their own time. They signed the charter, every section, not sections 1 through 8, segregated and at risk of losing their impact. As an El Pasoan who also signed the charter, I am confused and wondering why I have to read and try to understand the charter all over again. Why are you trying to change what I signed in February? I want my opinions and choices to be respected, and so does Andrew, a frontline community member who lives in the front lines of Marathon Oil Refinery and feels relief when the wind blows in a direction that doesn't put their family at risk. Richard, who, because of financial restraints, is living too in the front lines of mass pollution and directly facing climate racism. Respect the voice of the community member who has sacrificed basic needs in order to pay their electric bill. And these are facts. I actually spoke to these people. Respect my family who had to rebuild their life after my father's lungs could no longer breathe in ozone or methane. Respect the people, Isis, Malaya, Aaron, and the thousands of voices who took back their power and chose to fight for their losses and fight for the future. I speak today for the voices once ignored and left behind closed doors. Do not leave us in the dark and don't ignore our petition. The people want climate justice, and we want it now, on May 6th, not November. So I ask for myself, I ask for the community, give us back our power, leave the climate charter as is, and put it in the ballots this May. Thank you.
Next speaker is Isabella Correa. Isabella Correa, followed by Josh Simmons. Good afternoon. You have 3 minutes.
Hello and good afternoon. My name is Isabella Correa, and I am an organizer here at Sunrise El Paso. I'm here on behalf of Speaking and Protecting the Climate Charter. City Council, stick to your word and leave the Climate Charter as one proposition, not 8. Not only am I speaking for myself, but I'm speaking for the 40,000 residents that signed the charter, because we are all aware that the climate change is increasing and is getting worse day by day. Stop delaying the possibility of a brighter future and stop undermining our voices. The language structured for the policy will bring confusion for El Pasoans and will create untrustworthiness. Everything is connected, and we are here to stand for each other and care for our city that is El Paso. Becoming a canvasser for Sunrise El Paso has opened my eyes, and I got to communicate and learn about many personal stories as I was going around El Paso. And all of these stories all had to be intricate, and they all had to go down to the climate crisis. So here I'm just reminding, and I'm backing up my fellow Sunrisers that we fight with love, and we're not going to stop till this day. Thank you.
The next speaker is Josh Simmons.
Thank you.
Josh Simmons, *6, please, to unmute your telephone. Josh Simmons, good afternoon. You have 3 minutes.
Oh, good afternoon, Mayor,
Good afternoon.
representatives, and city staff. I am Josh Simmons. I am speaking to you now on item 2 as Executive Director of Eco El Paso, and as also a volunteer and supporter of Sunrise El Paso. I, too, have also collected signatures and personally endorsed the El Paso Climate Charter in its original form. And I also want to make a statement of reinforcement support for the legal advisor from Ground Game Texas, Mike Siegel, on his comment on the Climate Charter as it should be, as it was presented as in its entirety. And I want to remind the public to look at the connection and enhancement that both the El Paso Climate Charter and the already passed initiatives that we saw this past November 2022 of Prop C in pursuit of the climate goals that not only does the Climate Action Plan outline, but also the continued and future sustainability of our city and region. As Executive Director, I want to make a statement on behalf of the Board of Directors of Eco El Paso, and I'm speaking to you in regards to the integrity of the El Paso Climate Charter in its original presentation. For, again, as everyone has stated and is very much familiar if they've read it, the detailed approach that the El Paso Climate Charter has. And that was submitted by Ground Game and Sunrise El Paso in the summer of 2022. The El Paso Climate Charter must remain scheduled for the May 2023 election. And as mentioned in the previous City of El Paso City Council meetings, Eco El Paso was an early adopter of the El Paso Climate Charter as a nonprofit organization built of volunteers. And many, if not all the members, are fellow El Pasoans who feel strongly that the entirety and bundle of goals that the Charter Amendment presents are pursued and needed to ensure that our Sun City can approach sustainability with clean energy, clean air, and clean water at the forefront. It is from the understanding of the board and our supporters that The city charter amendment were already delayed from a tentative November 2022 election to now May 2023, and any further delay to November 2023 is an overdue commitment that should be brought to voters of the city of El Paso. Not only the matters of the climate charter aim to amend, but along with the other proposed charter amendments, are essential to equipping our city to move forward with policy and ordinances to implement resiliency and preparation for the challenges of the future. Our opinions are based on the common trend observed abroad of greenwashing of the policies or just of climate policies and disruptive movements in pursuit of equality, and sustainability is a fundamental element in building justice. So the propositions all
Thank
eight
you, Mr.
as worded
Simmons.
or
You've reached the
reworded.
3 minutes. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. Well,
The
our
next
organization on
speaker
paper. Thank you very much.
is Dr. Rick Bonart.
I don't see him in here.
I don't see him in the audience. The next statement was submitted by Brianna Lucero, and I'll read it on behalf of Representative Canales as requested, and it says, I request that City Council Representative Chris Canales read my comment into the record. My name is Brianna Lucero. I am a constituent of District 8 and proud signatory of the Climate Charter petition. I would like to urge my Representative Chris Canales to follow the will of the people and protect the Climate Charter by keeping it as a single proposition as it was signed by El Pasoans, rather than broken and diluted into 8 different petitions. I'm a civil engineer interested in sustainability in a city with heavy military presence. My employment opportunities are often limited to industries that further harm the climate, keeping me from reaching my goal of working towards the development of green, sustainable infrastructures. Among other impactful things, the Climate Charter would 1, generate and normalize green jobs over extractive industries, and 2, under the guidance of the Climate Director, help the city become a pioneer in sustainable development. I signed a single petition outlining these goals, not 8 separate ones as outlined by the A through H propositions. I ask that my voice, along with that of nearly 40,000 El Pasoans, be respected by keeping the Climate Charter under a single proposition. The next speaker is Yvonne Diaz. Yvonne Diaz, *6, please, to unmute your telephone. Yvonne Diaz. I don't see the phone number in the queue. The next statement was submitted by Alejandro Ruiz, District 2 constituent.
Hello, representatives. My name is Alejandro Ruiz, a constituent of District 2. I wanted to add my voice to the nearly 40,000 El Pasoans who have signed on to support the Climate Charter. The signatures of the Climate Charter have now been counted and verified by the city. I am writing to demand that City Council do the following: ensure Climate Charter gets on the May 2023 ballot, as was promised in the August 2nd, 2022 meeting. Ensure the Climate Charter is not severed into multiple propositions, potentially altering the language that people have drafted and signed on to. Here is why it is important to me that you take action. I currently work to serve the El Paso community by helping them qualify for solar energy at their homes. I've seen how this technology liberates people from the financial stress of paying increasing electric bills, and seen how this and ultimately cleans up our community. I live next to the refinery, and there's definitely poison air being inhaled by children. This change needs to happen now. The community needs action now, and there are thousands of signatures asking this to be done ASAP. I expect you to do the right thing and listen to the voices of almost 40,000 El Pasoans. Thank you.
The next statement was submitted by Brianna Alvarado, and it reads, Representative Rivera, my name is Brianna Alvarado, constituent of District 7. I'm a medical student who, through my clinical experiences, has been exposed to the consequences of environmental inequities on healthcare. I'm writing to demand City Council to do the following: ensure the Climate Charter gets on the May 2023 ballot, as was promised in the August 2nd, 2022 meeting, and ensure the Climate Charter is not severed into multiple propositions, potentially altering the language that people drafted and signed on to. I expect you to do the right thing and listen to the voices of almost 40,000 El Pasoans. I request that my city representative, Henry Rivera, read the following into the public record of the January 24th City Council meeting for comments on item 2, and I read it on behalf of Representative Rivera as requested. The next speaker is Lori Marshall. Lori Marshall, *6, please, to unmute your telephone.
Hello.
Good afternoon. You have 3 minutes.
Hello, this is Lori Marshall. I'm in District 1. I'm a 73-year-old grandmother, and I want to acknowledge the beautiful work that the young people have done to help make El Paso an innovative city that accepts the reality of climate chaos. I'm also a member of, which I joined because I'm frankly terrified about the future that my grandsons here in El Paso, who are 2 and 5, are facing. And the concept of democracy, I think we all need to remember, is very, very young on this planet. The concept of a multiracial democracy is under attack around the planet, and El Paso has the opportunity to have a climate department to really be creative and to use our best innovation to make a city that works for all people. And I'm just thrilled with the work that the young people have done. This is a direction that we need to go in to vote in May, because time is of the essence, and to also focus on being innovative, making sure the small businesses don't get pushed out by this. This is a direction that is essential. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
The next statement was submitted by Sarah Cervantes, and I'll read it on behalf of Representative Rivera. And it says, my name is Sarah Garza, and I'm a member of District 7. I fully support the Climate Charter and sign for all of it to be on the ballot. City Council must ensure the Climate Charter gets on the May 2023 ballot as promised in the August 2nd, 2022 meeting, and ensure it does not get severed into multiple propositions, which could alter the language the people drafted and signed on to. We must address air pollution in our city. My 9-year-old daughter suffers from severe asthma and chest pain. She cannot go outside on windy and/or gusty days. El Paso children have a high asthma rate, and previous academic studies have demonstrated how respiratory effects in children correlate with air pollution. El Paso has one of the worst air quality scores in the nation. It is time we address the root causes of air pollution in our community, protect our children, and advance environmental justice. Once again, I'm asking for the City Council to place the Climate Charter on the May 2023 ballot as promised and not to sever it into multiple propositions. Thank you. The next statement was submitted by Aleji Escoto, and it reads, hello, Representative Brian Kennedy. My name is Aleji Escoto, a constituent of District 1. I want to add my voice to the nearly 40,000 El Pasoans who have signed on to support the Climate Charter. The signatures of the Climate Charter have now been counted and verified by the city. I'm writing to demand the City Council to do the following. Ensure the Climate Charter gets onto the May 2023 ballot as was promised in the August 2nd, 2022 meeting, and ensure the Climate Charter is not severed into multiple propositions, potentially altering the language the people drafted and signed on to. As a citizen of a polluted city, I demand that start doing all the steps necessary to improve the quality of life in the city, country, and planet. I consider all these actions proposed in the Climate Charter extremely important, and that's why I voted for it. Sincerely, Aleji Escoto. The final statement was submitted by Carmen Rodriguez, and it reads, there is new hope in 2023 that the City Council will carefully scrutinize the important matters that come before it, and that a message is sent that this council will not simply approve previous decisions and strategies. The proposed charter amendments contain serious flaws that need to be reviewed and rectified. There seems to be an intent to add confusion and obfuscation rather than simplicity and clarity. With respect to Section 3.11, which is of utmost importance to citizen input and grassroots democracy, the proposed changes make it more difficult for citizens to utilize this petition process effectively. For example, the identification of matters that are not appropriate for referendum should be limited only to those that are not allowed by state law. Please consider that this initiative process should be neutral, transparent, and fair. Initiatives from the citizens are mostly good faith efforts to improve city government and move the city forward to address conditions in progressive ways such as the Climate Charter. Further, there will be sufficient opportunity to debate the pros and cons in the public arena when the matter is put to a vote by the citizenry. Finally, there also seems to be excessive input by staff on matters concerning public policy during the different steps of the proposed charter changes, specifically with respect to the issue of the mayor's veto. Thank you for your attention. Carmen Rodriguez. Mayor, that concludes public comment on this item.
Thank you, and thank you everyone for being here and for participating. Representative Anello, followed by Representative, hold on, we're going to go with Representative Salcido first. She hasn't spoken on the item. Representative Salcido.
Thank you, Mayor. I just have a quick question in regards to, I keep hearing the public speakers talk about one single item. Do we have the wording of that, how that would read?
Kristen Karam for the record. Excuse me, Representative Saucedo, thank you for the question. If we were to do it as one item, it would be basically the same, similar language to what the 8 items are, but all together.
Do you mean to read it out loud? Okay.
And to that question, you talked about coming up with what items would impact the city. Then you would put $1 item on it?
Correct. If it's one ballot proposition, the state law requires that we provide an analysis of the cost for the one item. Yes, sir.
Okay, so if it's like one item, you would put the cost analysis on each item as proposed?
No, one item.
It would be the cost analysis of the item as a whole, one cost analysis for the entirety of the climate proposition.
Thank you.
Representative
Thank you. I have it in here somewhere.
Salcido. I'm sorry, Representative Mayor Pro Tem Anello.
Thanks.
I was having a hard time with that
It's
one.
okay. I have some questions. Not really. I'm going to make a statement. I'm going to hold my questions. I personally think that this item would do better the way that staff has presented it. But I think as we heard one of the public speakers, my personal opinion doesn't matter on this item. This was not my ballot initiative. I did not gather 40,000 signatures. And I think there is some public comment, and we received a folder from Mike Siegel that does, again, make me question our decision to divide this up. And so I know we have other speakers with that. I'm going to make a motion to move this forward as one item presented or read by Kristen Hamilton. But I would need a second.
Second.
Representative Fierro. Pardon me?
I believe Representative Canales made a second, but
I didn't hear him.
I did. Second.
Okay,
I
thank
second
you.
Rep. Anello's motion.
All right, thank you. Representative Fierro.
Yes, did we not do a feasibility, maybe for the city manager, was there not a feasibility study done when El Paso Electric was sold originally?
The city didn't do one. There was a feasibility done by the purchaser.
By the purchaser?
Yeah, they did a feasibility analysis and study. Then they also did a due diligence process as well. And that took, I was told, about 18 to 24 months. Pretty similar to what I mentioned of what was done in the Lubbock situation.
Right.
The timing was almost identical.
And do we have any idea what the cost of that was?
I don't have that off the top of my head, no.
All right, that was me. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Representative Molinar.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd ask for someone from El Paso, Paso Water to be on this call. I think Mr. John Ballou's on the call now.
Yes, Representative Molinar, I'm here.
Okay. Mr. Ballou, what is your current title or position with El Paso Water?
I'm the president of El Paso Water Utilities.
Okay. For the record, for El Paso, the city, and El Paso County, what is your end number of customers that you service and provide water, drinkable water, potable water for?
Approximately 220,000.
Okay. So as El Paso Water and the Public Service Board, you're your own political subdivision of the state of Texas, correct?
Well, it's complicated. We were created under a provision in state law. We obviously have a relationship with the city of El Paso in that we were created by the city of El Paso.
Like 1952?
Correct.
Okay. And so the Public Service Board, the PSB, is your board of directors, correct?
Correct.
So they set policy on what El Paso Water can and cannot do. They also set limits as far as infrastructure, doing bonds, CIP, and things like that, correct?
Yes, primarily policy, rules and regulations, budget and rates.
Okay. And do you think, or can you tell us, not your opinion, but can you tell us, please, is PSB, or excuse me, the Public Service Board of Directors, what would their response be if this item was to pass, that we could not service commercial people doing fossil fuel industries in El Paso County?
Well, we don't think that that is legal for us to do that.
Okay.
We think that there is a preemption under state law, but we would have to examine that.
So you would think your legal team would say no?
I would think so, yes.
Okay.
I don't think the state of Texas allows us to discriminate one water customer to another based on what they do.
Okay. And as far as their amount of water that they're taking or not taking and paying for, and what rates are set, that would come into the play as well, or the decision-making process as well?
Of the Public Service Board, that's correct.
Okay. And do you have any impact, or excuse me, do you have any opinion as far as your professionalism right now on what this issue is? The climate charter.
The charter as a whole?
Yes, but more specifically as to not to provide water to outside the city limits to fossil fuel industries.
Well, it's problematic because we already have a customer outside the city limits that would fit into the definition that's set forth in the climate charter. And so it would be, according to the language here, it's talking about, canceling, which would be to then, if that were to take place, and to reduce the power generation capacity of El Paso Electric. Now, from our standpoint, it's not a tremendously large volume water using customer. When the plant was put in, they designed it with equipment that minimized the water consumption. And so we've been providing water to them, and it's not a significant part of our daily business.
Okay. And as far as part of El Paso Water, do you right now presently have policy in place that is that helps our climate, that reduces the ozone, that saves water for their community, provides water for future generations, and things like that?
Absolutely. When it comes to the water business, water conservation is key to all of these things, because when we conserve water, that's less electricity that's used to power the system. And so that is our number one focus that I think applies to climate. In addition to that, we did hire a sustainability professional. We're working through our fleet. We are starting the design of our first photovoltaic system. So many of these things in here we think are good, and we're going to go ahead and implement that. But water conservation by far is number one, and that is going to be that's going to continue to be our goal moving forward, decade by decade, is to reduce the per capita consumption. Right now we're at about 130 gallons per person per day, and we need to get that down to 115 gallons per person per day to make sure our water master plan works out. And that's water conservation.
Okay. And I know you yourself, and I know you're now rotating different staff, Ms. Navarrete and others, to come before us as a body here at City Council, and you update us on a quarterly basis on what you're doing and what you're not doing and how well you're doing it. And so do you see other things happening or not going to happen should this charter amendment pass?
Well, that's the only thing that in particular catches my attention. But we have to do a thorough cost analysis of the other parts of it.
Okay. Besides the questions I'm asking you today, Mr. Ballou, do you have any other issues that I may have not raised right now?
No, sir. And we'll be glad to bring this back to council in a future report.
All right. I thank you very much. I appreciate your time. Appreciate jumping on the call too.
Thank you.
Can I respond to that?
No, sir. No, we have a 3-minute limit, and we'd have to allow everyone else for additional time on both sides. But we do have a motion and a second. And if we can take action on that, Ms. Prine?
Yes, Mayor.
I'm sorry, I am mistaken. We do have Representative Canales, then Representative Hernandez.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to start off by saying I think we all are in agreement, or at least it seems that folks are in agreement here that this is going to proceed in May. And there was some discussion about the potential of moving this to November last week at the City Council meeting last week. I think it was just a brief mention, and I certainly will support this continuing forward through its process onto the ballot this May. In many ways, Rep. Anello, you took exactly what I planned to say, which is that I also personally don't think that grouping all of the amendments together, or grouping the proposed charter amendment into one item is necessarily what's best for the success of the proposals. But also, like Rep. Anello, I think that the City Council has a ministerial duty to place this item on the agenda, yes, and we also have a discretionary role to play in terms of deciding the ballot language. But I interpret that discretionary role that we play to mean that we should closely listen to the desires of the petitioners. And they're here telling us today that they want this to be a single item. And that's the reason that I gave a second to Rep. Anello's motion. Because I think that if we do our best to follow the intent of the petitioners here, and this is what they want, we should do that regardless of our personal opinions about which is better, or which method would result in success or failure of the proposition. I do want to point out one thing that has been said again and again today, and people have referenced it kind of in both sides. It has to do with what's proposed now as Measure F, municipalization of El Paso Electric. I think personally that this reads very clearly as two separate sentences in section 9.1. The first sentence says, I think very plainly, the city of El Paso shall employ all available efforts to convert El Paso Electric to municipal ownership. Now, I didn't write this, city staff didn't write this, the city attorney didn't write this. This is the exact language that was handed over to the city clerk by the petitioners, and that folks were able to read when they signed. The many thousands of people were able to read when they signed. And yes, there is a second sentence, and it describes the city manager providing the city council with an annual report describing the feasibility of doing so. But I don't think in this case, we have to be very careful with legal drafting when drafting this kind of thing. One sentence doesn't get rid of the impact of the other sentence. And I do think that this will obligate the city to employ all available efforts to convert El Paso Electric to municipal ownership. And so I don't think it is disingenuous of the city to say that they will need to provide a cost estimate for that, because it does say that very plainly. But again, I'm willing to, in this case, defer to what the intent and what the stated intent today from the petitioners is. And if they want to put this on the ballot as one single item, then I plan to support that. Again, despite, I think, a more difficult path to success for these things. I want to make very clear here at the end I'm somebody who I have my degree is in sustainable development. I studied climate. From my degree is now from the Columbia Climate School. I think we are approaching this from the same ideas that climate action is very urgent. Climate doesn't wait. We have to make these decisions quickly in order to have any kind of impact that can sway the course of global climate. And so we're starting at a very similar baseline here. And obviously, I think the city needs to take steps and many steps to get better on this issue. Again, know that we come from that same mindset, that we have those same goals. I can't speak for the city, but at least myself and you, the petitioners, we have those same goals. But again, know that I will support you here, regardless of what I think is a decision that leads to a much more difficult path to pass these.
Thank you, Representative Canales. Representative Hernandez.
Thank you, Mayor. I do have a second motion if the main motion doesn't pass. And just to give some context on why I think it's important that we segment by subject, because our city charter, this is our governing document. Just like our other amendments, everything is by subject. And so the voters need to be able to see and clearly understand all of the changes to their governance structure, any commissions, any implications of the city charter amendment. I'm not here to favor one or the other, but to give clear understanding and guidance to voters if they choose to dissect and vote different ways on different items. And so I think it's precedent setting, and we should recognize that as well. We must make sure that our city charter is clearly, it's coherent, everybody can understand it, they know what they're voting for. A city charter amendments should be clear to the voters, and that has been the precedent that City Council has taken for decades. So I don't plan to change my position on that, but rather to provide a competing motion that I would move to accept the recommendations from our legal outside counsel and our legal team to ask the voters in 8 different measures on the ballot if they agree with the proposed questions. Thank you.
I would second that.
Thank you. So we'll take the first motion, Ms. Prine.
Yes, sir. The first motion was made by Representative Panelo, seconded by Representative Canales. And this is to move forward with the climate charter petition as one proposition on the ballot. Is that correct, Representative Panelo? Thank you. On that motion, call for the vote. Representative Canales?
Aye.
Thank you. In the voting session. And the motion passes 5-3. Representatives Anelo, Molinar, Salcido, Fierro, Canales voting aye. Representatives Kennedy, Hernandez, Rivera voting nay. The motion does carry.
Thank you.
Mayor, can I make a motion that we revisit item 1?
Second.
We have a motion and a second.
There's a motion and a second.
And before we go to that, I want to, again, congratulate y'all for the hard work you did. And, I know that it's going to be a tough battle, but you guys worked really hard. And I thank y'all for being here. And we did tell you we'd move it forward. And that's why we changed it back in August, to make sure that we respected you all. And, again, thank you again for being here. And with that, we have a motion and a second.
There's a motion from Representative Kennedy, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Anelo, to reconsider item 1. All in favor? Aye. Anyone opposed? The motion passes. Item 1 is discussion and action on the charter, election, and amendments.
I wanted to wait till we got through the ones that were already here. During my briefing with staff, the question was asked, is there anything that you would want to have added to the charter amendment? And I have two things that I'd like to have the council consider. The first one is, currently City Council has two people that answer to City Council, the City Attorney and the City Manager. And I'm suggesting that we move 3 from the City Manager's portfolio to City Council. The first one is the Internal Auditor, which is a function of the City Manager's office, and there's never been an issue, and I don't think there is any issues. But I think that it is more appropriate that that would answer to City Council as the Internal Auditor. The second two is Police and Fire. And the reason I say that is because we're not talking about restructuring Fire and Police. We're talking about having an individual from each department change their reporting structure. The Fire, there is CBAs in place for both. There is command structure in place for both, and those would not change. The only difference would be the answering would come to City Council rather than City Manager. I don't think it's a horrible burden on City Council to say that you will now oversee 5 people rather than 2. And so I would make the motion that we move Police, Fire, and Internal Auditor under the supervision of City Council.
Second on both motions.
Yeah, those are two separate motions, correct? Yeah. Okay, great.
I have a separate motion. The second motion is that I think it is important that the city manager choose who his deputy city managers are, but I don't think it's outrageous to say that an advise and consent form might make sense, where he picks who he wants and it just takes a blessing from City Council. It would keep City Council out of the choice except to say, you're right, this is a great person, because I think that, when you take a look at the deputy city managers, they all would have flown through with flying colors. So I would make the motion that the deputy city managers go to an advise and consent by City Council.
Second.
So, Council, Laura Cruz Acosta, Communications Director for the City of El Paso. Both of the items that were brought forward by Representative Kennedy, I would advise that we would need to go back to the ad hoc advisory committee, either stand them up or at the very minimum require extensive community outreach, because these items were not vetted by the community nor the ad hoc advisory committee. And so they would require, I would recommend, as they are changes to the government structure as it exists right now, I would advise that you do some public vetting in that respect.
My comment would be the election is the public vetting.
And I would say that we did extensive outreach with regards to the ad hoc advisory committee in that respect. And so for that reason, I would suggest following the same process that we did with the beginning of the charter amendment and moving right. These items into the ballot.
But I've also seen where, for example, in redistricting, where there was a redistricting committee that was completely thrown out and it was scrapped and started basically from scratch to go forward. And so I understand that, but this, I would say that if the voters say, listen, that's a really bad idea, they're going to vote it down, say it's a really bad idea. And that could happen.
Representative Kennedy, if for purposes of the council's understanding, you did explain that to Kristen when she was briefing you on the charter amendments.
They asked if I was interested in adding anything to it, and I brought both of those up.
Correct, and just for purposes of the whole council understanding, and this is still our position, this is a brand new subject that is just being proposed by Representative Kennedy. We have no proposed language, nor would we know how to draft that amendment. The council would need to call the proposed ordinance for the charter amendments will be coming forth to you all on January 31st. today is the deadline to post the proposed ordinance to get it on the ballot for the February 7th meeting for you all to vote to have that action be placed on a ballot for May. The city attorney's office does not have language prepared today, nor will it have language prepared before the end of the day today to have that proposal placed on an ordinance for next Tuesday.
Okay. So going forward with it if the council decided to do this, what would be the fallout?
So I'm not.
It wouldn't be ready
understanding.
for posting, so the choice would be to delay election or not have it on the ballot?
No, you wouldn't need to postpone the election. You have decided what you want to put on the ballot today, and that's been vetted now since,
Right.
I think, last March, when the council appointed the Charter Commission, and then additional items have been proposed here today that were amended on existing language that has
Okay.
been vetted. So what the process entails is meeting with the commission to talk about the subject matters, and then as a result of those meetings, the city attorney's office, in conjunction with the commission, takes a substantial amount of time in drafting those amendments and then comparing it to existing language from other cities, and then what it would look like on our ballot, and then we have those discussions at Charter Commission meetings. So it's not just a matter of sitting down and drafting the language and putting it on a ballot for next week. It's not how we
I
draft
understand.
charter amendments.
Okay. Because I had mentioned it when I was briefed. That
Correct, right. But just for the record, Representative Kennedy, we take direction from the majority of council when we draft ordinances.
Oh, no,
so-
I understand. I
So
understand.
it's not that we're ignoring your request, but it's for the process to take place, the city can't, our office can't turn around today
No,
and
I
say,
understand.
here's a proposal on what Representative Kennedy is recommending.
Just question, I just listening to Representative Kennedy, and he said that he was asked what he would be proposing. And at that point, why was the question asked if it was going to be a hollow answer? There was going to be no answer or no guidance for him. I'm surprised that there was a briefing and the question was asked and
And
he
the
said what he
intent
was
of
going to do,
briefing.
and then nothing happens.
Mayor, I wasn't part of those discussions. What I was told is that we asked because Representative Anello had instructed us to ask, and you all voted to ask us to meet with the members of council. Part of those discussions for the new members of council was to discuss what they were proposing, and then whether we would be able to draft them in part of what is already existing on our charter, because there's a lot of items that you all discussed. So whether it was existing amendments or new amendments, the answer was the same. It's whether they're already on there and we can fix what they were asking for. But brand new amendments, we would have answered that the same irrespective.
And let me go back to, just out of curiosity, because maybe what he's asking is not a charter change. Is it a resolution that's in the books on the way it's set up? Or was it set up by charter that who would report to who? And what he's asking on directors or city staff to, for the city manager to come back to council, and I'm not exactly sure how he asked it. Would that be a charter change, or is he really not even a charter change? Is it an amendment change?
The question he's asking today in regards to,
Yeah, would it be a charter change or an amendment change?
it would be a change to the charter as currently written. The duties under the city manager's portion of the charter says that all personnel actions are performed by him and all city employees report to him.
Was that, and again, I'm just asking, was that a action originally when it was created, or has that been after that was added?
That's been, I would have to go back and look at the actual language. That is a language that exists under the city manager's duties.
Originally? That's what I'm
Yes,
wondering. Yeah,
but
that's
I
all.
don't know if it's been subsequently changed, but that's as it currently reads. Yes, Mayor.
Okay, so both items he's asking for would have to be charter changes, not amendments.
Correct.
Okay, thank you for that.
And for the record, Mayor, if I may, when we did have that discussion, we did mention that that's a major policy change. So we would expect that if those types of major policy changes were going to be supported by the majority of council, that would need to be a November ballot.
Now, could he have
with more
asked
time
for
to be vetted.
guidance on language at that time? So
I'm
he
sorry?
could he have asked for guidance in language so he could have proposed it?
We would have to do extensive research to provide guidance on that language. There are no other cities in the state of Texas that actually have a structure like that. So, I mean, that would take significant time too if directed by council.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Representative Nella, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. I am a little frustrated. I understand that legal does not answer to one council member, but per my motion, last council member was specifically to help council members draft language for new ballot propositions since they had not been here through the process. And so just again, becoming a little frustrated because we knew that we were up against a wall because this was not presented to us until last council meeting. So that language was discussed, or that action was discussed in helping draft language. That came from me. That was part of that motion. And now we're being told, well, you couldn't do that because, but you could do that because that was the action of council. And I'm sorry, I'm not done, Ms. Neiman. I don't believe that this language cannot be drafted by Thursday. I believe, Mayor, your deadline is Thursday? Your deadline is Thursday at noon, correct, for language?
Ms. Neiman? Or really, I guess, yeah, it'd be Ms.
I
Neiman.
don't, Laura, what is the mayor's deadline of posting items on the agenda?
It's 5 o'clock, I think maximum, it's noon on Wednesday, but it has to be done by 5 o'clock Wednesday or 4 o'clock or something.
Noon Thursday
It's on the addition to the agenda would be at Thursday at 3 p.m.
at 3 p.m.
Right, what
and-
time?
Thursday at 3 p.m. for an
2
addition
p.m.
to the agenda.
Thursday, 2 p.m.
Say 2. Thursday at 2 p.m. Again, for a first hearing, which would then give an additional 5 days to do research in which amendments could be made to the first hearing. I understand that we had a lot of public meetings. I wonder what happened with the data from those public meetings. These are things I heard about from my constituents at these meetings and after these meetings. And so I don't remember staff asking anyone in the crowd how they felt about each individual amendment and if they had any amendments to propose. I think if the council is to do action today, I would expect staff to do their best to be able to draft this language for the Thursday deadline, but to be amended or removed by the Tuesday council meeting if necessary. And I'm only saying this because, again, the language in the motion last council meeting was to help new council members draft language. That was the intent. They had never been updated by anybody on staff since they had taken election. It wasn't even talked about until last council meeting. And now to say, well, you can't propose anything for the charter because we didn't do this. No, we had a special meeting and directed you to help them. That's all I have, Mayor. Thank you. And I will be supporting this today in hopes that this can be done as expedited as possible. I do have a clarifying question, actually.
Mayor, may I address Representative Anello's statements? So for purposes of the council and the public, all charter amendments take months to write. We've never taken the position that we can write an amendment to a charter, specifically this type of amendment where it would change the structure of who's reporting to whom overnight or in a few hours. This council has a history for the last I've been a member of this office for 15 years. In the last 15 years, anytime there's a charter amendment, there is a committee that is formed, and all of the questions are posed to the committee, and they make those recommendations. While we agree and we understand that there was new members of council, we met with all of them and briefed them on the pending charter amendments. The direction that we received from council was to meet with all the members of council and brief them on the pending items on the charter amendments, and that was done. Again, that type of amendment is a significant amendment. We would need to spend some time drafting that and coming up with a proposition that would conform to what the council's asking, and then bringing it back for council to consider. It would be quite out of the ordinary to ask for last-minute amendments to the charter the week before the ordinance is due to be placed on the ballot, or for the council to introduce an ordinance and then have the public hearing the following week.
Again, I very much disagree that that was the intent. And and that it's not possible. But my clarifying question for, I guess, Mr. Kennedy would be, if police and fire were to answer to council, would that also include, and I cannot think of the wording right now, their agreement? Collective bargaining agreement. Thank you.
CBA goes wherever they go.
Okay, that was just my clarifying question. And again, I will be supporting this today. Thank you.
I was going to say that when I was asked the question during our briefing, all the parameters were not understood.
Representative Molinari.
Thank you, Mayor. So I do support Representative Kennedy's motions, and I did second them. But here's the thing. So back in 2021, my first year, I did make a motion when we were discussing the charter to go back to a strong mayor form of government. Okay? I never got a second, so we never voted. But there was no one came up and said, hey, you can't do that. I don't remember that. 2022, I also made another motion to go back to the mayor, strong mayor form of government. This time I did get a second. However, it did not pass, but we voted on it. We voted on it. And so I never heard that we can't write the language, we cannot do it in time, this can't be done, all the negativity that I'm hearing today. So what's the difference between today, in 2023, and 2022, that all of a sudden it's like we're hitting a brick wall, it's like there's a huge bump in the road, and all those defenses have come out. I don't get it, I don't understand it, and so I understand, you know, Ms. Neiman, that you have a very busy team, and they're doing all kinds of stuff. And I also said this in 2021 and 2022, that I've seen some amazing work, some amazing things being done here at the city of El Paso. And for the most part, most of those amazing things have been positive. They've been great. We're still in COVID, if you believe it. We're doing a humanitarian crisis right now. I have gotten text messages and emails and stuff like that on Saturdays, Sunday mornings. We're working. We have people working 24/7, all kinds of stuff. OEMs, they're doing their things. We're still working. We're still going forward. And so I understand, you know, when the shooting happened in August, we worked. I mean, I wasn't there, but I mean, we worked. You as a city worked, and you delivered. You delivered for the citizens of El Paso. And so to me, this is very smaller than that. And I'm capable of you, ma'am, to work your education, your training, your experience, your team as assistant city as attorneys, that they are more than capable of doing what we're asking of them today. Should we vote, and I'm going to support this, and I wish to take the vote on it.
Thank you.
If I may, to answer your question, you asked what the difference is between 2021, 2022, and today. You all have the final ballot that is due, the ballot language that is due on the 31st versus a year-long process that we went through when you brought that forward. We did extensive outreach with regard to the committee itself, as well as the community outreach that we did for that one. Yes, sir.
But I'll also counter that there was no negativity. There was no one saying you can't do that.
Mr. Molina, if I can clarify, in 2022, and I believe I remember what you're referring to, the vote was being had by the council to decide what items were going to be sent to the commission, and you did not receive a second on sending the item on the strong mayor to the commission. So we would have not said you can't do that because we were compiling from council what sections of the charter you wanted us to take to the commission and then discuss. I don't disagree with you that at that time, we wouldn't have said anything because we knew it was going to go to a process and the commission was going to decide and come back with a recommendation on what those proposals would be like. The difference today is it's a week out from the proposed ordinance amendment to amend the charter. So for us to come back with no feedback from a commission or from the public, or with very little time for us to decide which sections of the charter have to be amended, to come back with a proposal to the voters in 1 week, I think it's a difficult ask, and I think it's not as simple as sitting down and writing the proposal. I'll tell you, there might be other provisions, and in rushing, a charter amendment remains, and whatever mistakes you make, you have to live with them until you have another charter amendment. So the distinction is significant when you were voting in 2021 and 2022, because it was about taking it to the process of the commission and then the public outreach. That's not what would happen between today and next week.
Now, Ms. Neiman, if I'm not mistaken, and I don't know, I think we can verify it, that when Ms. Wilson was city manager at the time, that she did ratify her decision on deputy city managers through council, and it was council action that was done, and then council changed it by council action.
Mayor, you're testing my memory. I don't remember.
I think it was, and that's why I'd like to, find out, because I don't think it's a charter item anyway.
Ms. Wilson, I think, was appointed in 2004, so I don't know, and then she served till, I believe, 2014, but I don't recall off the top of my head. We would have to go back and look at the record in terms of the appointment of her deputies.
Yes, ma'am. I think it was, and then it was ratified by city council, and then it was changed not to bring it forward any longer through council action. But we can always check that, which means that it doesn't need to be a charter change, because it's not a charter item. Representative Nundes.
I'm a little confused by the proposed amendments, and I was going to ask our legal team if you can help me interpret based on the information that you have. Is the proposal today, and Representative Kennedy, you can chime in if you care to as well, to have the internal auditor, the police chief, the fire chief, all report directly to city council, and to include hiring and firing?
I don't have an answer to those questions.
Okay.
Representative Hernandez, I think I would defer to Representative Kennedy and his proposal. Those things haven't been discussed.
Okay. If Representative Kennedy, if you can help
If
me.
those positions answered to us, it would be hire and fire.
Okay. Okay, so then, based on that response, then I do believe it is a city charter amendment that is required based on the powers and duties of the city manager, and I'm looking at the city charter now, that the city manager has that he has the authority to direct and supervise the administration of all departments and offices and agencies of the city. And so I do believe that there would be extensive changes to the city charter, not to mention, I think it's very appropriate to work with the police and fire associations to determine and to get their feedback as well on this matter. I know personally that my constituents would have questions about this issue too. It hasn't been publicly vetted. The discussion about the internal auditor, I understand, has been vetted by the City Charter Advisory Commission. If you can, and I think maybe, Kristen, you might have information on that. The internal auditor function, from what I recall, I don't think it was this past round, but the prior round where they made a recommendation not to move
Correct.
forward
There
with
were
that.
some amendments to that section of the city charter years in the past.
From the internal auditor.
Correct.
Yes, and so the current language, and I was just looking for it, but I couldn't find it. Didn't spend a lot of time looking for it though. From what I understand about the internal auditor is that it is the recommendation of the city manager with the council approval.
It's a hybrid function. The internal auditor reports to the city manager, and the city council
And the city council.
has some role over him as well.
Through FOAC, through the
Through FOAC.
Financial Oversight and Audit Committee. And so, from what I recall from the advisory commission, they had said that council still has a role in the decision-making, but the direct personnel and everything related to that department was directly under the city manager. But there would still be a function with city council, which, You know, I don't disagree with their recommendation. I think that that is a fair point. The council still has an understanding. But as it relates to the police chief and the fire chief, I think there is going to be unintended consequences across the entire city charter and those changes as it relates to the city manager's powers and duties. I also believe that we owe to the public and to the men and women in uniform, both police and fire, public safety officers, we need to really give them an opportunity to look at this and then to look at how our CBAs, one that was just recently approved this past year, 2022, the fire CBA, how that can impact how CBAs are negotiated. And so there's a lot of changes that, in my opinion, really do merit extensive research. I also believe it dilutes the spirit of a council manager form of government, removing these roles or to even have them report to city council also significantly dilutes the council manager form of government. And as I've mentioned in the past, the council manager form of government shouldn't be changed because of the person in that role. Your government shouldn't be changed for the person in that role, but rather looking at the structure of the council manager form of government and really making sure that our city charter is reflective of the council manager form of government is so critical for our city in so many ways, to avoid corruption, to insulate employees and political attacks, to insulate the employee morale, to improve employee morale, to ensure that no corruption comes from having many DCMs or police chief and fire chief give preferential treatment. We have found case study after case study that strong mayor form of governments or minimizing or chipping away a true council manager form of government is not the best for a community. And having a community who has suffered from corruption for decades, it is really important that you have and professionalize an administration that is going to work directly with their city manager to make sure that we have consistency and that we can protect our over 7,000 employee workforce. Removing the politics of hiring and firing these key critical roles is important. We need to remove that so that we can make sure we have a functioning city that's going to provide basic services without concern that their government is going to fire them if they're not happy. And so I certainly would be opposed to those changes without doing the public vetting side of it, checking in with the stakeholders, staying true to a true council manager form of government, protecting our employees and our workforce. And I would highly recommend to the city council to not vote in favor of this because the proper vetting has not been conducted. And then on top of that, I think we're running out of time, and we owe it to our team and our staff who are working on other pressing issues that they redirect their efforts to these other issues and the other amendments. Please don't support these amendments. There has to be more public engagement on this and stakeholders, and especially from our uniform officers and our city employees. And so those are my statements as it relates to that. But I just say that respectfully. I care truly about a council manager form of government. Done lots of research on it, and I truly believe Texas is better off with council manager form of governments. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Hernandez. Representative Kennedy?
Let me ask a question. If it was approved today, there are still stopgaps between here and going to the ballot, correct? I mean, there are other votes to be taken. This is not, if it's voted today, it's on the ballot, period, end of story, correct?
So if the council moves to approve your proposed charter amendment, it would need to be posted at the next council meeting, which is January 31st, for introduction of the ordinance.
I'm sorry.
And then the public hearing would be the following week on February 7th when council moves the meeting. And then that's the last time that you all have to call the election.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
And then it gets placed on a ballot for the May election.
So is the 31st the deadline to have wording for the charter amendment?
Yes, we have to introduce it under our process for calling an election. We call elections to put items on the ballot by ordinance. So, and I'm basing it on the fact that the deadlines for placing items on the ballot and then calling the election, the last time that you all would have to call the election is February 14th. That's your last regularly scheduled meeting of council. Although you have an item here, item number 3 is to move the council meeting up a week for El Paso days. So you would need to call a meeting for the 6th and 7th of February, which would be the last time that you all would convene to vote on the ordinance approving the ballot language.
Is the 14th the drop dead date? You couldn't put it on the 15th or the 16th?
So under state code, and Kristen may know, I believe the last actual date is February 17th. So we always move back to the date that the council moves prior to that date. So the last date that you all were scheduled to meet is February 14th and then, or the 13th, unless you move it to the 6th and the 7th.
And that is because the city charter requires that ordinances be adopted at regular city council meetings. And as we discussed in our meeting, we would only have a couple of hours to write an amendment. So if there was something that was that we'd already discussed, that might be something that's possible. But something like this is significant writing that deals with many aspects of managing a department. And so the deadline is essentially tomorrow for us to have that ordinance submitted to the city clerk's office for it to be posted on time for the January 31st meeting, which is the introduction. All of the language needs to be on there for the introduction. Council can make amendments on February 7th, but it has to be on there. And that will, because if council in the next item is moving the February 14th meeting, February 7th is the last meeting before the election deadline.
Of the 17th. What's the gap between first reading and final approval?
Typically, it's 2 weeks, but because the meeting on February 14th is not intended or expected to make quorum, council's scheduling a regular meeting for the 7th, so it's just 1 week between the two.
Is it statutorily a week, or is it?
It's by our code. It's not,
gotta be a week.
introduction does not require, it does not require a set number of days between the introduction and the public hearing.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Representative Salcido.
Thank you, Mayor. Just have a quick question in regards to timeline. If when's the next time that some amendments can be put up for adoption, if that doesn't make it?
So you have to, we would bring them forward in May for the May 6th election. Based on the action that you took with the climate petition, you're moving forward with the May election. The next date, if we move forward with a climate petition on the May, the next time that you could bring these forward, these city amendments, would be in November if the climate petition amendments fail. If they do not fail, then the next time that you would be able to bring this forward would be in 2025.
Okay. Just wanted to know a little bit the timeline. I was specifically asking in regards to his motions, if he wanted to bring that up or his proposed amendments, that would be, it'd follow the same timeline you explained right now?
Right. So either you move all the items, the climate petition and or the city amendments, the city charter amendments forward in May, or you move all of them to November. If you move the climate petition forward in May and it fails, then you can bring forward the city amendments in November. Or if it passes, the climate petition passes, then you can't bring the city amendments until 2025.
2024, no?
2025.
No, if we move it to November, it'd be November of 24.
November of 2023.
You sure? I don't think there's any, I thought Kristen had said there was nothing, and it'd have to be 24. I thought you had said that in executive session.
If we do not go forward with a charter petition
In
for
May.
the climate policy this May, you could go in November of 2023, or May of 2024, or November of 2024. But if the climate moves forward in May of this year and any of those, or that proposition passes, council may not, under the state constitution, have another election for charter amendments for any closer than 2 years. And so if any of the climate charter petition items pass in this May, we would be prohibited from having another charter amendment until November, or until 2025.
And I
2
thought
years.
you had checked and there was no election in November of '23.
There is no general election or regular election for the city of El Paso
Correct.
in November of
That's what you had told us.
2023. There's a uniform election date that is on the books, so.
But there's nothing on it.
But we don't have anything on it.
Right,
for the
that's what you had told us.
And that's kind of what I wanted to know, the dates a little bit more, just because I don't want to discount what's being requested. I just think it needs more public vetting. would like to hear about police, fire, just anybody that's going to be affected, and just for us to really hear their input. I don't want to rush something. That's really why I wanted the timeline, so that it would allow for that to happen, that process to happen, and then I would be able to support something like that. Thank you.
Representative Anello?
Yeah, I just want clarifying. So even if we had a quorum on February 14th, that wouldn't change anything because we need to finalize language by the 31st, correct?
Correct. We would need to post the language on the 31st.
I mean, I still think it's doable. Thank you.
Representative Kennedy?
The first thing is I'm not willing to torpedo the amendments that are going in March for my, or May for my proposal, okay? I'm also going to say that if the process proves to be undoable between here and there, we still can pull the plug on it. Am I right with that? That we could still, I mean, the last date to put it on would be whatever, the 7th or the 14th or whatever that we end up
31st.
doing. Correct? I mean,
The last day to do,
to actually put it on the ballot would be the 7th, because we don't think we're going to have a quorum on the 14th, correct?
correct, but you still have to have an introduction.
Right, but I'm saying that
So it'd have to be
if the
31st.
decision is made, it's just not doable in the time frame, the plug could still be pulled on the 7th, right? We could say, we're not going to put this on the ballot.
Correct.
Yeah, we could introduce it and then decide there's more moving parts here, we need to pull it.
I think the concern is that to introduce it, that's where the work goes. Like I have
Oh,
to
no, I
draft something
understand.
by tomorrow. So
That's it. No other discussion? Ms. Bryan?
Yes, Mayor. There's a motion made by Representative Kennedy, seconded by Representative Molinar. And this is to add a charter amendment to change the reporting structure of the internal auditor, the police chief, and fire chief from the city manager's purview to the supervision of city council. Is that correct?
Correct.
Two separate amendments?
The second motion was to add a charter amendment to require that the appointment of deputy city managers be with the consent of the city council. That's what I have. Is that correct, Mr. Kennedy, Representative Kennedy?
That's correct.
Okay. So the motion from Representative Kennedy, seconded by Representative Molinar, is to add a charter amendment to change the reporting structure of the internal auditor, the police chief, and the fire chief from the city manager's supervision to city council's purview. On that motion, call for the vote. Representative Canales,
Aye.
We have a tie in the voting session, and the motion passes 5-4 with the mayor breaking the tie. Representatives Kennedy, Anello, Molinar, Canales, and the mayor voting aye. Representatives Hernandez, Salcido, Fierro, Rivera voting nay. The motion does pass. The next motion from Representative Kennedy, seconded by Representative Molinar, is to add a charter amendment to require that the hiring of deputy city managers be with the consent of the city council. Require the consent of city council. Is that correct? Thank you. On that motion, call for the vote. Representative Canales?
No.
In the voting session, and that motion fails 3-5. Representatives Kennedy, Molinar, Fierro voting aye. Representatives Anello, Hernandez, Salcido, Rivera, Canales voting nay. That motion fails. Mayor, may we move to item number 3?
Yes, ma'am.
Item number 3 is discussion and action on a resolution in conformity with Section 3.5A of the City Charter to schedule a regular City Council meeting for Tuesday, February 7th, 2023, due to El Paso Days in Austin the week of February 13th, 2023, creating a lack of quorum.
Mayor, can I ask a question? So I'm going to ask again, based on the action that just took place, is it beneficial at all to relieve the meeting on the 13th and 14th? Because I don't have to go to Austin. I wasn't going to leave until the evening of the 14th anyways. So I'm just asking, based on that action, if it is beneficial to not take action on this item, and I can change my plans. You're not? I'm not going to Austin. So we would have quorum. I mean, I know it's disrespectful to the members who are going. I do wish the chamber had maybe organized around other people's schedules but their own. But that's another conversation. I guess my question is to you all. Based on the action that was just taken, is it beneficial to leave the meeting? And if you need some time to think about it, we can recess, come back. I don't know.
It doesn't affect us because at the end of the day, we still have to bring forward the amended language for the petition language on the 31st.
Okay, I
The
just wanted to
problem
double check.
Still remains
Right.
out,
Okay.
the timeline there.
Right. Thanks. I just wanted to double check one last time.
So what I would ask of council is that we get additional direction today from the council on proposed language regarding the charter amendment that Representative Kennedy asked in terms of a policy discussion, because we need to come back with an amendment to post on the agenda for the 31st. So what is, you're asking us what specifically and what do you want to see in the charter?
Okay, hold on one second. Can we take this item and then revisit item 1 to have that conversation?
Yes.
Because she just called it into the record. Sorry. Item 3.
So we got a.
Yeah, she
we
called
have a
3 into the
motion.
record, so just.
So we're on the item right now. We can always go back to it. So what's the, so do we have a motion
So move to approve item number 3.
There's a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Anello, seconded by Representative Hernandez, to approve the resolution on item 3 to call for a regular city council meeting on February 7th, 2023. On that motion, call for the vote. Representative Canales?
Aye.
Thank you. In the voting session, the motion passes unanimously.
So I would move to reconsider item 1.
per city manager?
Per city attorney.
So
Is there a
council-
second? Second. There's a motion and a second to reconsider item 1. All in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? The motion passes. Item 1 is discussion and action on the charter election and amendments.
So specifically, council, in order for us to come back with a proposed amendment here in the next 2 or 3 days, I would ask for additional direction from the council in terms of what the language you are expecting from us to read like or be. do you want specific language regarding both the police and fire chiefs, and you appointing them directly, and then in regards to the direction and operation of the department specifically? So we would need to understand how many of the duties that are currently delegated to the city manager would be moving into the fire chief and the police department, and then that language, so we could get more feedback on drafting something to come back.
How much of the, I'm sorry, is it okay if how much of the duties that are currently handled by city manager would then transfer to police chief and fire chief? Was that the question? Or?
So from a governance perspective, the current charter structure, all of the personnel actions and the duties and the actions of all of the departments are directed by the city manager per the council direction on policy and budget. So based on my understanding of today's action, Mr. Kennedy, your proposal is you said you wanted to have fire and police report directly to the council. So those decisions would have to go through the city. They would no longer be under the city manager's purview, and then would be coming through directly to the council. So we need additional understanding of what you're proposing or what you're thinking that looks like, so that we can come back with language that you're proposing here today.
I think that's important too, because I think that, I mean, are you proposing that, you know, that they report to the mayor, they report to all the city council? How is the process for selection going to be moving forward? So I think there's, I mean, she's got a valid question of how the item needs to be, because are they going to report to all the council as a whole, or is you and I'm reporting to the mayor, and then the mayor brings items to council? I think it's something that needs to be considered, because there's a lot of everyday operations that that would need to be considered. I mean, every time they would need to do something, they'd have to come, you know, to council, and council would take action every 2 weeks. Would be a little tough for them.
Because the management and the agility to make those decisions would be hampered by having to come through council. Is that the concern?
So, okay, and this is what we were talking about earlier in terms of we've never seen this in any other city charter. Currently, the operations and the daily decisions are handled at the operational level, and then the decisions are brought up to the city manager if necessary, and then decisions are made. When you're talking about this proposal, I don't know what you want to be the overseer, and you want to have a final say on the everyday operations direction of the departments, then that's what the feedback that we're looking to understand from you.
Right.
What your proposal was. I genuinely don't know what your proposal is entailing.
My understanding, and there are some cities, not in Texas, you're correct. There's some cities in Florida, I believe in Washington, and this is something that I had originally brought up at the charter amendments, but it failed. They have a board of managers. My understanding, and this might not be correct, Representative Kennedy, so stop me if I'm wrong, is that the police chief and the fire chief would act as a manager of that department and would report to us as the city manager does. And so they would still need to work with city management, right, when it came to HR, to purchasing and things like that, but they would be their own department head and would not come back to us for the, you know, every single everyday thing. They would be as if it was a board of managers. But that is my understanding. That may not be what you were considering. That makes it no less complicated, I will be honest. But it would be less that every single HR decision came to the council. They would still work with the departments that exist within the city. I think you brought HR up as an example.
No, I didn't bring up HR as an example.
That was in my head. I apologize.
The other thing that I would caution council is that this is going to impact the current collective bargaining agreement that was just approved for fire, as well as the potential collective bargaining agreement for PD, which is set to get started here in February. So it's not as simple as just saying we want these people to report to us. We'll come back with a proposal. I have to tell you, the Board of Managers issue is not something that we've seen, and then amending the charter, we'll work on something and bring something back, but I can't guarantee that it's exactly what you're proposing or that your intentions are going to actually come forth to fruition, or that there are unintended consequences of doing
Okay.
an amendment like this and then it not being what you all
And you're saying
envisioned
that
at
there
all.
could be effects from the CBA?
Yes, and so there's language in the collective bargaining agreement regarding management decisions, and then who is management? Is it the fire chief or is it council at this point? And then there's also ramifications for the way that our current police officers are disciplined, and then how that process plays out through the process in terms of the collective bargaining agreement.
Okay.
So there's other things that are going to be in play here.
Which was why I said this isn't an unstoppable train. I mean, we take a look and just say, listen, there are too many tendrils on this to make it work. And there's a chance that may very well be true. It's not something that can't be unwound, let's put it that way.
No, and I'm not. I just want you to be cognizant of the fact that ordinances aren't written overnight with
I
something
understand.
of this magnitude and then expected to get correct or right at the first shot. We will draft something. I did mention to both Charlie Zeck, who has been advising us on the climate petition, and then I did speak to Frank Garza, who was the lawyer that advised us on the charter amendments. And both of them said that this would be a substantial rewrite, that it wouldn't be something that we should just turn over in a few hours or over
Right.
2 days and say, here's the proposal. And they both said that they had never heard of that happening within a city in Texas.
Okay.
So we're on uncharted territory.
And I understand that it may not be doable in the time frame, because I don't think anybody up here is willing to move the climate charter off the May election date. I'm not going to speak for everybody, but I haven't heard anybody that's like, yeah, that's an option. So, I mean, if that's the situation, I trust that we'll get that information from you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
Will that also include situations of the magnitude that we've experienced since we've been on, such as, the COVID? Who organizes it? Is council gonna be on call when these cases, such as these events, come up, and they need an okay from the council, as opposed to the manager being there, connected to them 24/7?
Mr. Rivera, that's a really good question. Currently, the way that the council has worked through the city manager form of government is that there have been some delegation of authority documents that exist, and then through the course of practice and other cities' best practices, we've instituted some of that. But again, we have no other city in Texas to rely on that, so we would need to rely on how other cities that have this type of on these types of decisions.
And like I said, it's easy for us to sit here, or for those of them that want to do this, to sit here and say, yeah, we'll do it. We'll be here. We'll make those. We'll come in and have those decisions made. It's just like saying, well, Mr. Prime, you have 10 days to do it. We're confident you can do it, but we're not the ones doing that paperwork that she shuffles every day to verify those signatures, etc. In this case, when an emergency happens, you need to act right then and there. So I would caution my colleagues that want to do this, you're going to have a situation on your hand where you're going to have to be one to answer. I mean, I believe those that have experienced something like this, or the coordinating officer, you can ask them personally, is that they'll need an answer now. they'll need an astronaut to move in a situation such as we've had in the past. And this council, or most of us in this council, have experienced some form of tragedy in the years that we've been on. So, I mean, it was handled immediately, and council was kept informed. Nothing was being held back. I would seriously ask Representative Kennedy to reconsider this, because it's unprecedented for us to say, okay, council, we need you at the dais to make a decision. You know, as a situation, I'm pretty sure you've been in that situation where you have to make the decision, and not only does he make it by himself, he consults with the mayor consults with him, and the lines of communication are there. They're not kept from us. We've been briefed and updated on most situations that have occurred, and our responsibility is to read those emails as soon as they come in. So I'm kind of having really heartburn on this, because you're placing a demand on our legal department to come up with a proposed language that needs to be, I think they've said it, everybody said it, needs to be vetted with the public and see how they feel about it. And so I would seriously ask if you could reconsider your motion. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, sir. Representative Canales, followed by Representative Hernandez.
Without getting right into discussion of, excuse me, of merits of the decision, I know Ms. Neiman had asked for some specific guidance in terms of what something that they prepare should look like. And I'm of the opinion that I think Section 3.7 of the Charter, appointments, might be the best guide here, and actually it would be the section about the city attorney's office. I think we see it's relatively short. It's probably not going to be comprehensive enough to simply copy and paste the section about the city attorney and the appointment of the city attorney by the city council. But there are other mentions of the city attorney in powers of the mayor, which is section 4.1, in the unclassified services, 6.2, in the city council rules and procedures, section 3.5. I think the role of the city attorney, as it's described in the charter, is maybe going to be the best guideline in terms of what structure they might look at, and I welcome the feedback of my colleagues on that. But I do think that the current role of the city attorney with relation to the council is probably going to be the best guide in terms of how this could possibly be structured if we move forward with it.
Thank you. And I did get a copy, and I'll give this to Ms. Neiman, that city departments were voted in 2011 by ordinance. And it's right here, so I'll just hand it to you. Representative Hernandez.
Thank you. Because of the magnitude and the seriousness of this item, I do want to spend a couple minutes asking the city manager, so hopefully that can prompt some guidance to our city attorney's office, and the role of the chief of police and the fire chief. I believe is a 24/7 job, 24 hours a day. And I'm curious, Mr. Gonzalez, if you can share your current structure, your organizational chart, and then what that day-to-day operational in the operations of the city, the police chief and the fire chief, what that relationship is with the city manager's role or the DCM role. so that we can better understand what, if this item is passed by the voters, what the implications will be. And then like, how do you determine a point of contact and what guidance they need? So can you just share briefly on, what that relationship looks like and what those, I guess, any directives or anything we need to be aware of in terms of your operations?
Well, the day-to-day role of not only the police chief, the fire chief, any department head, any senior leader in the organization, we have a strategic plan that guides the execution of the work that's being done. It's based on meetings we have with the city council. You didn't have a strategic plan until 2015. You passed one in January of 15. And subsequent to that, we've updated that 3 times. And then we'll be updating again that strategic plan again this year in order to make adjustments based on the new leadership on the city council. And then that's what predicates what's in the city's budget. With respect to that, in terms of the work that's been done with police and fire in particular, since that's the subject matter, they had a severe neglect in police and fire equipment replacement. You can speak to the 2 people that have served in the police department that are on the dais right now, and they can tell you better stories about what wasn't funded. With respect to the police department in particular, they had several issues there, one in which was the number of police officers that they needed. When I first started here in 2014, I remember meeting Greg Allen, and I met with every department head, and I asked them all of them the same question. What would you do if you were in charge? What are the 3 things that we're doing well as an organization? What are the 3 things you feel like we should improve? And I won't go through the list of questions, but there's 6 of them. And I remember asking Greg what he needed, what the issues were in the police department. And I'll never forget, he said, no, everything's good. And then the first meeting that he had with the city council during the budget process, he has this big announcement that they need 300 officers. And I was floored because I was like, Greg, I just talked to you. I asked you how many people you needed or what you needed. If there anything you needed, people, equipment, what is it that the issues were? And he goes, that's how things are done here in El Paso. And I kind of feel like he's talking through me today because he said that, and he's just, what he meant by that was, this is how I have to do it, otherwise I won't get any attention. And I said, well, that's not how you do things with me. That's not how we should run a city. And so I had asked him for a report on what was it that it was after and what is it that he needed. And they never gave me that report because it was taking a very long time, and I didn't need to wait on that report to know that their equipment needed to be replaced. The fact that there was one call that we received that was in the news where it took 4 hours to respond because their number of police officers was less than they had 20 years ago. And his point to me is that the whole process had become extremely politicized. And so they just didn't get the needs that they were required to have in order to operate the level that they needed to operate. And so subsequent to that, we put in the budget a program to have 300 additional officers, net officers, which means we've taken over 500 people through the academies. And so we have added, I believe, 167 net additional officers than from what we had in 2015. And then we've put a considerable amount of money that we've set aside so that they have annual equipment replacement, because before the city was waiting 6-7 years to make any equipment replacement. And so they had very poor equipment. And as you know, if your departments don't have the right resources in place, they can't carry out their duties. That's most prevalent in terms of the needs in an area like public safety. So then the last couple of years, there's been a lot of feedback from not only here, but across the nation. And police departments have gotten a lot of rhetoric, a lot of input, solicited and unsolicited, on what they're doing well, and mostly what they're not doing well. And so you have to stay the course and be very consistent in the application of the resources that they need, the application of the training that's required. We've increased the number of hours in the training session in the academy. So I guess the way I would best answer the question would be that not only do we make sure that the police and fire have the right equipment, the number of resources that are necessary in terms of staffing, and the right training that's necessary, without allowing the training to be such that the officer's not protected. I mean, you have to take that into account, that the officer's protection, they're doing something to protect our community. And so you have to keep that at the forefront. And here recently, a lot of what's been communicated, it's been, they've been placed in a bad light. And we have to continue to fight that narrative and continue to provide the equipment, the staffing, and the training that's necessary in order for them to carry out the duties that they have to do on a daily basis, 24/7, 365 out of the year. So I guess that's how I'd best answer the question in terms of the application of the governance and the supervision of police and fire.
And you're currently in the process of negotiating the CBA that expires August 31st of 2023 with the Police Association?
So we've completed the collective bargaining agreement with the fire department, and we are in the process of sending some information to the police department, of which we are required under the collective bargaining agreement to send them the analysis that we've conducted on the pay that's necessary for them in terms of what the other peer cities are being paid. And so we're supposed to send that to them by the 31st of January. We'll obviously beat that deadline. We just completed that information, and we'll send that to them in advance. And we plan on doing the negotiations in February. I actually canceled the El Paso days for myself because the whole month of February I'm going to dedicate to put that to bed, the collective bargaining agreement.
Okay, so we need some more clarification on who would be the party to do the collective bargaining agreements. We would need some clarification in the event of an emergency or domestic terrorist attack, who on this governing body would give direction to the police or fire chief. We need some clarification on the procedures related to grievances and internal audit functions. We need some guidance on hiring. The role of hiring a city attorney and a city manager, and then therefore for our internal auditor, fire chief, and police chief. We would need an understanding of potential implications on our current workforce. Would try to understand if our uniform officers are in favor or against, and then how these measures could change the employment contracts we have with police and fire officers and firefighters, because they go in under understanding that they're protected from any political environments or political interference other than a CBA that is mutually agreed upon. We would need I can go on and on, but again, I am very, very concerned about the future of our public safety as a community. I feel that a lot of police officers and firefighters have all shared with me in multiple occasions that they feel that their positions are minimized, are not appreciated, and certainly are villainized by certain members of the community, not only locally but nationally. And so I really do believe this would impact our ability to retain and expand our current public safety departments. And so I would urge once again for members of council to not haphazardly make these measures or requests for the upcoming city charter, and to hold those decisions for a future council meeting or city charter election because of the magnitude of the changes and the unintended consequences, implications to our workforce. We already suffer from having the shortages of police officers, and I would ask that we not hinder our ability to recruit, but to make it a lot easier and to allow for a workforce that is going to protect them, as opposed to politicize these positions. But anyway, I think I've already reached my 10 minutes, but I wanted to share that with our city attorneys because they have little to no guidance on how to move forward. Thank you.
Thank you. And I think I do want to make sure that the way it's set up right now, the city is that the fire chief and police chief report to Chief D'Agostino. Chief D'Agostino reports to the city manager.
I have daily interactions with police and fire.
No, I remember seeing an email just recently about, and he said that, and that was on there, so I just want to make sure that.
Yes, sir. That's simply done for
yes, sir.
just alignment and integration purposes.
Yes, sir, absolutely. No, absolutely.
Mayor, if I could, I've had an opportunity to review the document you handed me. This is an ordinance that was approved by council back in
2011, I
I
think.
think it was introduced on August 17th, 2010, and then the hearing was August 24th. So this ordinance is an amendment to Title II of our code, which designates the city manager's office and then all of the departments and entities that would report to him under the council manager form of government. So this is older than when the charter was changed to allow for the internal auditor to report to council. So
Yeah,
this
that was
is,
done in 2013.
right, so this is
But
prior to
I
that?
think that's how we did the FOAC, and city auditor reports to the FOAC.
Correct, so then FOAC was created by an amendment of the charter.
Right, exactly,
So-
2013.
I just wanted to clarify, for purposes of this document, you can amend ordinances in regards to the organization of the powers of the city manager. But what we're talking about here today wouldn't be accomplished to an ordinance because the actual language of the charter designates all of the personnel actions go through the city manager.
Right.
Right, so
Yeah,
we
I
would
did
need
see
to
that.
amend the charter. So this ordinance, I think, it's still in the books, and we often amend it when we're talking about amendments to.
Well,
what
that's what
is
I'm
in
saying. That's
the-
why I gave it to you, because I didn't think it was part of the charter.
No, it's not part of the
That's
charter.
why, that's why I gave it to you, because that's what I thought originally.
I thought that you were giving it to
No,
me.
no, no, I was saying that it didn't need to be addressed as part of the charter, because it's wasn't done by charter.
So in 2010, the charter allowed for, and it still allows for, all the personnel decisions to be made through the city manager.
Okay.
So that's what this ordinance allows. But the proposal here today wouldn't be done by ordinance. You are seeking to remove the authority of the city manager to have oversight or operational authority over police and fire, and it has to
Yeah,
come under
that's not what,
council.
I'm sorry, that's not what I meant to give you for that. That had nothing to do with that.
Okay, I
Yeah,
just
that had
wanted
nothing
to
to do with
clarify.
that, no.
I just
That had
wanted to
nothing to do with
clarify
that.
what the,
Yes,
what you
ma'am.
wanted us to.
That was his other amendment.
My question is, could the process be changed by ordinance instead of charter?
So, what process?
I mean, what we're talking about right now, is it required that any amendment similar to this be done by charter rather than by ordinance?
So you have to, so currently under the charter, all personnel decisions and management and daily operations of all the departments
Mhm.
under the, pursuant to the language of the charter, fall under the city manager's purview. The
Okay.
council has no purview or personnel authority or duty at all.
Okay.
The only authority or duty that you have is to appoint and then evaluate the city manager and the city attorney. Those are
Right.
the only two employees. So in order for you to decide that you wanted to have purview over police and fire, you need to amend the charter. You would not do
Okay.
it through an ordinance amendment.
That's what I thought. I just wanted to make sure.
Yes.
Go ahead.
So, Ms. Neiman, on that note, so the charter language just needs to be amended to direct to either change who falls under the purview of city manager, i.e. change language to city manager oversees all departments with the exception of police, fire, and auditor, or to create another section in the charter to say police chief, fire chief, and auditor answer to council. I know that it's very sophomoric the way that I said it. I know that it's not that simple. But then the questions of daily operations, all of that is done by ordinance, correct? The language, like we would not be, is there language in the charter? I'm going to turn this into a question. Is there a language in the charter that specifically denotes how and who is responsible for collective bargaining? No, it just states that the city manager oversees the department. So I am not at all disregarding all of the questions that are coming out of this. I think they're very important, and I don't disagree that is what is going to take a very long time to figure out, and that is what needs a lot of community or input from police, fire, and auditor, and all of that. But the actual language to change those roles is not, you don't get into the weeds with that in the charter. That's done, I believe, by ordinance or other council action.
So I wouldn't agree with you, because the issue that I have to
question.
face today is, how do I bring back a charter amendment that fulfills whatever council is directing today? And while I'm listening to the proposals by both you and District 8, those are ideas. We haven't sat down and thought about what's the best course of action. But that's not how you amend the charter. You don't kind of do this,
But that's how they did it with the city manager form of government.
In regards to the amendments that took place, I believe that it took several months and committee meetings before the item was presented on an ordinance for calling an election. So we'll take back the discussion that council has had here today and look at areas that are potentially amendable, but it may not just be one area that is amended or proposed to be amended to accomplish what it is I believe that the council's wishes are.
I don't disagree with you at all on that. I think there's probably several areas in the charter in which comments are made in regards to that, and I think there will be multiple sections that need to be changed. But I wanted clarification that on the actual roles and duties in the everyday, those are things that that are not specifically denoted in the charter.
Correct.
Yeah, and I don't disagree that there are all of these little things that will need to be done. But again, I think the questions, which are valid and important, and one that we all have to have very extensively on the everyday duties and the multiple things that come with this, are not specifically outlined in the charter. And so that was just a clarification that I wanted to make, and I think that you really highlighted that to me when you were discussing the ordinance that the mayor shared with you. So, Mayor, thank you for that. That's all I have.
Thank you. Anyone else? No one else? Representative Kennedy?
Do you want to revisit?
It sounds, just as we have sitting there talking and looking, that it's going to be more than just an item on the agenda to be able to move forward on and vote on it and then change policies and procedures. I think it's going to take a lot of work, and, I'm not sure that it could be done in a couple days. Because I think that's what Ms. Newman has been saying.
I respectfully disagree. I
All right,
think
no,
but
yeah.
I think it's an important conversation, because I do think the language that is
But,
changed.
we can wait and see what comes back in a couple days. We do have,
Mayor, if I can, just
yes, ma'am,
some of my
absolutely.
folks are giving us some additional feedback. We would also need to go back and do some extensive amendments in section 6 of it, which is civil service, in regards to how we discipline police and fire. Police don't go through civil service, and then fire does. But there's additional language that my folks are telling me we would also need to amend as part of this proposal, because then you would have two competing interests on a charter in regards to how you actually discipline our police and fire.
So if you had odds to be able to bring it back in a couple days, the odds are 0 to none?
Yes, sir, none has left the building.
I think we ought to look at, I think we ought to get discussion but it doesn't look like we're going to be able to bring this item forward.
I'm willing to make a motion we revisit.
Second? Okay. There's a motion and a second to revisit the item.
There's a motion by Representative Kennedy, seconded by Representative Rivera, to reconsider the motion regarding the reporting structure of the internal auditor, police chief, and fire chief. All in favor? Yes. Anyone opposed?
Can we separate those
The
two
motion
items?
passes.
Were you talking about the auditor and then police and fire, or do it as three motions?
Right, two motions.
Two or three?
Two.
I would suggest the internal auditor separate, and then the PD and the fire chief separate. I mean, one.
Right.
I'd like to make a motion that the internal auditor answers to city council.
Second.
Any other motion?
We can stack them if you want to. I'd like to make a motion that PD and fire answer to city council instead of city manager as a second motion.
Second.
Could you
Okay,
repeat that? sir?
there's no more
Could-
discussion.
Could you repeat that, sir? What was your motion?
Just
The
simply
first motion was
vote it up.
internal auditor. The second motion was for fire PD. Well, the second
Just
motion was.
separated the two items. Can we vote on that, Ms. Prine? There's no
Yes, Mayor.
no discussion.
So the motion was by Representative Kennedy, seconded by Representative Anello, to add a charter amendment that the internal auditor reports to city council. Is that correct? Correct. Okay. To change the reporting structure of the internal auditor so that that position reports directly to city council. On that motion, call for the vote. Representative Canales?
Aye.
Thank you. In the voting session, the motion passes 6-2. Representatives Kennedy, Anello, Molinar, Salcido, Fierro, Canales voting aye. Representatives Hernandez, Rivera voting nay. The motion does carry. The next motion made by Representative Kennedy, seconded by Representative Anello, is to add a charter amendment to change the reporting structure for the police and fire so that the departments report to city council. Is that correct? On that motion, call for the vote. Representative Canales?
No.
In the voting session, and the motion fails 2-6. Representatives Kennedy and Anello voting aye. Representatives Hernandez, Molinar, Salcido, Fierro, Rivera, Canales voting nay. The motion fails.
No motion to adjourn?
There's a motion and a second to adjourn the special city council meeting. All in favor? Anyone opposed? And the special city council meeting for Tuesday, January 24th, 2023 is adjourned at 3:55 p.m.